Sheesh. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are back once again, this time for the lower brackets of the Fall Series playoffs. That is correct. Babagusta, how are you feeling on this fine afternoon?
Well, Jack, just started off. I'm doing absolutely great, Jack. And talk about the matches that we're going to have here. Two of the lower brackets for Pro Series Fall. We have Team Uvu, who's going to go up against Team Phalanx. That will be our first matchup for the lower brackets. And then we have Militant Esports going up against Team Shaheens. These four teams are at the end of the road, almost. If and at least if they get to win their matchup against their opposition team, we get to see them proceed to the next phase, or else they might get eliminated out from the fall series, only claiming 1 point. Now, teams like Team Uvu and Militant Esports are yet to make a point, whereas Team Phalanx and Shaheens, they've already secured 2 or 4 points, securing some minor spots, but they want to make sure that they would not lose their spot, or else, the SA Nationals qualifiers would just it's almost at the near of their fingertips. So that's the main reason why that they're still here and they're still fighting. And talk about the tournament format itself, we had two qualifiers. First qualifiers, which had happened from 8th to 11th, and then we had the second qualifiers, 13th to 17th, and top 8 teams were selected to the playoffs, and now it's 21st. Now we got to check out who would be those two teams who would be eliminated out for the Pro Series Fall.
Well, all things considered, it's been quite the road coming to the playoffs, and now here we are today. Of course, third day of playoffs. All things considered, with the lower brackets kicking off today. Mind you, these teams are playing for quite a few things. Not only are they playing for SA Nationals spots, which of course the points table will decide who gets to play and who doesn't, but they're also playing for the prize pool. On your screens right now, as you can see the distribution, first place gets 1,200 US dollars, second place gets 600, 400 to third, and 300 to fourth. Plenty of money, all things considered, that is on the table for these teams. And well, they're going to have to fight pretty hard to be able to get that, fourth spot already. I mean, the brackets are looking pretty stacked this time around, I'll be honest with you. But to get even higher, third spot, it's another big fight. First and second, obviously, are the ones that anyone will be aiming for. But again, like we said, it's not just the money, there's also points. Specifically, SA Nationals qualifier point system that is on the line here. Today, two teams actually will end up with the 7th and 8th position. So our first eliminations will be happening today, and two teams will be walking away with only 1 point. Now, for most of the teams, 1 point is still a-okay. They still might be able to qualify, but for one team, Militant Esports, tonight's match is absolutely on the edge of the abyss. If they lose it, then they will not even chart. Well, they will chart on the points table, but below 8th position, because one team will get that 8th position between today and, of course, the second round of lower brackets matches that will happen later on in the week. It could be any team, really. I'd love to see. Phalanx, mind you, they've got 4 points, currently sitting at 5th. They could also get eliminated today and only get 1 more point. Shaheens won't stop peaking. Won't stop peaking, of course, have already moved ahead quite a bit. They're in upper bracket round 2, and they'll be facing off against the Hunters, which is a difficult fight to say the least. And that 8th position once again falls into question. And which team gets eliminated today will determine a lot about which will be the 8th team rounding out the top 8 of the SA Nationals. Now, we've spoken a lot about the bracket, and here it is. Baba Gusta, Ubu versus Phalanx, Millitant versus Shaheens. What are we thinking?
What am I thinking? Currently, I could say that Team Uwu can bring this back up. Especially the main reason why I'm saying this is because they went up against Hunters LFO on a best of 3, which means that they went all the way to map number 3 border, which was in fact went all the way to round number 15. So there is high likely a chance that Uwu can defeat Team Phalanx, but Team Phalanx, they've already secured a lot of points in the table, right? We already saw that in the international point system with Team Phalanx securing 5th place. So if Team Phalanx end up losing this match, you would give Uwu the chance to, dethrone Team Phalanx's position and put them on the spot, which would give a higher chances for Team Uwu to secure a spot on the SE Nationals. But I'm pretty sure the Team Phalanx would not let them get that points that easily. So you could see the amount of burden that both Team Uwu and Phalanx has, and if they make any repercussions or any mistakes, that could lead a lot of problems in the lower brackets itself. So let's take a look at the map videos itself, see what kind of game plans do we get to see from both Uvu and Team Phalanx. And looking at the map bans itself, we will see Villa being picked from Team Phalanx, the usual maps that we get to see from these teams. And then we have Team Uvu bringing in Border. This is an interesting one, mainly because they
Hmm.
went up against Team Hunters LFO, right? It was the same map that they did went to. The only problem was it did go all the way to, round number 15, and in the end Hunters LFO picked up a win. So taking Border, not quite sure if it was a good idea for Team Uvu, especially when they're going up against Team Phalanx. But hey, you got to do what you got to do, and since they are, if they are very confident playing out Border, then Skyscraper would definitely help for either of those two teams. I mean, Skyscraper is more of like a 0% chance for both Phalanx and Team Uvu. It's technically a random chance event for both of them to see whether if they could succeed or not, right?
At the end of the day, yeah, I think you're mostly correct on that. I feel like Uwu might walk away with the win if it does go to Skyscraper, primarily because they just seem like a team that's more experienced on these maps like Border, like Chalet, like Skyscraper, all the like, right? I mean, they fought Hunters on Border, which a map, mind you, Border, we don't even see from other teams like Phalanx, like Shaheens, all that. We don't really see it much from them. It wasn't until Hunters brought out Border in Pro Series Summer Edition and really rocked the floor on the matches that they played there, that other teams started considering Border to begin with, because you gotta keep up to pace with the top of the region. And Team Uwu definitely, of course, showing that they are pretty good on that map as well. So Hunters might have competition coming in, but right now Phalanx will have to watch out for Border. As far as Villa goes, it's pretty much a toss up there. It's a 50-50, I would say. Really depends on which team gets ahead in the first half and is able to maintain that momentum. Phalanx will be attacking first on Villa, which means, of course, that Team Uwu picked defense first. Now that's interesting because a lot of teams go for the defense second on Villa, right? They want to go attack first and give themselves that advantage in the second half, but not Team Uwu. So they might have something or the other planned for Villa as well. And if their plans if their plans bear fruit, well, Phalanx might just be finding themselves at the bottom end of the fall series sooner than they expected.
Yeah. And also, I just realized I just said 0%. That's not what I meant. I meant 50-50 chance for both, for both Phalanx and Team Uvu to, to have almost a good chance on Skyscraper. But in order for them to succeed, deciders, they need to ensure that they succeed on their own map pick first. And Team Phalanx, who is almost an expert on map Villa, they'd usually have good support. They usually have good coordination on their own on their own map pick itself. Uvu, on the other hand, we've seen maps being played on Oregon, Clubhouse. I mean, when it comes to standard maps, obviously the whole team in the SA region knows exactly what to do and what not to do. But the main problem of it is that when we see teams switch out for other maps like Border, other maps like Theme Park, this needs to when you have maps being picked like this, it's difficult for the for me as a caster to determine whether if they've mastered the map properly or not, mainly because you've seen a lot of examples from Mercenaries and Hunters LFOs, and whenever they pick map Chalet, usually it would work, usually it does not. Uvu, they did manage to defeat Hunters LFO on map Chalet. I'm hoping I said that right, with the Hunters
Yes,
LFO and
yes. Yep,
the
I
matchup,
remember
right?
that. Yeah.
We keep saying that Hunters LFO has mastered the map on Chalet, and then we have Team Uvu proving us wrong, and then defeats Hunters LFO on map Chalet, putting us to map deciders. So no matter how many times we say that they have good holdout on certain maps, there are some slight implications, or should I say, some slight deciding factors that could help the opposition team to get the better at it. Mainly because they have, maybe checked out their wards, see what kind of, wards, as in they checked out the Pro Series fall, they kind of rectified what kind of mistakes that they're doing and what kind of strategies that the attackers are trying to place. They'd usually go in for a counter place, right? So maybe Uvu decided to do exactly that, and with a lot of reading and thinking, they did eventually crack the case. Team Uvu did manage to win on map Chalet, and who knows, maybe on map Villa, they we might see Team Uvu doing the same exact thing up against Team Phalanx.
All things considered, yeah, ooh, definitely look like favorites to win this map. I'll have to agree with you on that one. This match entirely. Phalanx definitely is the underdog in this story. We'll have to see how both of these teams perform before we really make a judgment here. Villa, about halfway through Villa, I think we'll have a good idea of what we can expect going into map number 2 and potentially map number 3. But again, it's all down to the results. It's all down to what we see from both of the teams, and it's all down to how they perform here today. They kind of need to. After all, there's a lot on the line here for both of these teams that they simply cannot afford to miss out on. Not least of which, of course, is the SA Nationals spot. Team Uwu need to put points on the board as well. They are here for the first time, just like Militant Esports. So I was actually wrong when I said that there's only one team that stands, chance of even getting points but not qualifying. And I said that for Militant, but that also counts for Uwu. So their backs are pretty much against the wall in terms of the qualification. Phalanx can still coast easy because 5 points is still a good number of points, all things considered. So they could still qualify at the end of the day. But Uwu, they don't have that guarantee. They don't have that safety net. They need a minimum of 3 points or more to be able to guarantee themselves a spot here. And given their performance against the Hunters, I'm fairly certain we'll see them at the very least within the top 5, if not even higher, given some of the other teams like Retrograde and Kid Esports. I don't even think Retrograde is in the top 8 this time, are they? I didn't really see them. I might be wrong about this
Currently,
again.
I think Team Retrograde are in fourth place, claiming
Yeah, no,
8 points up against
yeah, no, no,
Kira
no.
Esports. So
I
yeah,
know they're on the table. I know they're on the table. I'm talking about this
yeah, but they're
fall
not
series
qualified.
top
So
8.
yeah, they're not
Yeah, yeah,
qualified
yeah,
in
yeah.
fall series.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so we, all things considered, Uwu could actually, gun for the 4th spot, maybe even higher, depending on how the other teams play. If they wind up against Kira Esports at some point in this top 8, we might actually see a very, very good game of teams vying for the top 2 right now. Mercenaries as well, they'll of course have to give it their all if they want to usurp the top spot. That is the Hunters. Hunters themselves, 2-time defending Pro Series champion right now. I'm trying to make it 3 times as well, as they are in the upper bracket. So they still have the safety net of the lower bracket and 20 points to boot. So they've won a lot, and I'm pretty sure the other teams are just about sick and tired of seeing Hunters at the top by now. So let's see. But before that, folks, we will be back in just a bit. We know, Phalanx versus Uwu, what happened to the match, technical difficulties, all that stuff. We'll be right back. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course our broadcast partner Loco. I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host Baba Gustas. We are back after a bit of a break that we had to take in the middle there because of some technical difficulties, but the match between Phalanx and Team Uwu is about set to get started here. And oh boy, it is going to be a very interesting one indeed. We've already outlined all of the things that you need to know pre-game, that is to say. That is, of course, the whole points table situation and the fact that Team Uwu is very much first timers here in the Pro Series. So they need to put themselves on the board, and to do that, they need to win today's match. And it's going to be a very interesting one indeed. Phalanx have a very tough fight ahead of them because Uwu took Hunters all the way to overtime match point on map 3 in a BO3 just the other day. So Team Uwu's definitely on hot on form right now, and we'll see how they perform here. Phalanx, we'll see how their defense on Villa will be. Villa is the first map, and we'll be going into it in just a short second. But before we do, final round of what we think will happen. Baba Gusta, I'm throwing you under the bus once again. Prediction, what do you think? Villa.
Prediction. You really had to give me the prediction to my end, huh? Just because I did a good prediction about hunters and mercenaries doesn't mean I'm a prediction master here, Jack. But if I have to make a prediction, I'm just trying to convert myself, seeing what team should I just appear in my eyes, and when it does, I'm just gonna say it out right now: Team Phalanx or Team Uvu. Now, I know we
Mm-hmm.
talked a lot about Team Uvu, but I gotta side this one on Team Phalanx, mainly because they're being consistent
Hmm.
on most of the three series. All right, they've also been qualified for summer. They've even qualified for spring, even though summer had a little bit problems from Phalanx's end. I believe one of the series they didn't qualify for it, but at least on the bright side, Phalanx, they've secured 4 points. They're being consistent, and the only thing that we're going to see is them succeeding on Map Villa. So, high likely chances that I would say Phalanx would end up winning the matchup, but that's my prediction. I don't know whether if Team Uwu can get it, but let's not wasting time at all and just proceed with the ban phase itself. Starting off, Nomad ban at the hands of Team Uwu.
All right, Nomad on Villa, pretty standard ban actually. Villa is a map that is pretty heavy on flanks and otherwise just a general, movement that involves going around to where your enemies would have been, especially for the against the attackers, I should say. So for the defenders, a comfort ban is Nomad on this map. Add to that flashbangs and a pretty good AR, and you've got yourself a pretty decent operator to be a ban target. Thatcher, I mean, there's no real surprises there that Thatcher has been banned, and Azami and Valkyrie will be the defenders to start off today's match ban. Azami is interesting on Villa because, sure, second floor games room definitely has. Shall we say, a lot of areas where Azami can be useful. As a pause request has come in from Sherry's side, Team Phalanx. As you can see, some disconnection difficulties. They do have these uh, pretty much every ban phase, so we'll just wait for them to join back into the lobby. But yeah, going back to that Azami ban, when it comes to second floor Aviator Games room, we have plenty of spots that Azami can be very useful in, and that is a very good just in general site for a lot of reconstruction. Statutory trophy, of course, I haven't exactly seen Azami too much, but what we have seen so far, again, kind of quite powerful with the way that she can just prop a bulletproof cover at any given point of the map. And of course, Valkyrie, well, I mean, it's Valkyrie. No real surprises that Valkyrie is banned yet again. Information game is key when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege, and Valkyrie is pretty much the queen of defender information, followed closely by Mozzie and Echo. So the fact that she's been banned leaves no real surprises on the table. And well, Thatcher, I mean, it's Thatcher, folks. He gets banned pretty much all the time. So with all that being said, we're going to be moving into round number one in just a short moment. Aviator Games Room will be the site. There's some banter in the all chat as well. But yeah, there we go. The players from Failing should be returning in a second, and we'll be starting off with round one in just a short moment here.
Yeah, Jack. It's great prediction I made, right, for Team Phalanx to end it off. I mean, I'm joking. I'm still picking out for Team Phalanx, right? I know they are going to start off in a 45 major disadvantage, but Team Phalanx, we've seen them perform on numerous amount of situations. We've seen how great Hussein was, back then. He was like a mean machine while he was playing as the Valkyrie. So he was just on point with those shots, and especially when you bring it with guy with audacity and Hercules, who's just an exceptional player on when it comes to supporting their teams. And then you have on the side of Team Uvu, you have teams from back when the team name was called as DZ, Dresh, Ragnarok, DZ. Actually, no, DZ was the name of it. I'm sorry, I forgot about it. I believe the name of the team back then was NAT, right? They were on Division 3 of the previous match, on the previous series back then. So seeing them return back and seeing them go up against Team Phalanx will have a fairer fight with them. I'm not gonna lie. And also, I just realized that this is not a 4v5, it's a 5v5. So we're not wasting any time at all, folks. The pause timer has come to an end. And now we are now going to proceed to round number one, being the site on second floor, Aviators and Games Room.
Aviator Games Room is the side of choice. And as we load into the lobby, folks, let's have a look at the 10 players that are in the lobby for us today. From the side of Phalanx, we have Guy with Audacity, Hercules, Hussein, Devastating, and Sherry. And from the side of Team Uwu, we've got Drish, Ragnarok, Dagger, Malik, and DC. And of course, the standard site, Aviator Games Room, to start us off. Still a little bit of a loading time issue with the players here, as is sometimes the case. I mean, if you tab out a lot, right? If you just go out to your desktop a lot, or if you got a bunch of things running in the background, and you know how Moss is with your resources as well, it can take a second to load. So no real surprises that this is happening. But we've got ourselves a moment to just soak it all in. Mind you, Baba, interestingly enough, we were talking about this before the game, right? Nook is actually available for the attackers today because of the Nomad Thatcher ban. So Nook is in play. And I think you were having this conversation yesterday with Aggressive about how
Mm-hmm.
attackers don't really have that many grenades anymore. Iana, Nook, and Glass and Sledge, right? These are the four operators that I can remember off the top of my head who have, the grenades,
Mm-hmm.
secondary fragmentation grenades, as it were. So Nook getting banned makes a lot of sense these days, right? Same with Iana, but
Yep.
Iana less so these days. I'm not really sure why. I could be wrong about Iana still having her grenades. I'll have to look into that in just a minute. But yeah, not many frag grenades on the attacker side, and Nook getting banned, of course, means that less of that will be available, which I guess is a good change, right? Because you don't have to worry about getting grenaded from out of nowhere these days anymore.
No, you could say friendship ended with Finca. Now Iana is my best friend, mainly because Finca had the Gonsex, the grenades, and now Iana has it too. So technically, it's a swap on the operators, but you still have those holograms, which in fact is a really great counter if the defenders do try to bring in the Aruni Surya gates, or maybe some certain utilities which could at least give them vital amount of information. That's the main reason why Iana has been very powerful, because she has an infinite drone. You don't need attack drones. You just need the Gemini replicator to do most of its works, and high likely have a chance of making the defenders confuse a lot along the way. But all in all, Iana really great when it comes to being in the meta. You also have the frag grenades too, and mainly I think the whole meta of Brutal Swarm mainly relies around the gadgets and the abilities that the operator provides. So bringing in Osa, bringing in Nook gives a lot of things to the table, mainly because you have the the impact EMP plus we see the if I have to give an example on one of the operators, we see Lion being on the rise.
Oh,
Oh no.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
um,
attackers.
well, that's definitely going to be a rehost. I don't even, I don't even know what happened.
I
Um,
believe they got removed by Batleye mainly because it took a lot of time to load. So
I mean, yeah, there is like a
yeah,
soft timer right in the back end. If you take
yeah,
too
there
long
is
to
a soft
load, the
timer.
game's just
Yeah,
gonna boot you out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
yeah,
guess
that's
that one
exactly what
kicked
happened.
into
Yeah,
play, but like, like that
four
all
play
together,
all
like that.
together.
That was, that gif of Dwayne the Rock Johnson where he just goes like, that I did it absolutely poorly, but you get the point. That was basically me in that
Um, uh,
moment in the
Let me see if
background.
I can do that right. It's like this. I hope I'm doing
No,
this
no,
right.
no. You're doing no, no, no. You are
No,
absolutely not getting
the
it.
eyeliner has to be proper. It's
No, no. It
like
has to be
this.
the
I
back
hope
of
I'm
the
doing it
arrow,
right.
like this. No, no, back of the arrow, back of the
I'm
arrow.
not as talented as Rock, man. Come on, it's Dwayne the Rock
I mean,
Johnson.
who
Come on,
is? You know?
he
Yeah.
has the people's elbow. He just usually just
Hmm.
fights around the way. So But
Yeah.
yeah, unexpected change of events, folks. Mainly because of Team Phalanx had an unexpected disconnect. You could probably say it's a "you can see me" moment. I'm just joking. No, I don't want to put that out again. I just feel so bad for Phalanx.
Uh, what is
But
it?
yeah, a
What is it?
rehost would will happen
2015
nonetheless.
again?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Oh man, here we
But
go.
yeah, if I
Rehost
have
time,
to,
folks.
yeah, for Phalanx on the other hand, on a serious note, yeah, well, if you guys are wondering what exactly is happening right now for the matchup, we are going in for a rehost, and also I believe it has to be mainly because of load shed problems and connectivity issues that's been arriving from Phalanx's side. So the only thing we
I mean, it
can
is
do
South
is just
Asia,
wait,
right?
give them another chance to just come in. And yeah, it's South Asia after all. We have a lot of connectivity issues, including on my end. From Jack's and us end, we usually go to the Shadow Realm, play some
I mean,
hopscotch, maybe some
if you guys
random mini
remember back
games to
on
wait it out.
Monday, yeah, if you guys remember
Uh-huh.
back on Monday, I was in the middle of winding up for a great match, that first match between Hunters and Team Uwu, and right as we were in the map band screen, Shadow Realm. I was
He
there
just
for like a
yeah.
good 10-15 minutes there as well, and then I came back
Yes,
in the middle of
he
the
just
game and I
like
missed two
disappeared from the
rounds.
chair
So
in just 5 seconds and
yeah,
just reappeared back again. It's like that.
yeah. I mean, obviously, chat didn't see it because we didn't go
Hmm.
back to cam, I think. But
I
yeah,
saw
I
it.
mean, I
Yeah.
wouldn't know. I wasn't there, but Baba saw it, right? Because we have our own feeds in the
Mm.
back end. Um, but jokes aside, we do have to, just in general, wait for a little bit while we get Phalanx back in. They normally have a few disconnections in the ban phase. We've seen it before from them. It's no real surprise, but it's the fact that they weren't able to load in at all going into the game. This is the first time that has happened, and the kick timer from the background, that kicked into action, as it were, because well, they all got kicked. I mean, I was gonna set up a smart pun there, and I just like, nah. Matter of fact, let's go. But
It just got
yeah,
kicked out. So
yeah, all four of them even. Sherry was the only one who hasn't had that kind of disconnection issue. So yeah,
yeah.
it is what it is. I guess we'll just have to wait for a wee bit of time while we, continue to banter away here at the B&B show. Bad jokes and some rather odd takes will be coming to you live as well, folks. Don't worry.
Hmm.
We love to keep our viewers entertained around here. But what do you think, Baba? Shaheens is on the second match against Militant Esports. Given what we know of Militant and given what we've seen of Shaheens, what are we thinking about that match?
That match, second match, seeing Shaheens in the upper brackets matchup up against Team Mercenaries, 7-0 and 7-1 is not a
Yeah.
good way for Team Shaheens to, be relegated from lower brackets. And the same thing can be said to Militant Esports too. They also had their fair share of mistakes, but in the end, if only one has to proceed, I gotta say it's Shaheens in the end. Mainly because you have
Hmm.
Doctor, you even have some recognizable players on the side of Team Shaheens who can still make up for it and also have a chance to proceed to the next phase. Militant esports, on the other hand, you could say that there is slight hope, but it usually did get dwindled out a lot when we saw them go up against Kira Esports. On Map Chalet, you saw them be very confident on round number one. I believe it was Den who was making a lot of work for Team Militant Esports, and then suddenly when you see them lose a lot of rounds, they just usually lost their momentum too while they're at it. And Kira Esports, they got the best of it mainly because they just, ruined their momentum, they just ruined their motivation. And next thing you know, Kira Esports had got it in the bag. They didn't had any problems at all dealing with Militant Esports. So it mainly had to do with their mental game in which Militant Esports has a lot of problems to deal with. But going up against Shaheens, I don't know, man. Shaheen's could, if I have to say it on an honest opinion, I'd say Shaheens would just, get it out easily unless and until the side of Team Militant Esports proves me wrong.
I mean, yeah, I think that is pretty much what everyone will agree with you on as well. That Militant, they're a decent team. Don't get me wrong. Former Gamer Syndicate, right? As a couple of
Mhm.
their old tags still remain on that team as well. But unfortunately, even when they were Gamer Syndicate, right, and even if they know each other really, really well, they're a team that's never really gotten past Division Two. I would say we did see them like once in a miracle run in Division One. Like they had an absolute blast in D2 back then a couple of years ago. But going into D1, well, we kind of didn't really see much of them after that. And then they got demoted back to D2. They kind of just just kind of played around the middle of D2, sometimes going down to D3 as well. Division 3, if you're wondering what the D2, D3 means. They're divisions from back in the Pro League days. I want to say tiers, but tiers, divisions, same old thing. Anyhow, folks, once again, massive apologies for this, but we're going to have to go in for another break while we get the lobby set back up and ready. We'll be right back. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Once again, this is the third time I'm doing this intro to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. We're your hosts, Blackjack and Babagusta, as we are, well, back, this time hopefully with the full actual game between Phalanx and Team Uwu, as they, of course, have been having plenty of technical difficulties in the back end and the whole 9 yards. You get the point. We don't need to go into it again, but we will be going into map number 1 Villa in just a short while, and we will be actually moving into it right now. So let's go into the match. Phalanx versus Team Uwu, map number 1 Villa, which should be going live on your screens in just a short second here. We've already got the bans done, mind you. Thatcher, Azami, and Nomad and Valkyrie are the bans here, and there we go. Custom game bomb. Phalanx and Uwu. We're going to be starting straight off with round number 1. So it's been a hot minute, but here we are. All the players are in, and let us have another look at the 10 players that are in the lobby for us today. From the side of Phalanx, we have Hussein, Sherry, Guy with Audacity, Hercules, and Devastating. And from the side of Uwu, we've got Ragnarok, Dagger, Malik, DZ, and Drish. Aviator Games Room on the second floor will be the site of choice. And with that, round 1 is a go.
And hopefully we would see all the side of Team Phalanx ready to go on round number 1 Villa. Second floor aviator room / games room. Interesting choices of operator specs from Team Ubu's end. Dagger bringing the dock and Malik with Thunderbird. So you can say that you have a lot of sustain. So even if you deal a lot of damage, you'll still get yourself back up to full HP with the help of those Stim pistols and Thunderbird's Kona station. So double the healing, double the chances of surviving most of the gunfights. The only difference is they don't have they don't have the rook armor just yet. So oh man, fingers crossed. I'm just hoping that all the sides of Team Phalanx could load into the game and proceed to map Villa, and hopefully we could get this match show on the road, especially for the lower brackets, because for Team Phalanx, especially starting off on the lower brackets, this is not a good way to start things off. I mean, I can understand connectivity issues, most of the issues that's been laid around. We did give them a lot of time, and if things persist to have the same way, it's going to be a tough one, that is for sure. But yeah, as me and Jack were having a chat way behind on why IQ isn't been picked a lot from the attacker side, mainly because you see a lot of Valkyrie bans coming in, right? So we usually had a talk on mainly why the attackers don't want to pick IQ. Is it mainly because you don't have it's mainly because you don't have any proper secondary utilities that could help the team in progressing towards the side in a proper manner? Mainly it has to do with the IQ only being able to detect some certain gadgets. Of course, the weapon of the commando and G8 LMG, with of course the G8 LMG is such a powerful weapon, but the main problem of it is that it's been reduced for the IQ only having a holographic sight for the G8 LMG, which means that it's not helpful for the IQ. So either an AUG or a Commando 553 would work out. But all right, finally, hopefully
Defenders,
without
protect
having
your
any
bombs
issues
from
at
being
all. There you
defused
go.
by
All 5
attackers.
players are present on Phalanx. All 5 players on Team Uwu are present too, which means that we will be no longer having a lot of delays. So we're just jumping off on round number 1. The site will be on second floor AVG.
Catch me jumping for joy right about now. I'm not actually, but you get the point. As we finally have round number 1 underway, folks. Still, unusually long loading time, but for Team Phalanx, they'll just be happy to finally be playing the round. We're going on to second floor Aviator Games Room, and like Baba pointed out, we've
10
got
seconds
a
to go.
P90 dock. Okay, that is
Okay.
very uncommon. I mean,
5
Doc
seconds
himself
to
is pretty
insertion.
uncommon to see in, top tier Siege, but
Attackers
P90
are
as
moving
well.
out to
All right,
locate a bomb and
51
defuse
bullets
it.
though, mind you, per mag on that gun, so it's kind of like a mini LMG, just that its damage ain't exactly the best. Drish trying to put down one of the deployable cams to face the Memorial or Classical Hall. Excuse me, there we go. That's a nice place to have it in as well because it's pretty much covered from a lot of angles. You have to find the right spot in that shelf to shoot through. As in the meanwhile, DZ, gotta be careful. There are players coming up towards bedroom. He's gonna hear the rappel up, the window being broken. Shots are fired. That's Hussein taking the first bit of damage, trying to sneak in from behind. Ragnarok gets the first kill instead, as the Nook will fall.
And there's a lot of pressure being made from the second floor astronomy room as we see Team Phalanx slowly making their way. And Hussein almost had the opportunity to take out Ragnarok, but unfortunately he did get picked out. And you still got to be careful of the Mozzie. Guy with Audacity really needs to be careful. Oh boy, takes a lot of damage, and somehow DZ
What?
survives. And Ragnarok gets another kill with the SMG-11, the third from Dagger. Headshot, and still Team Phalanx are struggling on the second floor hold. Meanwhile, we see Hercules trying to bring things back up on a 2v3, but it's still not enough. Devastating all by himself, 1v2. Major gunfights happening from second floor saturated trophy room, but they're not even in the site itself. They even have the confirmation on the diffuser too. So you see the player Malik, who is trying to provide some support, but he's got to do it fast because that spear will be a huge pain, and that pain will be so crucial for Devastating. 1v1. Recovery of diffusal will be imminent, and also the drone works will give some minor information. Now, here's the biggest problem here. Although Uvu has successfully managed to remove every single player, Team Phalanx have also done the same thing. The only difference is Devastating, he is low on HP, he only has one adrenal surge. The Gone 6 will at least destroy some minor utilities, but would it be more than enough? Those jammers just did disable a lot of gadgets. Even the attack drones, the Selma breach charges, and now
Attackers have
information.
recovered their diffuser.
Devastating has no idea where Malik is, and neither does Malik.
To be fair, yeah, there's a lack of information for both sides. Now, Devastating could throw the drone towards Fox. Oh,
What?
what? Oh
I'm
wow!
sorry,
Just
that's
random
wow.
shots through the wall, right on their head too. Okay, Devastating gets the round out for the team. Phalanx. I mean, honestly, Phalanx probably should have just lost the round there because the way it was going, it wasn't looking too good for them. But Devastating somehow squeezing it out as Phalanx will win round number one and get things started. Team Uwu not going to be happy about that, not in the slightest. As we move into round number two, we're going back to Aviator Games Room once again. Man, oh man. I think the thing is, right, Team Uwu took a big advantage early, right? It was what, a 5v3 at a point, and the Doc came in, healed up the Mozzie who was playing aggressive on bedroom door, but none of them were watching Astro, the same place that the Nook came in from, the Ace as well came from that particular area, so did the Finca, and Astro being such a big blind spot for Team Uwu ended up putting the body count on equal footing, and then Uwu trying to get overly aggressive, trying to force the situation back into their advantage while it was a 2v1. Both of them could have just hid, right? Both of them really could have just hid. And the Finca would have had to come to them, but they didn't want to do that. They wanted to finish it off quickly, and unfortunately, because of their over aggressiveness, their impatience, I should say, they lost the round. So Phalanx 1-0 in the first half, first round. And once again, we await the loading of the teams into the lobby.
You could just call it karma. Like, you cannot just usually get away with a shot like that. And plus, the player Finca, I believe it was guy with
Attackers need to
Audacity who did.
locate
No,
and
it was
defuse
Devastating was
bombs.
playing as a Finca at that time. He was just usually just not pre-firing on some certain wall, and then suddenly he accidentally clicked his left click button that eventually did ended up a headshot towards Thunderbird. I mean, you just cannot make this up. You just cannot. Although in the end, Team Phalanx will end up winning their first round of attack, and Uvu, on the other hand, they decided to,
10 seconds left before
they decided to
insertion.
not hold on to the site and just decide to hold on second for
seconds
saturated room. Did ended up being at their major downfall. Round number two, however, will be the same
Locate
site
and defuse the
nonetheless.
bomb.
second floor AVG, and this time we will see some changes. No changes. Still, we will see the same operators being picked and the same positions that we're going to see from the defensive end two, DZ and Ragnarok. Both of them holding on the site. Well, not anymore. We will see DZ all the way from downstairs. It's not going to be in the same place, but we will have a total of two roamers, Malik and DZ, which in fact will be roaming around on towards the first floor, ensuring that Team Phalanx, even if they do enter in towards the building, they will be met with heavy resistance.
Well, as to how effective that resistance will be, again, really depends on Team Uwu's playstyle and how they decide to just kind of go with things this round. Seems like they're not really going to emphasize towards the statuary side. Actually, they are there, but Hussein will remove the first one, and that is DZ already gone. Unfortunate, as the Mozzie was playing on Trophy. Statuary itself is entirely clear, and the Visual has to try and make a flank play right about now. But where is Malik? I think Malik
A bomb has been
is
located.
actually either downstairs or towards, no, in the site towards study room. Okay, long angle being held from study all the way towards the red stairs landing, and pretty much all five players are on the second floor. There's nobody trying to, contest the balcony, contest from outside the study. It's all on this side of the map. So the map is currently cleaved in two, but Dagger is going to take one back. Sherry goes down, Hussein goes down as well. Malik gets that kill. That's going to make the body count even further in Team Uwu's advantage. Okay, I was going to say, can the Alibi find one more, but not quite. Devastating fires back, finding Dagger. Still a 3v2. Guy with Audacity and Devastating, the final two remaining. Mind you, Devastating did pull off a beautiful clutch in the last round, so it is still possible for Phalanx to walk away with the round win here. As one more position will be given away, that is the Melusi coming back up from downstairs, but Malik with the long angle, the visual does not miss. And it's down to Devastating once again, 1v2, sees the visual, can't quite get the kill, heals himself back up with, of course, the boost, the adrenaline boost of the Finca. As a certain senator would say, nano machines are in play. But we're back to this impasse. Devastating. Where can they go in from? They see the punch hole that Malik had made, but still unable to process anything off of that. Gets rid of the Banshee, gets Ragnarok too. All the Vigil has to do is sit quietly and wait for their turn. There we go. Malik, seeing the flashbang, knowing full well that the push was going to happen, moved over to the line of sight and got the Finca out of there before things could get any worse. Again, extremely close for Team Uwu. Much closer than they would have liked it to be, but they still get the round and equalize 1-1.
Yep, close encounters once again, and this time Uwu will prosper, winning round number two. Now they're here to defend the first floor site, dining slash kitchen. DZ, on the other hand, he will be playing as the Pulse this time, giving some vital information thanks to his cardiac sensors, which means that both Dagger and maybe Dresh would play to it accordingly by playing towards second floor. Now, for the attackers, they won't be bringing any IQ this time to detect exactly where Pulse is. And also, we will see them still bring in the same operators, with Hussein bringing the Osa this time, not the Nook, which means that they'll have good hold on certain spots. But still got to be careful for C4s from Mute, Pulse, and yeah, I think that's the only two operators who has the C4 as of now. Melusi, on the other hand, will have maybe a impact grenade, but I believe that should be more than enough. For Phalanx, though, winning round number one was almost a good way for Team Phalanx to bring the round back. But in round number two, eventually we did get to see Team Uwu ensuring that none of those clutches would happen from Malik's end. And now round number three. Dining room and kitchen is particularly a site where you've got to be careful for C4 plays. So if they try to play to it accordingly, since you have the impact EMPs, once you understand at what positionings that the C4 would be in play, you could just use the EMPs to just disable the nitro cell to delay any further actions being, involved from the defensive side. But you still got to worry about the information that's been heavily given from Pulse's end. So let's see whether if Team Phalanx have some great counters to it.
Once again, it's going to come down to how who actually plays the round. Given everything we've seen so far,
Defenders,
they can
protect your
take
bombs
a
from being
round
defused
lead,
by
sure, and
attackers.
they can take the body count lead, but they get very jumpy very quickly. I'm not sure what's going on today. They definitely were a lot more reserved against the Hunters the other day, but today they seem like they want to absolutely force any situation that they possibly can into their favor. And it's got a mixed success rate. I think we can all agree on that front. Dining kitchen being the side of choice. You've got the pulse in play. How many C4s are there? Two. Pulse and of course the mute being
10
played by
seconds remaining.
Ragnarok. Other than that, you've got a shield from, of course, Alibi and a
5
deployable
seconds to
cam from
insertion.
Drish. The Malusi, interestingly enough, these days a lot of teams like to go
Attackers
for
are
that
moving out to
deployable
locate a
cam
bomb and defuse it.
over, say, the C4, or I think the Malusi has impacts actually. So that the explosive utility that Malusi does normally have, teams don't really like that so much. No castle, mind you. We do see castle on first floor sometimes, but not today. As we have the pre-play C4 in play already, DZ blocking off important doorways, and we've got, of course, whatever remains of the utility setup here being finished off. You've got the punch holes, you've got the lines of sight and the crosses that will be held. Everything's set up. Now they await Phalanx's entry, and as soon as Phalanx wants to make a play about this, we will see how quickly they're able to either dismantle this or get dismantled themselves. Bedroom hatch has been reinforced off. I don't think anyone's actually playing up there, which means easy control on the top floor for Phalanx. There is, okay, so I was wrong about
A
that. There is
bomb has
one
been
defender
located.
up there. I think we just saw one. So there is a roamer, and that roamer is going to be very, very helpful right about now. It might just be Ragnarok on bottom of Astra's stairs as they hear the shots being fired. The Gemini and the drone giving away Ragnarok's position, forcing the mute back into the site, allowing, of course, Dagger to be the last one outside of the site. C4 goes off, but no one was in that location. Fuse cluster charges coming down now, and Devastating will be fishing for kills along with utilities being thrown out left, right, and center. As more information is given away, Drish finds Hussein in the meanwhile as DZ is cleaned up on from those same vertical angles.
Yeah, for now, here comes the wall of pain, cluster charges from the fuse, and out of all of that chaos, we will see Malik ended up getting a headshot with the SMG-11, and that too, they've even succeeded in taking out the diffuser as well. Hercules has been gone too, and now Malik, he needs to be careful because he's the smoke. He's very important, and Gathered Audacity, he just denies it. 3v3. It's now been equalized, and Team Phalanx, they've almost got this in the bag, and with the cluster charges still being in effect, that would be more than enough to destroy a lot of utilities in towards the side, and that would force Team Uvu on a separate location, which is in fact they won't be able to provide a lot of lines of sight immediately, but they don't know Sheriff's info. Oh, Drish gets it. A good angle, and just like that, he'll just fall back to the side safely. And with Uvu, knowing that they've succeeded in wasting a lot of time in a 2v3 situation, Phalanx, they've got to do something about this.
That they do. As Gathered Audacity taking damage, trying to get into the site. Unaware of that line of sight at first, but they are now. Devastating finds Drish in the meanwhile. Not sure what the Malusi was trying to do, but caught in a cross. Dagger watching from just outside the site. Ragnar taking so much damage right now, trying to contest. Guy with Audacity comes in and just completely cleans house. And never mind, Ragnarok gets the final kill nonetheless. The fuse was actually down. I didn't notice that just a second ago, so apologies for that, folks. I thought it was an actual 2v1 there that the mute had to clutch with so little HP. But again, Team Uwu, a bit messy from them, I will admit, but they managed to win out the round nonetheless. 2-1. And they are going to be going towards trophy statuary in this round, as is the case. You've won Dining, you've won Aviator. No team really goes to library other than Hunter's LFO. So trophy statuary is the final site of choice here. And interestingly enough, Hussein has picked the Sense, but I feel like that's just going to be a bait and switch in the, of course, the attacker repick.
Yeah, it will be a bait and switch. And I'm pretty sure Kali and Sense wouldn't help in certain situations, although there may be some implications where it could be helpful for them to, destroy some of the important utilities like the mute jammers. You even have the banshee deterrents, which would be useful for the Kali's ability to destroy most of that important utilities. But more than that, the sniper rifle, you need to be pretty accurate around it. And when you have Team Uvu, who is just specializes in quick peaks and a lot of peaks, which does not favor for Kali at all, then things would not look as fairly as you'd expected it to be. But on the other hand, Team Uvu, despite them losing control on the site, I think the main reason why Uvu did end up winning most of those situations is mainly because Phalanx didn't had any a proper drone present on the site. They mainly did use those drones to find out some of the certain roamers, and they did succeed. They did succeed in removing DZ and Malik, I believe. They had the vertical lines of sight from the breach charges. The IQ had constant information on Pulse's location, mainly because he was using the monitor scan. I mean, the scanners, and because of that, the Pulse couldn't use a lot of his utilities to give information that it did end up favoring for Phalanx. On the bright side, you could say that they had second floor control. The entirety of second floor control was at the hands of Phalanx, mainly because of Hussein bringing in the IQ. The scanners, not only did it detect a lot of important utilities, but it also helped the Fuse to place those cluster charges in a way that it could benefit Team Phalanx to proceed towards the site. But the main problem of it is that they forgot to check out towards laundry, and because of that, losing the element of
Defenders,
surprise, I
protect
mean
your
having
bombs
the
from
element
being
of
defused by
surprise
attackers.
in the favor for Team Uvu, they did ended up getting the win. So round number 4 is a go, with Team Uvu being the ones currently in the lead. They're heading off to defend on second floor trophy slash statuary room. This will be the first time that they're going to be playing in this site, in a match against Team Phalanx. As of now, they've only played second floor AVG, first floor kitchen on round number 1, 2 and 3, and now they just decided to defend on trophy and statuary room. So hopefully this should at least help them in securing the round. But
10
when
seconds
you
left
saw
before
Team
insertion.
Phalanx just always pushing towards second floor master bedroom, I'm pretty sure that they would do
5
the
seconds
exact same
left
thing on round
before
number 4
insertion.
too. So what do you think about it, Jack? Would you see Team
Attackers are
Phalanx push
moving
the
out to locate
same
a bomb
thing
and defuse
over
it.
and over again, or would they make a different approach? I guess
Well,
we have
that's
our answer
something
here, Jack.
different already. Yeah. Okay. Not exactly sure what happened to DC right there, but yeah, there goes your Oryx. DZ's not exactly having the perfect start to this match. And that's a very big first kill to take as well. That's going to put the enemy team already in a 4v5 situation, which means you will have to fight even harder than usual when they want, and of
A
course,
bomb has
to
been
win
located.
this map, I should say, excuse me. As the Gemini comes in, there comes the Osa's shield to break open the windows and to just put extra pressure onto these attackers right now. Shots fired. Hussein gets Drish. The shield was actually taken back, and Drish, unfortunately, seems to have fallen for it, peeking the window, getting shot out as a result. Hussein now in the closet. As we have more shots fired, guy with audacity gets Malik. This is big right now. 2v5, and Team Uwu are very much on the back foot.
Yeah, only 2 players left, and currently 2 of them are in the site. One of them in Astro Stairs, one of them in second floor trophy. They have absolutely no control on the site whatsoever. A lot of damage being dealt around and devastating. He wants to contest this. He wants to push all the way from the stairs. But Dagger, he still stays alive. But the same thing cannot be said for for Ragnarok. He goes down. Post plant is in. Dagger, no way in or out, only 10 HP, and
Attackers
with
are
it, he needs
activating
to
bomb
contest
diffuser.
and find a killer 2 for him to succeed. But no, not gonna happen. Flawless round for Phalanx, as they will succeed round number 4, as they made the same push for the past 4 rounds. Not a single time did I see them push towards study room. Nor did nor did we get to see them push from trophy window. They just spawned from fountain. They just repelled in from the window side of second floor master bedroom, and they just entered into the building 4 times. And the main question I have to ask for Uvu is, how did they not expect this? 4 times you saw Team Phalanx do the same exact push on attack, and Uvu, they did not expect it to see this.
I mean, yeah, They very clearly did not. I don't really know how you wouldn't expect it. They've been pushing Master Bedroom the entire time. And sure, it's different for different sites, right? When it comes to second floor aviator games room or first floor dining, excuse me, you would push Master Bedroom, right? At the end of
Attackers
the
need to
day.
locate and
But
defuse as many bombs as they can.
you know, the site of a statutory games room also needs a bedroom push, and it's the same push as well. Clear out the window, go in through closet, clear out bathroom and bedroom, and yeah, just push in. Right, that's what they did. That's all they did. I'm trying to figure out on something to say that might make it seem different, but really it's not. You're 100% correct, Baba. Phalanx have just done the same push time and time again,
10
and
seconds
for
left.
whatever reason, have you? Uwu has just
5
fallen for
seconds
it.
to
They've
insertion.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't really
Attackers
know. We're back
objective
to
is to
second floor
locate a bomb and
AVG
defuse
once
it.
again on this
Don't tell me they
site.
spawned
Round
on
number five,
Fountain
of
again.
course. I think they did. I'm not seeing anybody towards ruins. I'm not seeing anybody towards the gate.
Yeah, they
Yep, they
spawned on
spawned
Fountain
fountain,
again.
and it is a master bedroom push once again. No one towards study, no one towards first floor, at least for the time being. We've got the OSA once again. If this works out, then I don't know what I'll do.
I mean, this time if Uwu falls for the same trap once again, that this would not look too good from the defensive end. This time, at least, you have some holdouts being made from the main stairs. And Team Phalanx, yet again, they're making the same push this time on second floor master bedroom. And they want to go all the way to get some minor information all the way to a second floor landing,
A bomb has
not
been
being able to
located.
get control on Astro stairs, in which exactly where Ragnarok is. And Ragnarok knows exactly what is happening. Does he know that there is one player, Hussein, who is all the way towards Astres? Yes, even the attack drone knows exactly where Ragnarok's positioning is, but still Malik ends up getting a kill. Ragnarok, he gets a kill, even with the drone! No! No, Phalanx! Oh no, they had it in the bag and somehow it just slipped away. Phalanx! Oh no, this is. Mm. I have no words. I have nothing to say at this point, Jack.
Call it call it fifth time's a charm, I guess. Because every other time they've pushed here, right? It's always come down to like a 2v2, 3v2, 1v2, all that stuff. And the remnants of Phalanx managed to push up. And okay, Dagger, not exactly sure what was going on through the Alibi's head there, but gets shot out by the Finka, devastating back again in a familiar position. Shots fired towards them as they get rid of the Banshee, trying to clear out 90 in the meanwhile. Shots being fired from there, flashbang out. That should keep the operator from pushing up too forward, and DZ again losing the gunfight, but here they come from the red stairs and from the main door of Aviator. Ragnarok securing that kill. It's now all down to devastating the last one standing. Flashbang being sent through the drone hole of the site. Interesting decisions there. But Drish and the mute, I believe that's Ragnarok, coming around with a crossfire onto 90 and securing the kill for Team Uwu, securing the round in the process. 3-2. And Uwu could very well make this a 4-2 first half, go into their attack half with a pretty strong lead because they need that momentum. Even with this last round, man, they have had issues with getting overly aggressive. Phalanx are playing pretty patiently, all things considered. And Team Uwu need to just sit back for just a second and just reconsider how they want to push this site. Well, defend, I should say, but yeah.
All right. They even had info on Ragnarok's whereabouts. That's the only main reason why I was shocked to see that Hussein couldn't get that fight right. He could have just casually just pre-fire all the way towards the stairs, mainly because they had the attack drone. Ragnarok was constantly being watched, and somehow Phalanx loses it. Hmm, that is. I have no words. I don't know what is happening from Phalanx's end, but clearly this is not looking too good from their end. Uvu, on the other hand, they're having the time of their lives, especially from DZ and Daggers and DZ and Malik, who's been playing a lot of Rome as
Attackers
of
need to
now,
locate and defuse bombs.
and he is doing an excellent job at it too. 10 kills per devastating, because mainly he's usually the last man standing out of all of those rounds. But now, hopefully, on the side, first floor, kitchen and dining room, this was the side where Team Phalanx had greater control on second floor, and I expect them to do the same. And even though if they do spawn on Fountain again, it's all right. They could, I mean, that's exactly what you're supposed to do on first floor side itself, so I can understand that. They just need second floor control, which is not at all difficult for Phalanx to get it, mainly because Hussein had an IQ at that end, and he's going to bring in the IQ yet again on the site because he knows that the site is on
5
first floor.
seconds left
So they're going to
before
do the
insertion.
same strategy as they did in round number 3, and this time they're going to make
Attackers'
sure that they
objective is to
would
locate
not
a bomb and defuse
that
it.
they would not have any 2 cents.
Well, let's see how Team Uwu decides to play out this round. Phalanx, are they going to go for the 6 times the charm of second floor bedroom takes? We're going to have to wait and see. It seems like that is going to be the case, but one attacker is actually towards the first floor laundry door, so there could be potentially 1 point of difference here. Devastating, mind you. I just looked over at the views. 10-3
A bomb has been
in
located.
5 rounds so far. I'm not counting 6th yet because they haven't quite, either got the kill or taken anyone out or been taken out just yet.
Oh no,
So once that
Malik.
happens, we'll get the
Attackers have
final
located a bomb.
tally. Malik could actually get someone here. C4 maybe? Yes, it is deployed, but yes, smart decision to go back to the Paul says, oh, beautiful shot by Dresh, finding Devastating, who was trying to set up the upside down rappel. That's a big drop right there. 10-4 for Devastating, so no more kills in the round, and that fuse being gone means a lot of utility in the site is going to remain in place. They still have 9 breach charges, mind you. Hercules with 3, Sherry with 3, and Hussein playing the IQ with 3 as well. So utilities are still in danger. As a C4 has been spotted, is it going to be taken out? No. Oh, no, never mind. It is. And more utilities as well as Drish goes down to Sherry. In the meanwhile, makes it a 4v4.
Yeah, denial of utilities is working out well for Phalanx, but the same thing cannot be said on second floor control. Although they did succeed in removing Dresh out of that place, she gotta be careful. Malik, oh, an aggressive attempt. He ends up winning it, and so does Ragnarok by taking out Sherry. Meanwhile, Dagger gets picked out quite early in the round. Actually, not quite early, amidst in that middle of the gunfight. 2v3, they start to lose a lot of players, but Hussein is still alive. Could be able to make a lot of plays, especially with the commando weapon. Since he's been detected from the pulse's cardiac sensors, it would be difficult for him to get that kill. Hussein, can he get it? No, he still has the breach charges that would at least help them open up good amount of lines of sight and force the defenders out on a different place. And Hercules is currently the one who has the diffuser in hand, and now they're just playing for time. 35 seconds, and Team Phalanx, they are still trying to figure out a way to get into the building first.
Well, I mean, they're already in the building, but primarily into the site. 2 players remaining. But wait, one is actually in the site. That seems like it's the ace, but unaware of these cross angles. Never mind, Hercules just turns around and shoots Malik dead. That's a big kill right there. Makes it a 2v2, and Hussein is still alive with full HP as he finds one more. There goes Ragnarok, and it's all up to the Frost DZ. The last one standing. Plant is happening. Frost will not be killed just yet. There we go. Hussein manages to get it, and is that a 2v4 that we just saw unfold? Yes, it was, folks. Again, Team Uwu just losing gunfights, not confirming when they really should, and losing the rounds as a result. A pause request will come in as we now go into the second half. 3-3 with Phalanx going into the defense. This looks like a very close game indeed. And Phalanx, given everything so far, might actually be able to pull ahead here if Team Uwu do not get their bearings together.
6 rounds did we see Team Phalanx spawn towards Fountain, but there were some certain situations where at least one of the attackers did spawn from the ruins, where at least equalizing to a 3-3 scoreline for the teams. But for Uvu, though, they're the ones on attack in the second half, and since this is a map being picked by Team Phalanx, things will not look as sunshines and rainbows, as I'd like to call it, especially from Team Uvu. Mainly because Team Phalanx did the same thing 6 times and they did ended up winning 3 of them. So, although they were a bit predictable, Uvu didn't read the amount of plays that Team Phalanx were doing on most of the rounds, and they didn't try to play to it accordingly. Especially on the first side kitchen, second floor, actually, no, first floor kitchen side, second floor trophy, and AVG. All three of the side has been, pegged from both Uvu and Phalanx, and they did one all both of them. It just usually ended up in challenging gunfights in which Uvu had a lot of problems and Phalanx did eventually did adapted to it accordingly. So now the second half being in play, we will see Uvu on attack. The site will be on second floor aviator slash games room. Now we will see some changes in the operator picks from Phalanx specifically with Hussein bringing in the Goyo. The Vulcan shields could be used the Vulcan sheets would be used to block the drone hole towards the wall's side, but if they have like an explosive utility, they could just easily destroy it and gain access. But you could say that Goyo could be played like a mini mute at that time, blocking drones, not giving them info towards the side, but it can also be used to deny a lot of time for the attackers to get into the building. So you got to place that Vulcan shield in the right place, especially on second floor AVG. Vulcan shield, pop it, 20 seconds denial, and that would be more than enough for Team Phalanx on defense to reposition themselves back when they realize that the whole site is compromised. That's how great those Vulcan shields are. But both, if you have to compare with both Goyo and Smoke, both of them has fair share of ups and downs. So Vulcan shield, of course, this will be a heavy change factor to it accordingly, but it also needs to depend on how much time does the Romans can waste a lot of time in the early rounds, especially from Guide Audacity and Sherry. So if they waste a lot of time and if they force the attackers to be on 30 seconds left, then those Vulcan
Attackers need
shields
to
will be
locate
of
and
great
defuse
value.
as many bombs as they can.
All right, second half, round number 7, Team Wu on the attack. And looking at it, yeah, they're going to have pretty much the same overall lineup, the only difference being the Hibana being brought in from Malik and the Ace as well. I mean, of course, we had Ace from Phalanx's side as well, but I don't think we saw much of a Hibana, so that's interesting. And on the other side, like Baba mentioned, the Goyo with the Vulcan canisters being in play this round. This should be pretty interesting as to where and when those canisters will be in place. Already one has been put down. The other, I think, will be used towards this side of the map, which is, of course, bedroom statuary, just to allow for a little bit of cover in this part of the map. There we go. Bedroom door blocked off with flames for at least 20 seconds or something like that. It's a long time, basically, that those Vulcan shields can sit there. Vulcan canisters, excuse me, can sit there and just flame off in area 4. And that's something for the attackers to, of course, note. Mind you, they can be triggered by just about anything. Even attacker utility clear can make those Vulcans pop off. And that, of course, means, again, area blocked for an exceedingly long amount of time. Sherry, gotta be careful. There's a drone maybe potentially coming the way of the Melusi, which might give away their position as DZ wants to go for the jump in on this art studio side. They know that there might just be somebody there, and the drone's going to go in towards Piano. Just taking away that position. There you go. Lucy will be forced out of Piano all the way out towards red stairs as well. As we have a bit of a, no early confrontations just yet, other than the shots that we just saw fired. And Hussein taking damage, grenades from below. This is what we were talking about with the Nook, right? Grenades from below are so powerful, but not today. No bodies have been dropped just yet.
Still got to be careful from the defenders, but DZ on the other hand, he gets away with a kill, and that too from devastating almost a second, but Hercules denies it all the way from main stairs. And now we will see Team Phalanx getting control of the situation with Uvu losing both DZ and Dagger on attack. Still having issues from opening up the walls towards second floor ABG, and Hussein, he gets another. This time taking out Ragnarok. you could say that Phalanx are looking good when it comes to the defensive hold, but can they deny the grenade cook from Drish? No. The saying goes out. 3v2. You could say that Uvu, they are having a lot of issues just to get in towards the side itself. At least on the bright side, they've at least succeeded in opening up lines of sight, and this will provide a bit of a confusion. Oh, Hercules. He gets it at the right time from main stairs, which means that Malik, he is the last man standing. He needs to find 3 players in a 35 seconds. Finding all 3 players would be tough, but he still gets one. That's Sherry out of the board. She needs to find the second. And Guy with Audacity, you have multiple angles to challenge, but he loses that too. 1v1, and Hercules arrives at the right time. Jesus. Almost too close for Malik to clutch a 1v3, but in the end, Hercules arrived at the right place at the right time to give Phalanx the win. 4-3 will be the score line. And in round number 8, there's a lot of close calls happening from both these teams here, Jack.
That is true. That is true. There is a lot of very close rounds between these two teams. And I'm pretty sure both Phalanx and Uwu are wondering what's causing them to go as close as this. Phalanx, of course, wants to walk away with the win as soon as possible. And Uwu, on the other side, they'll be wondering that they took Hunters all the way to map 3 max OT. And yet here they are struggling against Phalanx in the lower bracket. Seems like something might be off for Team Uwu today, as they have to put more rounds on board. They have lost the lead for the first time in the match. They've lost that lead. Phalanx on the defense will be very hard to beat because it's Villa, after all, a very defender-heavy map as well. Just plenty of cover, plenty of corners that you have to constantly check, plenty of flank routes as well. That's why the Nomad ban comes into play, right? Because of those flanks, those corners, those areas that the Nomad can just air jab off, and you don't have to worry about them anymore. Well, guess what? You do now. Azami, on the other hand, defenders, of course, not being able to put the Kiba barriers to use, doesn't seem like it's going to be too much of a difficulty spike for the defenders, because they are able to navigate and coordinate around Villa's defensive structure pretty well, all things considered. And, Team Uwu, in the meanwhile, on the attack, well, they're gonna have to wonder what may or may not be going wrong here. Production's having a very fun time because I said spike up the difficulty. That's just a normal thing to say, folks. I'm definitely not referring to anything else in the world. Like spikes on the ground, right? Or I don't know, spikes on top of spears,
or maybe a gridlock
or Legion
spike.
Legion goo mines. Yeah, they've got spike needles,
Gridlock
right?
spikes.
They're spiked with Gridlock's track stingers are spikes. So that's just a general thing. I don't know why production.
Yeah, I mean, what's funny about it is
backside off over that. But
I mean, it's even funny mainly because of Gridlock using track stingers on the operators, but not on vehicles. Although the whole lore consists of Gridlock, when it comes to mainly the track stingers are mainly used for removing the tires out, right? Just puncturing the tires. Who knew that in a game of Rainbow-Six-Siege we'd use it to deny roamers, out of all things? But
I mean, yeah, it's almost as bad as stepping on Legos. Okay, so it's a pretty useful gun.
Imagine that we'd have a Gridlock elite with Lego stepping on it.
Now that
you'd have Legos all over from the stairs. You'd have Legos all over the main stairs. Oh yeah. Run out of 10 from Hercules all the way towards Fountain. The only difference is, can he get it? Oh, almost.
Nearly.
Almost he gets it, but Hussein gets two. That's a double run out. Second for master bedroom and all the way from basement pantry. Yeah. That's a warden who gets away with 2 kills like that. Distraction and succession, which would end up Team Phalanx end up getting 2 kills.
Deception 100. Right there. You know? Like, the Mozzie was the distraction. And you turn around and then you see the warden up above on the bedroom balcony. Like, yeah, we knew that you were going to try to outsmart the run out, but we outsmarted, you're outsmarting. Get outsmarted. Now, Dagger trying to line up a grenade throw. There we go. Straight into the site. Won't get anything. Well, it does blow up. I think a couple pieces of utility might have gone out. In the meanwhile, production's having a real fun day today. As yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see as to how Team Wu reacts to this. RC Rotera being sent in, but there's a mute jammer in the area. Ragnarok didn't even know where that was, and thus the Rotero was lost to the bullets of the enemies. Hussein gets another. Really, no stopping this warden here today. Where are you looking at, Mozzie? As Hercules goes down. But Dagger's in a pretty awkward position right now, and there you go. No pistoling your way out of this one. Sherry gets one more, and Hussein goes in for the quad, clocking in 4 kills this round, as it was an absolute steamroll of a round from Team Phalanx.
Yep. Like a true gentleman, we get to see Hussein end up getting 4 kills. I mean, because he's the warden after all. But this will prove to give Team Phalanx a huge lead here, folks. 5-3, and they require just 2 more round wins to determine their first map win on Villa. Although Phalanx had a lot of problems in the first map, with all the difficulties and such, they did ended up getting good amount of advantage on the second half itself. They won 2 rounds on defense. And now we see gridlock being brought around from Drish's end. Although it will be, there's high likely a chances that it will be changed from the attacker's repick itself. So it doesn't really matter even if they do pick some certain operators, it'll just usually get swapped off by a different one. But for the defenders, though, these 5 operators will be fixed, which means that for defenders, they still have to make do with certain operators they just locked in. So Thunderbird, it will help for especially for players on second floor, and Pulse Sherry will be giving ample amount of information from the Pulse cardiac sensors, Mute with the jammers, Castle with the denial with the help of his armor panel, and also last but not the least, you have the denial ADSs from Hercules. So for the attackers, you don't see a presence of frag grenade being shown around, but maybe they'll use it. Maybe they'll use a fuse, just like how Phalanx did when they were on attack and picking the side on first floor dining. And technically, Phalanx, although they had a lot of issues on first floor dining, the main difference was Hussein was the one who was bringing in the IQ, which means they had constant information on Pulse's whereabouts. They knew exactly where those C4s were present. But if Ubu decides to not bring in the IQ, then that means they're just running in blind, and they have to rely on attack drones to give them constant information on Pulse's whereabouts. So unless and until if they don't remove the main informative operator, Sherry, then Team Phalanx have got this under the bag.
I mean, the way it's going, yeah, you could say that. Phalanx are very, very close to just closing it out here and now. And they just might, all things considered. There's not much stopping them at this point because Team Wu just seems to fall apart at the first instance of any kind of, you know, opposition, as it were, from the side of the enemy team.
Attackers need to
But there we go. Round number 9 is going to be in play. It's going to be dining and kitchen from the side of the defense. No real surprises there. Like we said before, nobody likes to go to, of course, first floor library. And yeah, the library and living room just, again, it's one of those sites that nobody likes, nobody wants to play, except if you're Hunter's LFO, and then every team just kind of falls to the wayside because they don't know how to defend on that site. At the end of the day, it is what it is. But, okay, I can see that the counter on top, right below the round count, is actually a little bit wrong there. For whatever reason, it's saying a 4v5. It's not, but I guess we'll just have to continue with the round as normal. All the players are here. We've got a castle in play. This is definitely quite interesting, as we did not see any castles from Team Wu when they came to first floor dining not too long ago. And yeah, we'll have to see how it allows for any kind of coordinated play and all that stuff. You know, funneling the attackers into these important positions. I'm having that problem today again, folks, of losing my train of thought just a bit too easily. But hey, it is what it is. Round 9 in action phase. Now, where are Phalanx going to attack from? That is my question. We've got one on the pantry window already. We've got pantry wall about to be breached, but they need to get rid of the meat jammer that's there. Malik will be requesting assistance for that. We have the Buck on second floor along with Zofia as well. So there's a little bit of variation in where things are going to be happening from, as the impact EMP is used and the breach will be done on the pantry wall. Sherry C4 finds Dagger.
Well, there you have it. Just like I said,
Attackers have dropped the
they
bomb
have the
diffuser.
information from the cardiac sensors, and with the C4 will claim one of the players, and that would be the Zofia. Not a good way for Team Uwu to be losing some certain situations, but in the end, they will still get the control on second floor nonetheless, mainly because they didn't had any roam presence being shown around, and now Ragnarok will not waste any time to use a skeleton key to open up vertical lines of sight. The main problem of it all is that they have lost one of the players, which means that Team Phalanx will still use the C4s. They still have one more. I believe one of the C4 is still pre-placed. So if Ragnarok gets caught out while using his skeleton key, then this will be a huge danger factor for Uwu. But for now, we don't see Team Phalanx just using it just yet. They're just mainly prepping things off. They have good amount of cover. Second C4. Oh no. This is what happens when you don't have proper information. And IQ would have at least helped Team Uwu to indicate and detect exactly where Pulse's location is. Another C4. No! Oh, three C4s, 3 kills, and Phalanx didn't even use a single bullet. Except some shotguns to get some of the kills, but Malik in the end will still get one. Taking out Hussein, but the damage has been done. 40 seconds. Team Uwu, they lost a lot of ground control.
That they definitely have. And Team Uwu once again just falling by the wayside. Sherry getting Malik. It's all down to TZ in a 1v4, make that 1v3, but they got to find 3 more operators in this position, in this situation. And it's going to be so difficult coming in through Laundry. They've got plenty of straight line of sights to worry about, and the Pulse will come around from Memorial Room. Gets the kill, and is that Team Phalanx now on map point? Yes, it is, folks. It is right now. A 6-3. Uwu in the second half have not taken a single round, constantly falling prey to what is Villa standard on the defense. It seems like they don't have any response for what we are seeing from the side of Phalanx.
No response at all. For a moment there, I thought we could have seen, Team Uwu just try to remove the information operator first, but like I expected on round number 9, that's exactly what happened. 3 C4s, 3 kills. They didn't use a single bullets except for the shotguns to make, angles and entryways for the defenders. You saw an extended hold being made from Memorial Room. You even had the armor panels being placed from the piano room itself. So the entire first floor was uncontested, which was easier for Phalanx to determine and understand exactly what U was making out. And apparently, they just did the same push that Team Phalanx did. Spawn from fountain, enter in towards the windows of second floor master bedroom, and next thing you know, they just got blown out to smithereens by 3 of the finest C4s from the side of the defenders. And now, the side being on second floor aviator and games room, we will still get to see Team Phalanx have the same operators, the Vulcan Shield, the Melusi's Banshee Deterrence. Yes, of course. I was trying to think about what the name of the Melusi's gadget was, but all in all, it's still the same. There's no difference except from Uwu's end, as Drish brings in the IQ. Although IQ wouldn't be helpful a lot on on the second floor, but at least it'll help them detect exactly where most of the utilities are, from the jammers, the ADS, the holograms, and also the Banshee deterrence. But all that IQ needs to do is to ensure that the whole first floor control should be theirs. So Uwu needs to expect some resistance being made from Guy with Audacity or from Sherry's end. But all in all, if Uwu cannot break this curse of winning their attack rounds, of losing their attack rounds in the second half, then we would see Team Phalanx claim map number 1. And I know you guys are all wondering why are we still stuck in the loading screen, mainly because of the loading screens. It just brings me it just brings me memories back in
Attackers need to
year
locate and
2,
defuse
year
as many
3,
bombs as they
maybe
can.
on Operation Blood Orchard. No, actually, on like when was like what is the name of the title when Hibana and Echo was released. Operation Red Crow.
That's
Yes,
a Red
it
Crow
gave
you're
me.
thinking about, yes.
Yes, that was Operation Red Crow was where I played Rainbow Six Siege for the first time. So yeah, that it actually gave me those memories back, you know. But in the end, we're back. Match point 6-3, and Phalanx, they are here to claim map number 1. Will it happen or will Uvu bring it back? We're about to find out
10
in second
seconds
floor
left.
AVG.
6-3 for Phalanx. They are very much in the lead right now, as Uwu are just struggling on the attack. Phalanx at least took a 3-3 on the first half, right? Going into defense second. I think Team Uwu opting to go for defense first might have been a bit of a mistake. And they're going to have to look towards border with hopeful eyes if they want to walk away with a potential, even, of continuing their run in the Pro Series Fall Edition. As in the meanwhile, we'll have to zoom back. There is still, at the very least, one more round to be played here, as Ragnarok will take a bit of damage to start things off. The Ying in play this round from Team Uwu. Sherry being very careful about anyone potentially going into Art Studio. One drone already taken care of by the militia, of course. That will mean that they know that there's somebody here, but Dagger gets the first kill nonetheless. That is Hussein down. Being watched from the Fox entry window. It's a pretty big kill, all things considered, as the Goyo will be off the board.
Bomb located by attacker.
With Goyo gone, Team Uvu can just focus on the site at hand. Knowing that those Vulcan shields are still present, it will be detected, but Trish, on the other hand, gets to be dealt a lot of damage. I believe that was all the way towards the second floor, on the second floor 90s angle, where the place where Mute eventually did dealt a lot of damage. All in all, the push will happen, and Hercules gets over with 2 kills! DZ and Ragnarok, both of them are down. That's exactly what
no
Phalanx
way.
requires. 1 kill for Gaudacity. Dagger goes out, and just like that, we see players slowly starting to fall apart. It's just Malik left in a 1v4. He still gets 1, but he still needs to find 3 more players on the side of Team Phalanx, which will be a difficult task. And now Phalanx, my goodness, first half wasn't working out too much, and now we see Team Phalanx win 3 rounds on defense back to back without losing a single round on defense. And now it's 1v3 Malik. Oh no, the flashbang. You know, for a moment there I thought he was going to get teleported back to Skyrim, but you know, he's still back in the game.
Going back into the first floor, I think they want to go up the red carpet stairs, and there's nobody in that region of the map, so that is a pretty safe, thorough way to go up. The problem is there's barbed wire, but it doesn't give away Malik's position, not just yet. Slowly walking, right about now. There we go, shots are fired. They know where the Flores is now. Shotgun's approaching. Wait, okay, that was an SMG-11, but the knife. Okay, never mind. Attempted hip fire right there from the from the Mute. But the knife comes out as both players went prone, and then one decided, I don't want to lie down anymore. Gets the final kill. And with that, it's a 7-3, folks. Phalanx will win map numero uno, as they will take the 1-0 lead on their map pick as well. A little bit unfortunate for Team Uwu, as their overall plays left a lot to be desired, I guess. I think we can all agree on that front. And they will definitely need to improve going into Border. Border is their map pick, mind you. So we will definitely have a lot to see from them there. But the question is, how far will they be able to push it? Because given their performance here today, at least in map number 1, I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah, for Phalanx's attack, though, you could say that they were very predictable for the past 6 rounds, and Uvu not being able to read it is a lot more worse than you'd think. Second half, of course, Team Phalanx had no problem dealing with Uvu's attack coordination, mainly because they understood what kind of spawns that they're going on to, especially with the distractions from both the Mozzie and the Hussein. Both of them did ended up getting 2 kills at the early rounds, and they kept continuing the aggression, which in fact did ended up getting most of the kills in the second half, not being able to lose a single round on defense. Let's take a look at the highlights as well and talk about the entire match of what happened in the first half. It was a 3v3. Phalanx, although map Villa is their strongest map pick, doesn't mean that they're looking very confident on attack itself. You see the same pushes being made for the past 6 rounds, in which Uwu didn't recognize the proper pattern. They didn't decide to go for, an aggressive peak, run out, spawn peak, nothing. They just decided to wait for the attackers to get control on second floor master bedroom, and they did eventually ended up getting a lot of kills in the process. Round number one, on the other hand, they almost got the win, but mainly with devastating ended up getting that, winning that out of nowhere 1v1 gunfight win. Even I'm also speechless when that shot happened. But although, even though you could say that it was a fluke, in the end Uvu did manage to win a lot of defensive rounds. The same thing cannot be said on attack too, because on Villa, Uvu, it's they were looking out of sight, out of mind. They could not try to figure out exactly what kind of situation that they're in. First floor dining and living room was not at all perfect from the side of Team Uvu. They got C4 3 times in a row, mainly because they had constant information from Pulse's cardiac sensors, and they had absolutely no idea on how to counter them. And of course, even if Pulse keeps playing around the first floor, Thatcher could have at least helped them, but since Thatcher has been banned, they could at least rely with at least, the EMP impacts that could have at least denied some of the abilities. But it requires proper timing. It requires the proper range, which could have been used by, using the vertical lines aside. But it's very tough to do it. But nonetheless, not being able to find the counters properly did eventually lead to Uvu losing a lot of round on defense, and Phalanx, they will end up winning map number one, 7-3 on Villa.
At the end of the day, Team Wu will not be happy about their performance. Joke as they might in the chat banter that we were seeing throughout the game, it was not a good game for them in total. 6-10 to Dagger, 73% there on the KOST as well. Ragnarok 6-8. Malik clearly head and shoulders above, 11-8 with an 80%. But of course, the one that everyone will be looking at is the Phalanx scorecard. Devastating 13-7. Sherry 10-7. Hussein 10-7. 93% KOST to devastating as well. So all around, very good player for this map. And of course, O2, unfortunately dying first twice, not really entry frag much from that player. But Hussein 2-3 on the entry frag and a 10-7, 73%. Pretty good plays all around. Hercules 8-7, 87%. And of course, Guy with Audacity pretty much on support for the entirety of the game, 4-8, 80%. And that was still a pretty good performance overall from the side of Team Phalanx. Not so much from Uwu, who unfortunately will be going into border 0-1 down and very much feeling the pressure when it comes down to this matchup. Again, they don't have any SA National Qualifier points. So if they lose here and get eliminated today, folks, well, then they will absolutely not have any chance of qualifying, so to speak. I mean, without any punts, obviously, how can you qualify? But you're going to need a minimum of 2, of course, and that means they'd have to win today and at least get to lower bracket round 2. But we'll have to see whether or not they're able to border map number 2. That map is going to be very important for this team, as Phalanx will be very happy to just have walked away with the 7-3 right now. They'll want to make border their own as well, but we know that Uwu is really, really good on border. They really took Hunter's LFO all the way till the end on that map. So we'll have to see as to how border pans out between these two teams, folks. It's sure to be a very exciting second map as well, a second map worth of action and a lot of suspense, I believe, that is on the cards for both of these teams. Again, if you're a fan of Team Uwu, I'm pretty sure you're very, very nervous right now. I'm pretty sure so are the players, but we'll see the results of border after this short break. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft. Excuse me, they're supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner logo. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are back for the Phalanx and Team Uwu game for map number 2. We've had the first map already, and that was a 7-3 for the side of Team Phalanx Uwu. Now looking at Border, trying to steady the ship as they are 0-1 down and under a lot of pressure.
Yes, indeed, especially with the first results on Map Villa, Team Phalanx did end up winning it out on a 7-3 scoreline, where Team Uwu had only won 3 rounds on defense. So on map number 2 Border, which in fact is a map being picked by Team Uwu, Team Phalanx, although the coast is clear on the first map, doesn't mean the coast would be clear on the second map too. So they got to give it their all, and especially for Team Uwu, they've lost a lot of momentum in the first half. Hopefully that does not, you know, hinder a lot on map Border itself. So let's see what will happen. And if Team Uwu does succeed map number 2, we might see Skyscraper being in play here. But will that be a possibility? We're about to find that out in just a moment or so here.
That we are indeed. Border is going to be a very interesting game. I think we can all agree on that one, folks, because this overall Border is still a slight unknown variable in SA Siege. I mean, it's been played a while. As we go into the match itself, folks, we're not going to be keeping you waiting here any longer. Let's go straight into map number 2. Border is a bit of an unknown variable, I say, because we've only really seen teams like Hunters and Mercenaries and Kira play them. Uwu is one of the few teams that is not part of that top 3 who are bringing out this map consistently. So we're going to see how they play and if they plan to bring this back, or any other team brings this map into the fold going forward from here, as the first ban from Phalanx is going to be the OSA.
Yep, there you have it. OSA ban once again. I mean, not once again. It's just OSA ban has been done from Phalanx's side, and a Nomad on the side of Team Uwu. Interesting bans coming in, especially on map Border, mainly because OSA's bulletproof shield is very powerful, especially when you breach the wall on second floor armory lockers. So, not being able to worry about those bulletproof shields would at least help the defenders to hold their ground. But to talk about the defensive bans, it will be the Valkyrie once again. Mira hasn't been banned just yet. Maybe we might see Phalanx go in for that decision, mainly because Mira has a very strengthened hold on any of those reinforcement walls. So removing one of the important operators would at least help the attackers to proceed with their push. But since Phalanx are the one on defense, they'll choose it for a different option, and they'll make a decision to ban Kaid this time, which means that the defenders should rely only on mutes jammers or maybe on bandit charges. That's the only thing that they can do at the moment, mainly because the Kaid's Electroclaw had the power of electrifying all 3 walls. But now, since it's been banned, they have to make do with other use of gadgets. Second for army lockers and archives will be the side, with Team Phalanx bringing in the Echo, Mute, and also Sherry back again with the Melusi. We've seen a lot of wall bank kills being made all the way from the Windows side of second floor archives. So maybe if we do see Sherry do the same thing again, just like we saw with him doing the same thing on map number 1, on the first match when they went up against Team Won't Stop Peaking. I believe we saw Sherry get 2 kills from that. I believe that's exactly what happened. So maybe we might see the same exact thing here. Maybe, maybe not. But we're about to find that out with the first round not being able to waste any time at all in the loading section here, folks. We are not going to waste any time and proceed with the round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Right, there you go.
Here
Round number
we
1
go.
is here. Second floor, Iron Lockers and Archives being the site.
Second floor armory, archives, and locker site of choice for both of our teams here in play, as Phalanx's defense seems like it's going to start off with the standard stuff that we come to expect in this map. Interestingly enough, though, no smoke. In place of that, Guy with Audacity has brought in the Echo for the deployable shield in the hallway, and Hercules and Hussein bringing the Jaeger-Womai denial combo. So, a couple of standard things, I guess, that is in terms of utility placement, and we have seen Echo work out a lot on this second floor armory site, so I'm not surprised that Echo's back Once again, the meat, of course, rounding things out along with the Melusi for denial and area denial, and of course, information denial for map and for, entry points. The Banshee is really good at just denying entry wherever possible. Devastating, going ham with the shotgun, opening, rotates wherever possible. The extension is in, and the round itself has begun in proper. I think that's a twist drone. Yes, Drish does have a twist drone in play that is going in and destroying any and all pieces of utility that it can get its hands on. Shots fired. Hussein really wants this first kill. Has to be careful, mind you. There's an attacker out there on East Stairs balcony. As Ragnarok tries to get in, but Hercules is there on the cross, who finds Ragnarok, and that's the first kill. Make that the second. Hercules is already starting things off with a bang.
Yeah, he's already protecting Hussein at that moment, and no, he missed the opportunity. Malik almost had the chance to remove Hussein out, but no, the timing just didn't felt right. And now we see Uvu not being able to go in for at least a single kill, which is going to put Uvu on a very bad spot. Their main focus was to ensure control on second floor archives, but maybe with the skill being made from Dagger, might be able to give at least some hopes and dreams. Reinforcements being made from Hercules because mainly they don't want to, give away that positioning just yet. Oh no, the gadget from the EMP gets catched out from the Wamai's magnet. But Malik is all the way towards that hallway, and maybe he could get the chance of removing Hussein. No. Hussein somehow stays alive from the main stairs, despite Malik's efforts all the way from main stairs. He missed 2 opportunities, Jack, and somehow Hussein is still alive, and even more dangerous since they're losing a lot of time.
That they are. Sherry finding DZ and Malik going down to Hussein. Ironically enough, is going to leave Dagger, the last one standing, gets the echo, but Hercules comes around and finishes the job. The one to get the first 2 kills of the round is also the one to finish off the round, as this first round will go pretty emphatically to Phalanx, as they seem to have a read on Team Uwu. Uwu on the other side, not the best of starts from them. Very shaky, a little bit disorganized, if anything. And they definitely need to clean that up if they want to turn things around here.
Yeah,
as we move into round number 2.
Yeah.
Ventilation room and workshop will be the site of choice on the first floor. And no real surprises right there. Although I will say teams do love to go to bathroom before they go to vents these days. So Phalanx going for the old border strats, as it were. And no real surprises, I guess. At the end of the day, if you want to really play quintessential border, it is quite nice to go to vents after armory. But with all that said, the Echo back in play. The Echo back in play this time from Phalanx. They seem to really like playing the Echo, understandably so. Those drones have a lot of intel gathering potential. And of course, we've got the MP5 SD, which is a pretty powerful gun. I don't think it ever had any sort of damage, like lower damage by default, because it kind of comes with the suppressor on default, right? So, yeah, suppressor changes won't really be affecting that gun. It still does 30 damage per bullet, but the fact that it is suppressed is always really nice to have. If you whiff your shots, your enemies won't really know where the shots came from, and you can maybe potentially sneak up on them, although Echo being a 3 armor, I'm not really sure if that's going to be happening anytime soon. A buck from Ragnarok is in play. DZ with the IQ as well. There's plenty of soft breach and plenty of utility denial with the Flores and the Twitch in tow as well. Oh dear me, the Rotero unfortunately going a bit too far on the jump. Disabled by the Meat Jammer. That means that utility will still be in play. So a little bit of a scuffed utility clearage from the beginning here by Malik. Shots are fired. Ragnarok goes down. No, Ragnarok takes damage. It's DZ who goes down. And, of course, Ragnarok takes damage as he takes down Hercules.
Yeah, at this point, you could see how Phalanx are just playing this wide, you know? You see one of them just holding out angles. They're just trying to get some information from the attack drones. The main problem of it all is that although they have some ground control in the first floor, the main goal for the attackers is to ensure that they have control of vertical lines of
Attackers have
sight.
dropped the bomb
Stings
diffuser.
being made from the shock drone as it would force Devastating to be in a different positioning. They're still mainly concerned on the window side of ventilation, so unless and until they have control on second floor, Team Uwu has no other choices but to brute force their way in all towards first floor workshop. But in order for that to happen, they still need control on detention. So currently they're doing just that. Detention control is in, so does Malik all the way towards the main site. There comes the first frag, not the second. Will it though? No, Guy's Audacity. The power of MP5 SD will prove to be efficient for him. A headshot. But in a 2v3 situation with Team Uwu still having a lot of problems getting control on the second floor, they're still opening up good amount of avenues, but it's still not enough. 2v1. Curiosity gets one more, and with a Drish needs to figure out a way to clutch this. Bearing 9, Guy's Audacity, not a lot of HP left, so it's best for him to reload the weapon, and Hussein just dropped down from the hatch of second floor and gets the final kill. Team Phalanx, they had no issues dealing with second floor. I'm not quite sure what is happening from Team Uwu's end, because especially on a map like Border, you'd usually get control on second floor first, right? And there is no contest being made either from the windows of archives nor from the walls. I just don't know what is happening from Uwu's end here, Jack.
It almost feels like their coordination seems to have just entirely fallen apart in these first two rounds. They just don't feel like they're there today. And overall, I feel like they're just, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. They just don't feel all that there today. They're just, something's off, and they're definitely not looking all that good from their end. We are now going to be going to the Bathroom Teller's site, and we're going to see exactly how the defense stacks up here. Of course, one of the best sites of Border, and we've got once again a fairly similar lineup, but this time we've got an alibi in play in place of the Malusi, and Sherry bringing out the castle, which of course is essential for this site. Redirect attackers to important positions, and of course shift things around as and when required, and open up some rotates, open up some lines of sight with that secondary shotgun as the Mute Devastating takes care of the reconstruction within the site. Plenty of reconstruction that can happen. You've got a deployable shield, you've got the denial from the Wamai and the Jaeger, plenty of things that can be used to turn the site into a very, very defendable area, and that is exactly what Phalanx is looking to do. As in the meanwhile, of course, Uwu, man, I'm not sure what's up with their attack, but they just have not had a good time of it in this map so far. Let's see, though. Map 3 could change the tide. Map 3, I say. Round 3. Excuse me for that.
Yeah, round three. Yeah, it happens, Jack. It happens. I mean, for me, I usually have a lot of confusions, and sometimes I mispronounce some of the words. Yeah, it usually happens. Good drone work, though, from DG's end. They have good information on place towards the fountain side, or does Jaeger know exactly where the drone is? No, he's currently looking at the walls as of now. For a moment there, I thought Hercules had idea on where the drone was, but you could say for Team Uwu, this is some good drone placements that's been happening around here. This would at least help them to give some vital info, but although they have information, they could not somehow focus on getting control on the sides, or maybe getting control on vertical that the defenders have already gained control from. So it's going to be a bit difficult for them to deal with. Pings are coming in, so does the calls from the Kebi. Hussein and Hercules, both of them are taking quite a lot of damage, and with the help of the Finker's Adrenal Surge, they'll be at least be able to get a lot of HP coming from out of it. Even the recoil has been reduced, mainly because of it. With DZ, on the other hand, they won't be able to get some good info out of it. West main stairs has been totally covered, so for Uwu, let's see what the reply is.
Secondary EMPs from the Dokebi as they're trying to get second floor control, but they're still having a tough time of it. The Jaeger is still here as the secondary hard breach from the Buck is going to be put down, and there we go, using that as cover. Hercules will go down as Ragnarok pushed straight out the door. But mind you, it took all of that to get the first kill, and they only have 60 seconds remaining. But clearing out these bodies. That might actually help them get into the site as Dagger goes on to find Devastating. The upside down repel. Hussein still hasn't cleared this. He really wants to, as you can tell, but he can't quite do it because of the fact that he's right next to this half wall. He'd have to vault it to be able to clear it out. But Guy with Audacity finds one nonetheless. Sherry goes down. Guy with Audacity has to know that there's an upside down repel here. Hussein gets Dagger as Drish finds Guy with Audacity. The plant is happening, but it's denied. And Hussein has control over the diffuser. All he needs to do is find the final two players. Do they know where he is? That is the question. The pings are out. They do seem to know. As Drish will want to go into the site. Shots are fired. And DZ from the back, using the line of sights in ventilation against Workshop, that is, against the defenders, gets the kill. It got way too close for comfort right there for Team Uwu. But they will bring one round in their favor, put themselves on the board finally, as we now move to round number 4.
Phalanx just slowly started to fall apart, especially when you saw Team Uvu gain control on second floor archives. Once they got to know exactly what they were supposed to do, and even when they did get only one player, they didn't had a lot of time left, right? They only had 1 minute, and somehow Team Uvu did ended up managing those crucial 60 seconds that it did end up giving them the win that they require. 1v3, although Hussein was all by himself, he did ended up taking out the diffuser, the fuse, which had led to the Dukebi falling back from the site. And even with the post plan not being in favor for Team Uvu, for a moment there I thought there was some hopes for Hussein, but not enough information for Phalanx did end up giving up the win for Team Uvu itself. So that's unfortunate. Sometimes it happens when it comes to the defenders not having any clue on the rest of the players' whereabouts, and plus
Attackers need
you
to
got to
locate
focus
and
on holding on
defuse
the
the remaining
side
bombs
without
before
having
securing.
any denials of impacts or C4s. And the only thing that you can protect yourself is from the utilities that the attackers are about to throw. That is the grenades, which will be caught out from the Mice magnet nades. But I think that would have helped Hussein a lot on those certain situations. And
Bomb
since he was all
located
by
by attackers.
himself, even the Bancon advantage was fairly in favor for Team Uvu. There was no other way for Team Hussein to be winning those gunfights, and it you could say that round was clearly one-sided. So
10 seconds left.
hopefully on round number 4, with some changes being made on the operator select, we see we see the Aruni, actually not the Aruni, the Azami
Attackers
being
are
brought out from
moving to
Hussein.
defuse the bomb.
the, Once again, Jack, the rhyming words that I get from the operators: Azami, Aruni, and then we have Amaru. Every letter starts from A. Ash, and then we
I
have
mean, I'll
yeah.
be honest with you. I still don't quite see where the confusion comes from, but I guess you won't have to worry about that anymore, Baba. As Hussein
Uh-huh.
will be taken out. Excuse me. The Azami no longer in play. That of course means that those Kiba barriers that would have been useful in the rest of the round will no longer be in
The
play. The
attacker's bomb
Monty
diffuser
definitely
has been
seems
dropped.
like it will be quite the tumble, or it will be providing quite the tumble as the C4 comes out, and a ton of damage to Thrish and Ragnarok. But they will be healed up thanks to the surge of the Finka. No real surprises there. Ragnarok, surprisingly, I don't think actually got the heal. I think he's standing in the range of a Mute Jammer, which might have stopped the nanomachines from coming into play, as devastating will be DBNO, and Malik's grenade will find Guy with Audacity. A sudden collapse, and it's all just one Montaigne who's just roaming around the
Attackers have
map.
recovered their
He's just
diffuser.
chilling around the place, and it's causing such a panic in the Phalanx side. It seems like an inspired choice when you really think about it. And there you go. Malik finds Sherry, and Hercules can't really do much about anything as Malik grabs a third kill. What even just happened to the side of Phalanx's defense? Really, just one Monty. That's all they changed. And Phalanx fell apart as Team Uwu equalizes it 2-2.
Hmm. Turns out they still want to bring in the Montaigne again. Ragnarok, he's not going to change the operator at all. In fact, Finka would still be in play from Dresh's end, and for the defenders, this will be a huge pain for them. Hussein, on the other hand, will bring in the Legion this time, and he's going to defend on first floor ventilation room slash workshop. I believe Echo will be having at least one of his deployable shields. Womai will have impact, so at least he'll be able to make good use of it by opening up an entryway or a rotate all the way from both the sides itself. But not quite sure what exactly happened on the previous round, especially for Phalanx. They just kept dropping like
Attackers need to
flies.
locate and defuse bombs.
First, you saw Montaigne entering in towards the building, like a pure mountain he is. Gives info, grenade kills, the instant wall breach happening from second floor armory lockers. Next thing you know, they're cornered. They don't have any other options but to fight head on. And since you have so many angles to clear away from, the timing, it wasn't favorable at all. Changes in the operator's picks, this time from Ubu's end, with Malik bringing in the fuse, DZ with the Ash.
10 seconds remaining.
So, where's the hard breach?
5 seconds
Where
to go.
I believe the hard breach will be present from the fuse's
I think
end.
it's gonna be
And Buck-
secondary hard breach. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, secondary
there
hard
you go.
breaches only. All right.
Yes,
Four
four
secondary hard
breaches.
breaches. All right. So, although they wouldn't have any problems on opening up the walls, they even have Ragnarok with the Bucks. So Skeleton Key will be very important to open up lines of sight. But more than that, although in order to get control on second floor, you've got to remove the players who are holding that side, right? So how are they going to deal with those? Knowing that you have 3 players on the side of Team Phalanx just placing their utilities. So what do you think is going to be the game plan from Ubu here, Jack?
It's a little hard to tell given everything, but we might be able to piece it together by looking at the operators and their relative positions. Well, I guess never mind. Drish is going to go down first, and that's a big kill as well, because that is, of course, the Finka gone. Cluster charges are going to be used up, the first one at the very least. But is it really going to do much? No, it will not. Hussein, unaware of the Bucks' position. Ragnar takes that kill, but Guy with Audacity immediately refrags and jumps down the stairs, retreating back to the site. Now, that's pretty good stuff right there from the side of the defense, knowing full well that any advantage they take is good. All they got to do is make sure that Phalanx never turns it around. Sherry found running around there by DZ, who goes down to devastating C4 immediately after. So there's this constant theme of immediate trades happening from the side of Team Phalanx here. And it will keep getting caught out by them. 3v2 now. It's still possible for them to win the round. Their original plan would have been just to breach second floor, get a verticality set up, breach the hatches, get into the site, maybe do a little bit of breaching on the wall of the building, but none of that coming into play here. There is one more player on second floor. That's Hercules. Watching Fountain like a hawk. Drone will be coming towards this woman in just a moment here. And he's about to make his move. Comes out towards office, sees the fuse. That's one, that's two. And that is a cleanup as Phalanx take the lead back and win round 5.
Once an attempt again towards server room entrance turns out to be a disaster for Team Uvu. Not only did they had to lose a lot of attackers, they even lost a lot of time, forcing them to make a lot of decisions, which is difficult for them to get it. Round number 6 will be in play. 3-2 is the scoreline, favoring for Team Phalanx. And an interesting choice of an operator from Hussein as he decides to bring in the Oryx. Even if he's 3 speed, 3 armor, 2 speed, 2 armor, in my mind, he is always the speed. And speed is exactly what it counts for the Oryx to be a versatile operator when it comes to doing his own capabilities. But
Defenders, protect
this
your
would
bombs from being
force the
defused by
defenders to
attackers.
open up certain amount of hatches, which could be used in the favor for the attackers if timed right. So, do you really think that the Amaru would be a better counter to it, mainly because of the hatches? Because, you could use the Gara hook to get into the hatches quickly instead of getting to the
Bombs
stairs,
located by
right?
attackers.
But mainly we usually play Amaru mainly because of the surprise element. So, like once you see an Amaru just flying around from some certain windows, you would expect to see an aggro rush coming in from the attackers. But We don't see an Amaru being brought up here, but instead we will see a Montaigne from Ragnarok again. And I'm not quite sure whether if it's a good idea, mainly because Hussein, the biggest problems for the Montaigne has to be the Oryx, because once he uses a Reamer Dash on towards the shield operator, he would be knocked down. So, oh man,
I mean,
this will be a huge
that's where the
problem.
coordination comes in, right, between these two, between the players here. Because Ragnarok, from what we saw in the last round, never moved anywhere without having one, at the very least, one extra attacker with them, you know, just in case. And this round as well, they should be doing largely the same thing, leading as there it would be and should be an operator behind them to allow for a little bit of coordinated play. Malik and Drish coming in the first floor in the meanwhile, trying to find a defender here, and they might just be able to. There is one barricading off the waiting room. Malik heard that, but unfortunately too late to really react to it. Can still open up a way into detention and then go through from there. As we have a push potentially towards these stairs, the same taking a ton of damage, dashes away as the Oryx's speed comes to play here. Devastating, finds Dagger. That's a big first kill.
Yeah, cooked grenade, as you see Hussein sets his eyes towards the Montaigne. The Montaigne chooses to go alone. Never mind, Drish. He gets to kill guy with audacity. Oh no, that is so unfortunate. The Echo was looking at the yokai drones and he ended up getting killed because of it. That's the main reason why you see IQ being played a lot, and another kill from DZ all the way from main stairs. But Devastating is looking so strong with the SMG-11. He gets one more, equalizing it to a 3-3 score line. But once you've met with the biggest mountain, the Montaigne, who will constantly be a huge pain for him, he somehow gets the kill, only to get knifed out from Ragnarok. Equalizer 2v2, the Mountain is still present. And for Uvu, a Mountain is exactly what it needs. Oh no, he almost gets it, but Devastating gets one more. The SMG-11. The crossfire angles, and Drish equalize it to a 1v1. Who's gonna win it? No, it's a trade and Phalanx gets it. Oh no!
Way.
No way! Devastating just ends up a quad kill and gives the win to Phalanx on a 4v2 scoreline. My god.
What a round and a half from the side of Phalanx. Once again, the Montaigne coming in, but this time they did not back down and they played every possible avenue that they could have and won out the round. 4-2 up now, looking very strong as well because they broke through what seemed like a nearly unbreakable attack from the side of Uwu. But now they themselves, Phalanx, are going to be on the attack side, and Uwu will have to try and navigate this situation that they find themselves in. 2-4 down as they are defense up on border. Going to Armory Lockers in round number 7, putting themselves in what could be the driver's seat if they play their cards right. They've got a Malusi, a Frost coming in. I don't think we saw a Frost from Phalanx even once, but other than that, we've got ourselves some very interesting decisions being made. You, of course, have the Iana coming in from Phalanx's side as we are stuck on the loading screen, interestingly enough. Haven't had this in a while. Okay, there we go. Going straight into the round. No surprises from either side, hopefully.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Okay, there we go.
By
We are going to be in round number 7. Is going to be played here and now. No stops in the action, folks. This map has gone on far more smoothly, and I guess we're all happy for that. But anyhow, jokes aside, I do want to see how the Frost comes into play from DZ's end. Of course, Soft Breach from the shotgun is going to be available. You have the shield, and the only shield, mind you, because the Alibi, who is normally paired up with a shield of her own, is going to be bringing in the impacts. You've got the long line of sight that's made out towards the balcony, which will be complemented by another long line of sight from inside a CCTV. This entire setup, of course, has now been seen by Phalanx's drones. So Phalanx's response, of course, will matter a lot here.
Yeah, it definitely has to. Losing two extra rounds from Phalanx's defense. Phalanx would definitely try to cement things out on attack. This will be a bit difficult, mainly because border. There are some certain sites which favor for the defenders, mainly because once they have control on crossfire angles, oh, Hussein, sneaky as ever from the window side, gets to take out the dagger, who was unfortunately trying to make another entryway. But does he know DC's whereabouts? Yes, he does. But no, guys, the actually gets hit anyways. There goes 2 players from Uvu, and now they're having trouble in Paradise. But Drish is still here. Recovers it back to a 4v3, but you still got to worry about the players in towards Westmain Stairs. And already you see a lot of fights happening towards that one specific spot. Ragnarok does the same, equalizes it 3-3, and now you see Phalanx's main concern is in towards the fountain side.
Definitely seems like that is the case, as the alibi dancing around the line of sight of Hussein. Hussein unable to get the kill though, as we have these defenders still entrenched in pretty powerful positions with not much that the attackers can do about it. They've got plenty of time though, minute 40 on the clock. As the drone comes in, we'll find where the frost is. Shots fired. Drish once again giving away the fact that he is on the metal stairs. There's a Jaeger farther down the corridor. As the alibi will jump down, Hercules finds Ragnarok. That is a big drop right there, as the Melusi was defending a pretty powerful position up until a second ago. And that means the attackers can advance a little bit more. The flank is caught as Devastating shuts down Drish. It's a 1v3. Malik now all alone, found by Hussein, and Phalanx continue to move forward one round at a time. They are now 5-2 up.
5-2. Uvu, they did not expect to see this outcome. And Phalanx, they are this close to eliminate Team Uvu. This is the lower brackets. Phalanx have already claimed map number 1. Map number 2 is Uvu's map pick, and currently they're having a lot of problems from their end. You know, they still have 2 tactical timeouts. They could use it and try to understand what went wrong, but they chose to go head on. See whether if they can hold out the aggression from Phalanx's end. Maybe be a bit more cautious towards the Windows side. And make sure that Ragnarok couldn't get picked out just like he did in the previous round. So, man, Uvu, they are currently in a bit of a pickle now.
That they definitely are. 2-5 down on your own map after having gone 3-7 on the first map against an opponent like Phalanx. They're not going to be too happy about this. They would have wanted to put on a bit more of a show for all of us and all of our viewers here at the Fall Series. It is what it is. They simply have to now try to just win something, a round, 2 rounds, start by taking 1 and move from there. They need to go round by round here, because otherwise they're going to simply fall by the wayside once again, and they simply cannot afford to do that. And Phalanx definitely will be happy about this at the time being. Being 5-2 up, the site once again is of course on Armory, and we've got an Oryx in play this time around, interestingly enough. Oryx, of course, we all thought that, you know, the pick from Phalanx was going to be for a counter to the Monty, and to a degree, I guess it worked out, but more so than anything, it was a speed, the speed of the Oryx that really allowed for Hussein, who was playing the Oryx that round, to get away with a couple of really good kills. DZ, we'll have to see if he's able to do largely the same. And a Lion coming out from Sherry as well, so that's a counter pick, I think, in case they're anticipating the Lion getting really antsy and moving around a lot, which could of course help them in this round as well. Some interesting canister placements of the Vulcans from the Goyo as round 8 now kicks into gear.
This is all or nothing for Uvu. They've wasted a lot of rounds. They gave it to Team Phalanx, and they're yet to make a response in the second half. A lot of utilities been destroyed as of now, as the attackers are slowly making their presence shown towards armory lockers. And now with them gaining control on security room, they can now focus on the site. Their biggest concern has to be in towards office, so you can see the rest of the players just trying to open up those certain walls. It will be done from the Ace Summer Breach charges and also the EMP from Devastating. But how would you deal with the deployable shield being present? EE1D gone 6, and now it's problem for Team Uvu. as their control on second floor slowly starts to dwindle out a bit, and also the control on mid stairs as guy with audacity gets the first frag. Removing Drish will cause a lot of problems from Uvu's and Team Phalanx. They have never been so strong as ever. One kill, immediate trade from Sherry. Only get picked out from Ragnarok. The push will happen. He tries to find another way, but doesn't get the shots right. Trades again from the pistol from Guy with Audacity. And now it's a 2v2. DZ and Malik still alive and in the side. And now Phalanx are slowly making their way in towards that particular place. But the main problem is that they don't have current controls. An interesting usage of those claymores. Maybe he's going to place it in towards the office side, or maybe he doesn't want to let DZ to just, grab from the hatch and come back. Information being given from the Oryx. You might not be able to get a kill, but at least on the bright side, they have some information on their players' whereabouts. 40 seconds. It's a 2v2, and Phalanx, they're currently facing a lot of heat, mainly because they're losing a lot of time.
A lot of time has been wasted, that is true. Less than 30 remain on the clock as they've got to get in here. They've got to remove a defender or two and get into the site. We've got a bit of movement here that is devastating going around the side. EMP out. That will give away the fact that Thatcher is now in the hallway. But they gotta get in. They're still unable to as the Malusi fires away. Hussein goes down. Malik, the last one standing, no longer. DZ finds the Thatcher. And a very tumultuous round comes to an end in the favor of Team Uwu. Finally, a round on board. 3 rounds back to back. That's how many they lost before finally putting one on board for themselves. And they needed to match the aggression that Phalanx was putting out. Because in round 7, we saw that they tried to play it passively. And Phalanx pretty much just got right up in their faces. So they decided, all right, we'll meet you halfway. And Phalanx clearly was not ready for that. It allowed them to have a good position for the 2 anchors in the site, a good cross that was held that did not at all allow for anyone to cross into the site, into the plantable spot. And thus we find ourselves in a 5-3 going into round 9.
Yep, round number 9. And even with Phalanx not being able to succeed on pushing towards the site is going to give them a lot of problems next time when they head in towards the second floor. But now, ventilation room and workshop being the site will at least favor them on round number 7. But would it be more than
Defenders,
enough?
protect your bombs from being defused by
Let's see
attackers.
what will happen with Team Uwu still trying to get themselves back up on their feet. They still need to win 2 more rounds on defense. It's a tough job, but it's still possible. Phalanx are not in match point just yet, so Uwu, they still have some fighting chance if they make a mistake on round number 9. But that is the only mistake that they can cover up, mainly because of Phalanx. If they get into match point, then they have secured a map spot, and the only thing that Uwu can do is to equalize it and put us to overtime. Map border is currently the map being picked by Team Uwu, and currently they're facing a lot of issues, especially on the first half. The attack did ended up on a 4v2 scoreline, and now since Uwu being the ones on defense, they've got to set things right. Action phase is present, so does the players on the side of Team Phalanx, who will slowly make up their way in towards the side, get control on second floor, but the main problem is, how would you deal with the info gathering operator Pulse? Give a lot of information, which means that Dagger could make good use of that information to go in for a specific run out. And that's the reason why you see him prepping up by, mealing the barricades from the window side of Archives. Wait a minute. Excaros pellets being used. I saw all 4 players. I believe that's a rush coming in all the way from downstairs, and now they're having a good fight. 2 kills already. Instant control. Phalanx, they've had enough. They want to go aggressive. It's 4v2. Guy Audacity, once again a pistol shot kill. He gets another with a pistol. 4v1. And now Dagger is all left by himself. They did not expect to see the sheer aggression, and Phalanx gets away with the win on round number 9.
I'll tell you what, that rush is going to do a lot of things for Phalanx, and it's going to make Uwu feel much worse about the situation, as they had this entire elaborate second floor setup and all the like, and all it took was the Exkyros pellets being used as a distraction, and they just got into the side, walking right in, and Uwu had no way of stopping them from doing that. No setup that would have, been done on the first floor. It wasn't enough. Whatever they had there, it clearly was not enough, as pointed out by the side of Phalanx. And now, of course, their mental is going to be looking very, very rough at the minute because, of course, of how that round went. They are now pretty much down, staring down the proverbial barrel of the gun that's being held to their faces as
Attackers need
Phalanx
to
gets
locate
ready
and
to pull
defuse
the
the
trigger.
bombs.
One more round remains, folks. It's 6-3. Match and series point to the side of Phalanx, as all they need is one more round.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Yep, there it is. Match point for Phalanx. Team Uvu still struggling on defense, mainly because they didn't expect to see a heavy aggressive rush all the way from main entrance that would clearly put them off guard.
Seconds to go.
Changes from the operators, from the attackers, as we devastating switch from the Thatcher to the Fuse, and then we have the IQ presence being shown around, mainly because they think that they have the pulse, but instead it's mainly used to check the traps that Drish has been placed with the help of Thorns' Razor Bloom gadget. I hope I said the gadget's name right, but wait a minute, Drish. Windows side of waiting room, almost getting picked off, but in the end, he'll get some information on players' whereabouts. So he'll just slowly fall back and ensure that he would not rather take the gunfight and just wait for the attackers to make their push.
That part, of course, is very true. As we have the entry in towards the CC side, the Razor Bloom does go off, but will not find much of anything. Just a little bit of information given to the Thorn Drish as to the whereabouts of the entry here. Ragnarok taking some pot shots out towards Break Room as the drone gives away the position of the Aruni. The site is vents, mind you, but Sherry's already here in Armory. Well, actually Archives, but Dagger fires back with the refrag immediately. 4v4, make that 3v4, 2v4. Drish is out here right now. Hercules taking damage in the meanwhile as the flashbang goes out. But the Thorn does not stop. It's all down to Hercules as he makes it a 1v3. Finally clearing out second floor, but literally everyone else has been cleared out in the meanwhile. It's all down to Hercules as they've got to make this clutch happen if they want Phalanx to finish off this game here and now. And they decide to drop down into bathroom. Maybe the hatch is open and it would get them one step closer to their enemies. But somebody seems like is on top of metal stairs. Yes, that is the case. The drone needs to find that player. Yes, they do. And Hercules decides to contest from the hallway instead. I don't know if this is such a good idea. C4 goes out, but is unable to find much of anything as they want to push down, but they don't exactly know where to go from it. Of all the things to have died from,
Really?
Yeah. Okay. It's 6-4 as Phalanx having a... Oh my goodness, Hercules. Okay, you know what? Let's just can we have a replay of that? Can we have a replay of that? Let's just.
Yeah, let's take a look.
I don't know if we can, but yeah, let's have another look at that one, shall we?
Yeah. Did he had flashbangs? Yes, he had
Caught
flashbangs.
Caught in 4K, Hercules lacking 6-4,
Oh, man.
as it is still match point for Phalanx.
He had flashbangs. He had 2 of them. I believe the pressure got to him. All right, Phalanx.
Well, you know what I like to say in these sorts of
Attackers need to
situations.
locate and defuse
It
as many
is
bombs
what
as
it
they can.
is.
Or you could say that Hibana got electrified from the Surya gates.
Aren't the Surya gates made of lasers though?
Wall reinforced.
Yeah,
you're
even
right.
production agrees with me on this. Lasers, yeah. I guess fried would be.
I mean, lasers does deal like a fire damage, right? Or does it not?
I have
it's
no
like
idea what
a
kind of
mixture of
damage
it's
they
like a
do, but-
mixture of electricity and fire. You just mix it together and it becomes laser.
What is this, an
Attackers
MMORPG?
must locate and defuse the
Is
bomb.
this that very critically acclaimed MMORPG that has a free trial up to level 60?
Yes, well, hello.
Anyhow, the jokes aside, folks. Oh boy. Oh boy. Team Uwu, still though, there's a lot to do for them. 4-6, as they have 2 more rounds to go to equalize, push for overtime, so that they have a chance of at least bringing things around. The Oryx's position now given away, the drone pinging as to where the Oryx is. The shots will be fired, but no avail of that just yet, as the Oryx will simply fall back. DZ knows better than to contest an angle like that, where there can be multiple operators shooting at you at any given point. But he's coming out once again towards the hallway. The Thorn taking so much damage. The Razor Bloom will not do much to Hussein, as Devastating's Claymore is going to be what finds one. But okay, the prompt went off in front of Devastating, but Drish gets that kill thanks to the Razor Bloom. That is, of course, going to equalize, and that's just Thatcher down as well. So the EMPs will no longer be in play. That's a big loss right there. As another kill could be taken, no. The Thorn will just simply fall back as the 4v4 continues on.
Yeah. Even if you can get a trade by gunfight, you can just still get a trade from the utility. Information from Guy Audacity as he finds out DZ's whereabouts, but he is still at the site. Drish is very low on HP. A lot of players has been taking a lot of damage from both Devastating and from Sherry's end, but they still survive, not for long. Drish is still here with 5 HP, ends up claiming Hercules' life. 3 players remain from Phalanx as they're still struggling on defense this time. What exactly happened from Phalanx's attack? Hussein, on the other hand, gets 1 second from Guy Audacity, end things off by getting some kills. All right, a bit of friendly fire being made from Sledge's end, making it a 2v2 situation. They'll be able to they'll be able to recover the diffuser, but you gotta still worry about some of the players still present on the side. On the bright side, they don't have to worry about C4s. But they've got to worry about information. Oh no, please don't tell me that Sherry just destroyed the Iana's Gemini replicator. Could have given some major information on players' whereabouts. But in the end, he needs to make do without it. Shots from Sherry, he will get one. There goes Malik, which means Drish needs to clutch this 1v2. 5 HP remaining. Does he know any players' whereabouts? No, he does not. Wall bangs. Sherry gets it. And with it, folks, Team Phalanx will secure map number 2, ending things off on the lower brackets 2-0. An impressive performance, and for Team Uwu, their journey has come to an end.
It is what it is. Team Uwu, a very good splash at first into the Pro Series with their match against the Hunters, but they simply could not keep up that level of momentum, being knocked into the lower brackets and now out of the tournament entirely. Team Uwu will simply have to make do and cope with the fact that they, of course, are not going to be able to do much about what they would have liked to, as in the SA Nationals. They would have liked to get there, but it is what it is. They will only have 1 point on the table, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to, get in. We'll talk about that more in just a bit, but let's go into the highlights, folks, to talk more about the match that we just saw. The map, to be specific, Border. And kind of in general speaking, well, it was the Phalanx show. Team Uwu, sure, brought it back for a couple of rounds here and there, but there really wasn't much going for them at the end of the day, losing simply too many rounds too quickly, as it quickly became a 5-2 before Uwu would win 2 rounds and bring things at least a little bit back for themselves. But really, after the first 5 rounds were done, and it became that 4-2 in the first half, things already looked very, very difficult for them. A daunting ask was in front of them as to where they were gonna be able to proceed and how far they could really push Phalanx. Yes, but Phalanx, of course, just coming out with responses, and good responses nearly each and every time.
Yeah, there were some good responses too, and there was a lot of situations where Phalanx did ended up in a 1v1 trade. Devastating had did a lot of work on defense too. Getting that quad kill, ensuring that the Montaigne plays wouldn't work out from Team Uwu's end. But as we started to slowly dwindle out on the second half, we almost saw Team Phalanx. They were about to lose the control on attack itself, especially when they. Especially that round number 10 where he accidentally stung by the laser gates. But jokes aside, in the end, Team Phalanx did recover the round on round number 11 itself. And if they did not, then we could have seen Uwu fling back and put us all the way to overtime. But that did not happen. Team Phalanx did recover on the second half itself. And I gotta say, for Team Uvu, we didn't see them make a lot of presence on attack itself. The same thing can be said for them when they went in on map number 1, Villa 2. There's not a lot of. The coordination feels a bit off on attack. There were some certain moments where Uvu did get one of their important kills out, but it still wasn't more than enough, and Phalanx did ended up getting the win nonetheless.
I mean, all things considered, Uwu still put up a pretty decent fight. I wouldn't say it wasn't the worst thing in the world, worst performance in the Pro Series from them, but they definitely would have loved to have done better. And it's simply because they just weren't able to pull off the kind of plays we know that they can. Again, the match that they had against the Hunters showed a completely different Team Uwu as to the one we saw today. So really, they might just have been completely off their game and just kind of not all there today, all things considered, which is a little bit sad as it were. And every time that moment with Hercules comes up in the highlights, I just keep wishing that it ended differently, man. Hercules, you had flashbangs. But anyhow, folks, there's really not much else to say about the game, primarily speaking, as it was just Phalanx just adapting really, really well to how Team Uwu were playing, and Team Uwu not really showing much for in terms of their counter adaptations. They were just one track in most rounds. We'll be going into the match summary in just a moment. Map summary, excuse me. I'm pretty sure there's some interesting stats. There we go. That we can talk about. 12-7 to Guy with Audacity and a 2-0 on the first kill. So entry frag clearly was very good. And a 73% KOST. Guy with Audacity really leading in this map. If I recall correctly, Guy with Audacity was actually, I think, in the bottom of the scoreboard, much more playing support for the map of Villa, this time leading the charge. Drish, on the other hand, from Team Uwu at 11-8 and a 64% KOST. But if we're talking KOST, then of course Ragnarok has the best one, 82% and 710. Unfortunately, there's really not much else that Team Uwu side was able to pull off. It was just unfortunately a lot of mistakes from them, a lot of slip ups in some very fundamental areas, and kind of just dropping the ball in areas where they just simply should not have. And they should have played better overall. I think that's the lesson that they will be taken away with it. Well, it is what it is, Team Uwu, as they will bow out of the competition. Phalanx will move ahead to lower bracket round 2. And boy, howdy, they're going to need every single point that they can get their hands on here, as they will be the first team to move ahead from potentially getting 1 point to now potentially getting 2 if they get eliminated in lower bracket round 2. Their opponent will be the loser between Hunters and Won't Stop Peaking. And that match, of course, is going to be a humdinger. So a couple days from now, Phalanx will find out who they're playing against and exactly what they have to do in order to not get eliminated.
Yep. Let's take a look at the map results too. 7-3, 7-4. Map Villa and Map Border, both of the maps in favor for Team Phalanx, as they will proceed into the next phase, where they gotta wait for the next upper brackets to happen, and the loser of that would have to go up unchallenged up against Team Phalanx. On the second match, on the other hand, we have Team Militant Esports, who's gonna go up against Team Shaheens. This will be our second lower brackets matchup to determine who will claim 7th spot. 8th spot has already been declared, and it's Team Uvu, unfortunately, which will go away with at least 1 point in the SN National Qualifiers table, but they won't be able to get much more in the near future. So, and since Fall Series would be the final one, and then in the next month we have our SA National, things will be a lot more heated, knowing that the competition will be tough in the next future days. So, all in all, Team Phalanx, they'll at least have more points to the table for the SA National qualifiers. And also, let's take a look at the table itself to see the results for the brackets itself. Double limbs. There you go. Team Phalanx will proceed into the next phase, and then We have Militant Esports versus Shaheens. The winner of that would proceed into the next phase, and they have to see on which team do they have to go up against. Maybe it's from Hunters, Won't Stop Peaking, Kira, or Mercenaries, which both of these matches will happen for tomorrow. But for today, it is the lower brackets matchups. Militant Esports and Team Shaheens will be an interesting one. Will be an interesting match of that to be looking at.
That it certainly will be. Millitant versus Shaheens is a pretty interesting game, I think, that we can look forward to in a little bit from now, as one of those teams will move ahead and one of those teams, once again, will be eliminated, potentially with only 1 point on the board if it is, in fact, Militant Esports. Shaheens are a pretty good team, and they beat out North Star to get here. So they will definitely, Shaheens that is, will definitely be looking to get themselves more points on the board. Again, points are all on the line here, along with some good old money from the prize pool and more SA national points. But with all that being said, we'll be taking a quick break before we come back with that Militant Esports and Shaheen's game. Until then, stay tuned.
chase.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack, and of course, joining me is Aggressive, as we are gonna be taking you through the second match of the night, Militant Esports versus Shaheens. Aggressive, this should be one very interesting game.
That's for certain. And again, one of the main things that I really want to highlight is for the first initial game, I just came back from my classes. I went to take a nap. I woke up to find out that Team Uwu lost to Phalanx. And I was absolutely dumbfounded because all the numbers pointed towards the side of Uwu being able to take it, considering the experience that they had and considering how dominant they have been, not just in this current iteration of the Pro Series, but also back in the Community Cup. Of course, they're a brand new team that joined up on the scene, but I was just shocked as soon as I heard the news. 2-0 victory for the side of Team Phalanx. That's a massive mark for them to already put themselves on the map. But on the other side of the spectrum, we have Militant Esports going up against Shaheens, a roster that has been set in stone for the longest time. And now Militants, they're also a brand new squad that have showed up and have been taking the scene by storm. Yes, of course, their first initial game that they had in the upper brackets were not as strong as you would have hoped the team to be, making a lot of very rookie mistakes, and they were just not able to bring up the momentum levels that they would bring out normally. But up against the Shaheens, I do believe they have a couple of strategies that they can really highlight upon.
That I feel like we are going to be able to see as well. Militant, of course, the roster that they boast has a bunch of players from an old roster that used to go by the name of Gamer Syndicate. Now they're here as Militant Esports, so they've been around for a while. As we look at the maps and the order in which we will be experiencing these maps, Militant are attack first on all three maps, and that matters particularly for Villa and Clubhouse, both defender-sided maps, which means there'll be defense second on both games, and that's very, very intriguing to me because Shaheens, they had the side pick on a Clubhouse, right? Because Militant got the map pick, and they decided to go defense first. Now, Shaheens recently have been, shall we say, less than stellar in terms of their form. They've been good where they've really shown and coordinated together, but there have been a lot of holes in their strategy and in their coordination recently, and we'll have to see if Militant are going to be able to pull up with, all of that in mind. So, folks, let's not wait any longer. Let's go straight into Shaheens' map pick, Villa, as match number one, map number one, gets started to decide which team will become 7th place and which team goes forward to lower bracket round 2. Let the games commence.
Games commence with the agent selections coming onto your screen. And with the operator pickups being very standard for this particular map, I really want to see if the bans are going to be something that's much more of an outlier. Okay. Give it up to the Shaheeds to bat out something interesting. This is the first time we've ever seen a hard breacher ban in the entirety of the Pro Series.
Yeah, like give or take, especially for fall, right? I think this is actually the first time we're seeing a hard breacher ban, specifically ace of all hard breachers. Thatcher, standard
it's a pretty strong
right
hard breacher, of course.
Yes, that is true. Very strong hard breacher. The AK, powerful gun. Claymores or breach charges, and of course the Salmas that can do double duty on 3 charges. So technically 6 breaches that he can make, either lines of sight or voltols, and they're all pretty good paired up with any impact EMP. Of course, very powerful operator. Valkyrie, again, information game will be denied to the defenders. I think we haven't actually seen a non-Valkyrie ban at all so far. I might be wrong on a couple of maps, but off the top of my head, I cannot remember a single game where Valkyrie was seen to be playing. As the final ban comes in, Capcan will find himself
always
banned yet again.
It seems the Shaheeds, they're pulling out all the stops when it comes down to interesting bans today. But hey, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. They like to play it smart, and they like to play it a little bit too spicy as well. Bandit's going to get picked up, though, here. And this is quite interesting. Think about it like this, Jeff. Normally what happens whenever you're playing on this particular map, the hard breaches are coming in from the window side, and the Selma recharges are constantly just being a nuisance, and there's no way you can break them without putting yourself in danger, correct?
Attackers
but
need to
now
locate
think about
and
it.
defuse bombs.
you need to use a Thermite, you need to use an Ivana, which are not that proficient in the way that you make those breaches. Because with Thermite, you need to put yourself into harm's way before you can get the breach done. With Hibana, there's not many breaches that you can do in the similar fashion to an Ace. Because you have a lot more limitations in the way that you can create your lines of sight or you can create entry points for your team. So now you're being forced into a situation where the members of Militants, they need to put themselves in danger before they can do anything. And that's what the defenders were banking upon. And with the pickups that they have gone for, it could just work out in their favor. Very interesting picks from the side of the Shaheens. And their defense should look strong on paper, but I really want to see what they can do in the overarching storyline. Because again, something that looks strong on paper will not look strong in the game itself.
That is absolutely true. As we have a look at the 10 players that are in the lobby, for us today in both rosters. Starting with the Shaheens, we have Skywalker, Mighty Ali, Caesar, Elimist, and Doctor. And of course, from the side of Militant, we've got Cheesy, Hecko, Din, Spidey Time, and Killsteel. I know I was a little late to make this particular roster call-up, but hey, forgive me. Sometimes when you have long breaks, you tend to forget the flow of things. Drones are thrown in and immediately destroyed towards the Astro side, as it should be. There are plenty of defenders in this region. Azami, of course, yes. Skywalker sitting behind the Azami Kiba barrier. That's a nice angle to have as well on the bedroom window. Flamers will be used up just to make sure nobody gets the bright idea of running out. And even if they do, they're going to get punished for it. Sam Cams, of course, as per the usual. But these Azami barriers are going to be very difficult to navigate through, as we have one piece of utility broken away. Zofia, of course, very proficient at this. But the Jaeger, Skywalker, refusing to go back, takes a bit of damage. Gotta be careful, but Cheese is going to be the first one to bite the dust as Doctor starts things off.
Surprised they didn't go in for the Mira, considering this is one of her strongest sides. But still, who needs a Mira if you're able to find a couple of shots of your own, keeping it okay? Caesar, what? That's a fadeaway right there. The man is ruthless. He's cold. And he's now easily going to be able to check down one more. Caesar with the third possibly as well. Good chunks of damage being done over onto Killsteel. Where are the callouts?
Seems like there's been a bit of a mishap on the MLT Esports side, given how that round just went. They could have had the body count advantage. They needed to protect their flank a little bit more. First floor clear was just not there. They left it up to Spidey Time, who, to their credit, got a kill, but there was another. And that another, Caesar, of course, really took them by storm from the back, leaving it down to the 2v2. Skywalker and Din facing off each other right now. There's an ADS that will stop the Zofia from burning away the utility properly. And that, of course, leaves that Kiba barrier still running. Doctor trying to find the entry on Study is not able to.
He actually gets that.
Skywalker's got to be careful behind him, but just turns around, gets the kill. There goes Killsteel. All up to Din now in the 1v2. Disconnection from Killsteel. Really unfortunate. As Zofia finds one. 12 seconds. Gotta find the Azami. There's no time to plant. Even if you do have the diffuser, goes right through the Surya gate and planting behind the Kiba, I think. That should provide cover. Yes, it will. It will be a post-plant situation.
Oh, no!
Doesn't find the kill in time! So close! But the 9x19 failed him at probably the worst possible time as Zofia gets up post-plant and gets the kill. What a round from both teams. And what a clutch indeed.
Shaheen, they dropped the ball hard for this one. They had all the advantages, but I do believe that the Doctor just... He panicked hard in that scenario. That was a hard panic right there, and there's no way you can make that up.
Attackers need to locate and
And in these type of situations, you need to play cool, calm, and collected. You had so much time to play this round out properly. You couldn't even run around to the other side of the vault and then went in for the play and went in for the hit, but nothing happened for them. It didn't make any sense at all.
bomb located by attackers.
And for Militants, they get a round, but they've also lost a man in the process. I do believe that they were celebrating a bit too much. And they didn't call the pause at the very end, but hey, it happens. If they're feeling confident about the 4v5, go for it.
5 seconds to go.
I mean, against a team like the Shaheens, there's got to be a certain level of confidence that you've got to be feeling if you're not going to call a pause when a team member disconnects. Or it could just be that Killsteal's having a, major issue, so to speak, that can be solved within the course of one pause. So it is what it is. We'll simply have to move forward with the round, as it were. No calls from them about anything. We'll wait for some updated information about this, but for now, back into the round. Once again, an extension from second floor AVG, of course, all the way out towards the side of Trophy Statuary. Final bits and pieces being put down, ideally, with the last jammer towards the study door, Caesar. On the defense once again, on the prowl, I should say. As we all know how this DMR on the Aruni panned out in the last round. Doctor playing an alibi this time around, forgoing the Azami, no Azami, in fact, to be picked up by the side of the defense. Instead, the alibi is brought in. Now, that's interesting because I feel like the Azami worked out in a utility sense as, that's a great shot. Finding one, now Elemist finds another. 2v5, Hecko and Cheesy caught in Astro and Bathroom. It's kind of stuck. No real ways to go. There's a down, and there's the double for Doctor.
Yeah, he made sure that he got that double to try and reconcile for what happened in that last particular round. But regardless of whatever happened, it's completely fine and dandy. I do believe that Militants, they're facing the, let's say, in general, power cut problem that we have here in Bangladesh. So I really hope that Killsteal is not having those long 1 hour power cuts and instead it's the 10-minute ones. Because if the side of Militants really want to win this, they have to win this, mind you. This is lower brackets for them. There are no more second chances. So if they lose here, they're just out. And their chances of getting qualified for the SA Nationals will also just blow up into the sky.
Yeah. Mind you, as a reminder to all of our viewers and those who may be joining us just now, Militant Esports have not qualified for the Pro Series before this, as in Pro Series playoffs. So this is the first time they're here in the top 8, and that means because this is the first time they're here in the top 8, they have to get, at the very least, 3 points or above, because even a team like Won't Stop Peaking is guaranteed 3 or 4 points, depending on how far they're able to go on the table. And Militant, if they lose today, will walk away with only 1. And they could potentially still make it, depending on how the other teams perform, but it's a very likely chance that they might just get knocked out of the running for the Nationals entirely unless they somehow get the Shaheens out of their way. Shaheens have, I think, 3 points at the minute. And of course, that is pretty decent as Spidey Time will bite the dust. Caesar with a headshot. This time it's on the Wamai with the AUG. And as you can see, Shaheens, they are pretty much up in the faces of MLT.
It's looking to be a hard hit coming in from one end of this. And for the Shaheens, they're in full control. Not really much to worry about. Maybe a cook nade from the bottom. Hecko, he already has the pings. 1, 2, 3. Is he still going to be able to find the shot, though, is a real question. Has the timing, but nope. The radius is not going to give it to him.
Second nade, and that's also going to miss, unfortunately. Just the timing on those both were a little off. I don't know why, but MLT feel like they're not exactly all that confident being now faced up against the Shaheens, and a couple of rounds have gone. Well, one round went actually pretty well. The second round kind of went alright. Flashbang, single flashbang jump in from Cheesy, interesting. But just going to jump right back out, trying to find the mute, maybe whoever was playing inside the bathroom, but Din will get things started finally for Militant as he finds Skywalker.
Skywalker's been playing very aggressively, and finally with the punish coming in from Din, things are looking up for their side, but again, not really the best just yet. They just need to hold for a little while longer and try to work out their options because, again, they're information dry. And these drones are not really being used to gain any form of information to help them get into any of these sites. Things are not looking that clean for them just yet, but they need just that one small bit of information, that one player who's a bit too over-aggressive, and then they can make their way in. 50 seconds left on the clock. Mighty Ellie gets a shutdown kill onto Hecko. And now they're just stuck. They don't even have Astro control in their favor. At least if they had Astro, things would have looked better for them. But Din, he's making things competitive. That's another kill for him to find, and Din is single-handedly clawing the round back in the favor of the attack. Slowly but surely, the side of Militants, they're making something happen, but still the hold from the Azami could just be even better. The flash does not hit, and Mighty Ali's just gonna stand, and Din, he gets a triple. He's still keeping things alive for his squad, and maybe with another kill, he's gonna be able to chase things out. Shuts him down. The last line of hope is gone, but Cheesy, maybe he can turn things around. Has the diffuser in hand, and he's gonna be able to plant it. And now it's all up to Mighty Ali.
Gotta push up in the post plant though. There we go. Plant is now off, and the Flores will simply fall back. Hold inside the bedroom because you've got lines of sight to work with, and plenty of health as well. And it seems like that's more than... That's just about what he's willing to do. Wait, here's the sounds. He's gonna run up, force the mute out, but oh my goodness!
Why?
What a flick! Okay. Just dome him in the head, why don't you, Mighty Ali? Beautifully done, a mighty shot, indeed. Gets that one and gets the counter defuse. And the Shaheens will steady the ship. Mind you, it was what, a 2v4, 2v5? And Din and Cheesy practically brought it all back. Just the last kill was all that was needed. But I feel like the Flores just moved a little bit too much, unfortunately. Yeah. Wasn't able to steady his aim in time, and the mute Mighty L just shot him all the way out to Kingdom Come. Round 4, as 2 rounds have been taken back-to-back by the Shaheens, they're now going down to first floor dining and kitchen, as they have themselves a pretty good, I wouldn't say not the best, but pretty good early lead here in the 2-1.
A little bit questionable where the positioning came for that post plant, but I guess it's fine. In the heat of the situation, things just did not pan out in their favor. Killstreak is finally back though, so that's the best thing for them. Even if they do lose out on this round, they have a possibility of equalizing it now that they have that 5-man player count in their favor. But again, this is one of the few sides that is very difficult to break into unless you get that proper control of that second floor. And that cycle for control, especially against Shaheens, will not be an easy one for them to find. But then again, Shaheens, when they have a man advantage, a big one, mind you, at a 5 versus 2 situation, for some reason, they're still not able to stabilize themselves enough. And Militants, they're getting very close to closing out a couple of these rounds, even when they're at a massive disadvantage. Okay, Blackbeard. All right. I did not see that.
Well, you know, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. The Blackbeard will be brought out, Hecko, bringing in this operator, this, shall we say, very frowned upon operator. I myself have been pretty harsh on this guy for the years that I've been doing this for. But primarily speaking, some of it is still deserved, you know. Breaking the fundamentals of the game. There you go. No, there you go. I was quite literally about to talk about this, but they're gonna go down because Hecko has team killed. Spidey time is down, and oh dear me, that has to be the worst moment to have a mishap in your aim. The Osa Blackbeard combo was actually doing good, pushing up the red carpet hall and getting Mighty Ellie to start things off, making it the 4v4. But, oh dear me, they kind of fumbled the bag pretty hard right there. Shots fired. Din gets one back. That is Caesar off the board. That's a pretty good kill, as is to be. Of course, Din, a really, really good operator in every single sense of the word. Needs to find another kill. Shots fired towards him as Cheesy knows full well that behind that, or next to that Osa shield, there is or was a defender not too long ago. Shots fired from this time. Bottom of the stairs. That's the Jaeger. Skywalker. Cheesy's just trying to bait out shots right now. Gotta be careful. Taking damage as well. Din's watching it from the cross. The Jaeger really wants to push up right now. And Cheesy's just playing with the Jaeger at this point. Not really committing to anything per se. Making sure that the leg day workout gets thrown in there as well.
Actually trying to throw a GOG 6 in his face.
I have no idea. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Din, in the meanwhile, is just trying to do whatever Din can. and comes around, finds Skywalker. All right, that's...
Honestly, he just baited the hell out of Skywalker.
I
This
know,
Skywalker
right?
just walked into the awarding arms of Din.
Oh my goodness.
Oh god.
Well, looks like Cheesy's more than happy to just kind of walk into the side right now. But oh boy, Din is not going to be having any of this. Shots are fired. He's got to get the diffuser that he has in his pocket right now. He's going to have to go for another post-plant clutch. He's going to go for the plant. Doctor's going to push up slowly, slowly. He's going to run, and too late on the reaction for Din. Doctor manages to make up for what happened back in round 1, as he will be the one to put the team of Shaheens on a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, that's a pretty good guarantee right there from the Doctor as well. He understood the problems of what happened in the previous roundups, and they were able to come on back strong. But for the side of Millitants, though, yeah, they're still at a massive disadvantage. Wait, Cheesy had no ammo.
Wait, what?
Are you serious?
Huh?
Cheesy had no ammo.
How do you... The MP7 has like... It's a 30-round mag and at least 120 bullets. How do you run out of ammo?
No way. That's why he was holding the God 6 in his hand, because he didn't have ammo. No way. He used this entire clip for what? For wall bangs? I've never heard a single person ever run out of ammo.
It never really happens. You have like an abundance of ammo in Siege, and mind you, ammo counts are lower than they used to be.
10 seconds left.
And even then, I've never seen anyone run out of ammo in professional play. Oh dear me, Cheesy.
Like, I would
Okay,
understand
take
if
that.
this was like a Mozzie or something, but still. On a 0?
Okay, Cheesy, I gotta take back what I said. I thought Cheesy was, baiting.
Yeah, he was
like,
with the big brain
everything out.
strats. Like, he planned everything out by running into side so that Din could, like, get a setup play. He was being that human Flash. He was being the guardian angel for his team, for them to find a win. And at the end of the day, the match just did not have any ammo, and he didn't know what to do with his life.
Yeah, it's just got to be the most awkward conversation in the mid round right there. Like, hey man, I need this. Oh wait, that's why he was pinging the cam. We'll get back to that in just a sec. Elemist in the meanwhile takes a bit of damage right there. Spy time going for the call. You're exposed to the window right there, big fella. As he will hear the phone from very close by. Doctor walking right by the window. As Elemist will get healed up. Thunderbird after all. Doctor also getting healed up nice and quickly. That's the good part about Thunderbird. The Kona station's independent of the operator herself. That's where Doc kind of falls behind in terms of a defensive healer, because he's got to have the stim pistols on him, and Doc's got to anchor. But if you know Doc mains, then that's the last thing they want to do. They want to go juice up and get everybody by roaming with a shotgun or something like that. I've done that myself, so I would know. But to go back to the point at hand, a couple of operators were hit up, but they have since healed. Doctor, one more ping, will get... No, actually will not. As Echo comes around, finds Doctor nonetheless. And Elemis has taken a bit of damage as well. There you go, the phone calls are giving away the information. Mighty Ellie and Skywalker top of main stairs right now. Holding against all odds. Spidey time on the window. Might have a gunfight approaching. He's gonna throw the flashbang. Yes, Mighty Ellie from below, taking those frag grenades to the legs. Again, the Kona station's working overtime right now, as the jump in has happened. Skywalker trying to peek 90, but it's gonna be Caesar who gets that kill.
Not really the best situation that you want to be put in, especially on the attack when you know you're down so many players. The Alibi's gonna get a couple of pings as well, giving away a lot of the positioning, and Mighty Ellie may be a bit too aggressive on the play, but he still gets it regardless. The SMG-11 just being an absolute nuisance. Hits the perfect shot, but Skywalker, he's gonna pay for it with his own life. Din being the kryptonite for Skywalker at this point. A lot of pings coming into play, and Din, he's gonna now be aggressive. Holding it down strong, pushing his way in. Will he be able to find the angle at the fight, though, is the real question, because in this 2 versus 2, Din, once again, it's the saving grace for everything exploded on the gun barrel, finds the couple of shots that he needs. Echo's gonna be able to get that clutch play for his own team, and now it's all up to Mighty Ellie. Positions are good, shotgun in hand. He just needs a kill for it. Is he gonna be able to get it? Wait! again!
Operators, you are out of time.
Why would you plant there? The
He could have
mid
ran
just
out
shot
to
from
the front
behind
of
you.
the vault. He had enough time to run around to the front side of the vault, and Heckle could have given backup.
Oh dear me. Oh dear me. Maybe 3 seconds might like I don't know. Maybe didn't feel that 3 seconds was enough to do that. But you could have gone to the other side of the vault door at the very least. The vault door would have been fantastic cover for the plant,
Yeah.
and the sledge was on the other side with line of sight on the
Defenders,
door.
protect your bombs from being
It could
defused by
have been
attackers.
done. Just a little bit more situational awareness would have saved the round, but instead it will be the Shaheens walking away with yet another and quite literally running away with the match in the pace that they have set so far. Just some massive blunders from the side of MLT Esports as they keep losing these rounds bit by bit. And because of that, of course, they unfortunately will have to try and make this at the very least a 4-2. They are going to be defense second half, and that is the good half to be in on Villa. I will
5
concede
seconds
that
left
fact.
before insertion.
But if you're 1-5 down, going into defense will not matter because you've given away too much momentum to your enemy team at that point, and they will just storm the castle and win the map anyhow.
Attackers drop the diffuser. Attackers have
They're
recovered
down
their
bad at this point. And how do you pick yourself back up from this certain situation? And okay, Mighty Ali, being a little bit too, let's say, happy or merry? I don't know. Like, he just ran past a certain window this far into the round. Like, explain to me who does that without any fear. Mighty Ali, absolutely mighty in his own words. But still, he needs to show some respect where respect is due, because the Adam Millitants, they're keeping a lot of these rounds pretty close. You have to remember, they're playing at a 45 massive disadvantage, and still they're getting a couple of these rounds on the board close enough, shutting things down to a 1 versus 1 situation or 1v2 where they just cannot close out a round. But that's it. The team doesn't know how to close out a round, but they know how to make it to the very edges of a round at the bare minimum. And that is something that a lot of teams, even on the higher up levels, cannot do.
That part is very true. If anything, I feel like, Militant with their full roster would be toe for toe, blow for blow against the Shaheens right now. And unfortunately, that just isn't the case because they lack their 5th player. But Cheese is going to start things off with the first kill. Hecko as well punishes Skywalker for being too aggressive. Suddenly, the man count advantage goes the way of the Militants. As they pushed up into the bathroom, taking control of bedroom. Caesar from inside the side gets one, wanting to get a second, but falls back just in time. Doesn't get hit into death, but a little bit of damage has been done. That needs to be confirmed onto. Spy Time goes away from Astro because, of course, in Astro Stairs there is the Ash coming up. Spy Time going into the bathroom as well, as Cheese is going to find Caesar. That's the confirm on my. ADS was forgotten, so that utility was wasted. 46 on the clock. They need to get into the site. And that one area that they could have opened up, unfortunately, will not be because of course, that little bit of, again, lack of situational awareness, which is curious. For Militant, they don't seem like the type that would have these mistakes on board, but it is what it is. 2v3 right now. Still very winnable, mind you, along with the fact that the Evil Eye is in play. Elemist gonna get on that.
All 3 have been spotted. All
giving
3.
away the position. Sees one. That's Cheesy lit up. C4. But is that going to find anyone? No, it doesn't. But Mighty Ellie does find Spy Time off of that. Din gets Elemist. Now it is a 1v2, but Din is just unstoppable. As soon as this Zofia gets going, boy howdy, is it so hard to stop Din in his tracks. Unfortunately, that is only a minor respite for the side of Militant, as they are 2-4, and they finally asked for a pause after an entire half. I think they'll be able to get Kill Steal back in. That, of course, will be fantastic as they go into second floor Aviator Games Room.
I'm pleasantly surprised about that round in particular. Again, I do believe that the Shaheens just started to disrespect the members of Militants a little bit too much, and they had to pay the ultimate price with a round being given away. And you really don't want to give away rounds like this in particular as well when you have such a big advantage on your side. And again, at the end of the day, that push over on the trophy was so disconnected from the members of Shaheen. There was no reason for LMS to even push in that way. He could have just held the player coming in from Astro. There is no way someone's going to push into Statuary at that point when you know for a fact that Astro control is very crucial for them to hold on to. And at that stage, that just disjointed push coming in from Elemist and of course from Mighty Ellie just looked a little bit more on the problematic side. And hopefully Shaheens, they're going to be able to iron things out. Again, the side of Shaheens have been very disjointed in the way that they have been playing. We talk about Militants having a lack of situational awareness, but for the side of Shaheens, it's not really the situational awareness. It's more like the team is doing their own thing and they're not really playing off of each other whatsoever.
It does kind of feel like that. I do have to agree with you on that front. They are largely doing their own things, just kind of waiting about, trying to get kills and solo plays, and it's worked. I mean, they are 4-2 up on the map score right now, after all. But you're correct in the sense that once militants start picking up on this, well, they will start punishing, right? And that, of course, means that. Well, shall we say, Shaheens will have to change things up. Now, of course, Shaheens are attack now and militants are defense while we're in the pause screen, and Doctor has disconnected, which is going to make it slightly awkward for the rejoin, because if Spider Ham joins first, we'll all be fine. But if Doctor rejoins first, then the game will think, hey, there's a blue slot and an orange slot. Let's put whoever joined in the blue slot. It just does that by default. I'm not really sure why. So they're gonna have to coordinate with the admins to see who rejoins first. They gotta get Killsteal back in, then Doctor, then everything will be fine. And I say this not as a prediction, but as someone, as I've seen this happen live on broadcast before. I remember back during the days of the Pro League, this used to be a common issue. So much so that it got to a point where whenever like pauses and rehosts were called, we would just go straight back to casters, and then sometimes even to break, depending on how long it takes to sort out the issues, as it were. But looks like the game for Killsteal has started, just going through the usual validation processes and getting the
That
player
takes like
back
five
in,
centuries.
depending on your system. But on most systems, yes, it does take 5 centuries. And in the meanwhile, Doctor, of course, we have no idea actually what happened to that player. But Skywalker says 2 to 4 minutes at most, so it might be just a minor internet disconnection requiring a game restart as well. Jokes from the production side, but as we
uh,
all know, there's also the pain known as optimizing shaders before the game starts. Boy, howdy, that one takes a while.
yes. Vulcan users at its finest. But at least Milton's there prepped up and ready. Again, they took a 4-2 scoreline, so honestly speaking, they have a pretty good shot at coming on back from this. They've showcased a lot of promise and they can go toe to toe with the Shaheens if they had a little bit more situational awareness. So let's give them the benefit of the doubt. We've also seen how their defense is a lot more stronger than their attack in a lot of these different scenarios. Plus, Dennis having an absolutely astounding day. He single-handedly has been getting triple kills, quad kills, and he even could have gotten an ace if he just played it a little bit smarter, a little bit slower in a lot of these different situations. He got the first clutch in the first round for his team as well. So the man's just on fire. He knows what he must do, and he is just systematically tearing down any sort of hopes and dreams that the members of Shane could have to get a clean win. And that's the thing. If you're not able to get a clean win on a 4 versus 5 situation, do you think you can do the same on a 5v5 scenario? Not exactly. And this is where the side of Shaheens, they need to just go back to the drawing board, and hopefully with this pause, they're able to do so. They need to recollect themselves and understand what exactly they're doing wrong, because as a team, you cannot make the same mistakes on the attacking side. Yeah, on the defense, you can get away with making a couple of mistakes and playing for yourself in a couple of these situations, because on the defensive side, you have the element of surprise. But on the attack, do you really have that? No. Defenders, they're going to know where you're going to be coming from, primarily because you're using drones. plus you're stomping like from 10 miles away using your utility to try and break in. Not having that on your side will make you a pretty big target to hit, and we have seen Militants play a lot better on their defensive end considering the statistics.
Kind of just overall, I would say Militants definitely have a really good shot. I have to agree with you there of winning this matchup. But again, it'll have to all be about how they perform here and how they conduct themselves on their half. This half, that is to say, the attacker half that they will be going into. And boy, howdy, again, it's going to be very intense. That is for certain. Again, still waiting for the rejoin of Doctor. And as soon as they're back in, we will go straight into the match itself. And the site being the normal site, second floor Aviator Games Room, no real surprises there. Definitely would have been interesting to see how Capcan would have panned out in a match like this. I feel like Millitant would be certainly having a bit of a rougher time if Capcan were around. So I do understand why they've gone for that ban, which is it's kind of a self-report, but at the same time it's not. Because it's like, yeah, we just don't really want to deal with the Capcan because of how we play. We kind of fall prey to him a lot. So it is what it is. Again, it reminds me of that one friend of mine who just the fear of Capcan.
Yes, the infamous friend.
Yes, no, trust me.
One of these days, you gotta bring him on
is...
for a cast. One of these
The number of
days,
times I've
he's just
mentioned
gonna
him.
be in your house. One of the Capcans are gonna get picked, and we get him on the desk instead.
Oh man. Well, we'll have to see whether or not that can ever happen, but that of course is a whole thing for a different time. Once again, ETA on Doctor is a little murky. We don't really know what is happening and what isn't. As we once again wait, Elemis only says a few that's very vague. And it's not exactly going to be helping the situation here, folks. So
It's
yeah,
Rainbow
we're
Six Siege.
stuck here. Yep, we're just stuck here waiting for a bit. Oh,
Ah, he's back.
as we say. Okay, he's back. All right, so no rehost. We've managed to get things going before, we end up with a rehost, before the pause timer ran out and all that stuff. So round number 7, as the timer will be unpaused, and we are going straight in. 4-2 it is to Shaheens. They are on the attack, and round 7 will see us go back to
Attackers
second
need to
floor
locate
Aviator
and
Games
defuse
Room.
bombs.
Let's see how this side pans out for the side of Militants, because again, Militants are playing a much more, I don't know, this feels much more like a year 4, year 5 type of composition. Seeing an echo here all of a sudden is something that we haven't seen in a while, but maybe with these yokai drones, they can get the information disadvantage that they were facing when it came down to their own attacking side. Because on the attack, you could see that the members of Militants, they had no information whatsoever, and they were taking each and every gunfight dry. But Din was doing pretty well, even when he had no info for his gunfights because of his fast reactions. But if they had that level of information, they could do some prep work and some planning to set up each and every sightline properly for the defensive end. But the real question is, will Militants even be able to hold the sites proper? I'm a bit more on the confused side of how Militants are going to approach this Aviator hold, because from what we have seen previously of their matches in Villa, they try to go a bit too over-aggressive, and they start taking massive amounts of damage and losing a lot of manpower early on in the round without any repercussions or any fight back. Okay, the yokai drones
That
just...
does tend to happen.
That looks like a Roomba cleaning the floor. I just can't.
I know, right? It does look like that so many times. But as this pre-Wamai Year 5 operator comp kicks into action, excuse me right there, Heko going for the early gunfights right here, choosing to take on the operators attacking towards bedroom. There you go. Once again, Yokai giving away so much info as Killsteel will knife Mighty Ellie. Okay. Doctor gets the return fire, excuse me. We don't really know, but the Jackal is down, and so is the Mozzie. Killsteel definitely coming up.
Was that a run out?
Right about now.
Wait, did he run out and kill him with a knife? The diffuser's outside.
Wait, I mean, Caesar has recovered it, so might have been. Again, it's really hard to tell right about now. We didn't have that on the cam, but that seems like
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
fantastically. That seems like the most likely situation. Rester's ping is out, and there comes the E1D, and the Roomba will be shot out as well as the flashbangs come in. But that Jaeger on red is really doing a good job of keeping people. I was gonna say keeping people locked in, but Doctor shuts him down. Caesar goes down in the meanwhile. Spider Time getting a return fire kill as the Mute Jammer will stop Elemist from getting the vault breached open. They need a grenade from Doctor to get that area up and running. But Doctor seems more preoccupied with peeking the main door at the minute of Aviator. So the breach will have to wait for just a second, potentially, unless Skywalker can somehow finagle one of the Zophia's impacts into the proper position.
What?
Doctor gets another.
He actually got
That's
that.
a great shot. Yeah, I know, right? Great shot there. Onto the Echo. Spite him being a bit too aggressive. C4 is out. Oh, he's been shot. The Zofia
What?
pushing him really aggressively right now. And the plant is stopped. But Shaheens, oh boy, they managed to get the last kill right then and there. Elemist won the gunfight. They had to rush for the diffuser. Oh my goodness, the mute. That was something else. But again, just a little bit discordant from the side of Militant. They were a little bit all over the place, a little bit tighter on the coordination, and they probably would have won out the round. Unfortunately, getting a bit too over-aggressive, especially when they didn't need it. And the Shaheens are now 5-2 up.
There's no way they just got away with something like that. Come on, Jack, you cannot make this up now, can you? Now that is something that, let's just say, put a lot of interesting mentions into our minds. And at this point, we could say that the members of Militants, they're going to be kicking themselves for that one, because again, they had a pretty strong hold. They had a lot of information to play around with, but at the end of the day, they just lost a lot of unnecessary gunfights. They had info, they could have played upon it, just made the members of Shaheens constantly guess where they could have been, especially when it came down to Skywalker's position.
5 seconds.
His position was really good. Honestly speaking, he was playing on red stairs. You already gave away lots of information that, hey, I'm standing here on towards the side of red stairs. I'm somewhere on the first floor, so you need to worry about me. And that's all that he needed to do. He didn't need to over-aggress for a kill. Doctor finding that kill completely cleared out red stairs, so he had free entry over onto Aviator. Did he have anything to worry about? No. The round was over just then and there, because that's one of the key and the most important choke points for you to hold, because no one was playing from 90. And not having 90 hallway control as well just put the defenders in the worst possible scenario. I understand you have the yokai drones for information. I understand you're using the yokai drones to gain every bit of information across the map and to just play it down proper, but that's not how it will go. You need to do something with that info. Play for time, play for something, because the hackers, they just took the entire map for themselves without any form of retaliation from Militants.
Map control, always so key for any team in any map, but on Villa, it is a conversation in and of itself. As Killsteel has taken a bit of damage right there, the Mozzie low on HP. Gotta be careful on how he goes about his gunfights after this point. Hecko trying to be a little bit aggressive towards the landing side as well, but looks like the entirety of bedroom, statuary, and trophy is going to be taken over. We're pretty much the same take from the side of the Shaheens. No real surprises there. It worked out one time, so it'll probably work out the second time, right? But, you know, all that notwithstanding, Spy Time with the Roombas constantly giving away so much info. And hello, there's somebody downstairs. That is the Zofia. As the Jaegers pushed up very close, but the Lion Scan will actually reveal that position. Shots are fired. Din does a ton of damage onto Caesar, as there goes the impact, but will not catch anything, unfortunately. Oh my goodness, Din through the flickering of the Prisma. Beautifully done. Currently sitting at 13-5 in 8 rounds. Make that 14-5. Cheesy goes down in the meanwhile to Caesar, as it's a 4v3. Body count advantage is very much in the hands of Militant. Din with a triple Are they on for the ace? Skywalker finds Echo in the meanwhile, but this attacker is very low on HP, and Din could very well find one, maybe even two. Saw the head of the Hibana, gets a lot of damage done. The Zophia's got to be careful on this. The down is here. It's the quad kill. All for the ace right now. No, it's taken away. Spy Tab on the other side, picking out the bar from inside of Game's room. Gets the Hibana. And with that beautiful hold from behind the model table inside of Aviator, Din single-handedly making the round impossible for Shaheens to even push forward. My goodness. I think, 13, 14, 15, 16 is, I think, what Din is currently sitting on. And only 5 deaths, and we're just in round 9.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Guy is just keeping the hopes and dreams alive for Militants. And if he drops a 20 bomb here on this map, I think this is going to be the first 20 bomb in the entirety of the Pro Series. I think we never saw this.
At least for fall, I do remember a player making, at least getting very close to breaking a record back in Pro Series Spring Edition. That was a 20 plus, I think 24 in a given game was the amount they got. Yeah, so that's a pretty high wall to beat. But the way that it's going, and if, they can just squeeze it out for a few more rounds, Din might just be able to do it, actually. All it takes is like 2 more quad kills, right? So, no biggie, right? At the end of the day.
Yeah, it's Din, man. Like, he's feeling himself. You have to give him respect. The members of Shaheens, they started to take 1v1 engagements against him. Like, I'll give credit where credit is due. Din did a pretty good job of isolating those 1v1s. But if a player is feeling himself this much, you need to show respect, right? You just don't constantly peek the man thinking that you're going to win a gunfight against him. Doesn't matter how good you are. Doesn't matter if you're the best player in the entire world. Doesn't matter if you destroy a drone as well. You gotta give
what
respect.
Was that, 2 drones? Oh, dude.
I don't know, man.
Here comes the RCE. There is a mute, but Cheesy, I don't think, has put down the jammer on the bedroom door, so the shield on bedroom door is gonna go down. But wait a minute, that's a vertical angle. But Skywalker will find Cheesy nonetheless to start things off. A pretty big drop. That one. As the mute will be off the board. Din watching from below. That's a very, very tight angle he's got. And he's gonna find Caesar. Oh, dear me. There were at least 3 more RCEs that the Flores could have used. As Spidey time will find Doctor. Oh, dear me. Shaheens, what is going on? Skywalker now low as well. Gotta be so very careful of the shots from vertical. These angles that the side of Militant have definitely proving to be more than just a minor nuisance right about now.
Attackers recover the diffuser.
They need to be very careful of how they entry this one down from now. And with these positions just being an even more detriment for them, the Astro hold is going to be staying true, and there is absolutely no way they can push their way in without trying to brute force their way in right about now. The Y magnet's going to cause problems. And the Nomad, I don't think he spotted out the player holding from the right side of Astro. This is bad because by the alley, he's walking into the awaiting arms of Killsteel. And Shaheens, they're dropping the ball here, man. Jack! It's happening.
I see it. I definitely see it. Hecko gets out of this as well. This could very well be a possible comeback right about now. We are now up to, what is it, I think 5-4. And round 10 will be in play, folks. Militant definitely leading the charge when it comes to the defensive half. The second half, that is, because they've made it very difficult for Shaheens to actually push for map point. And mind you, for the last, how many rounds has it been? 2 rounds. For the last 2 rounds, now going on 3, Shaheens have just needed 1 round win. That's all it takes, 1 round win. They haven't gotten that. And that is clearly getting more and more loud. That thought in their heads is getting louder and louder because of the fact that they need the 1 round. That's what they're telling themselves. 1 round, guys. Where are we going wrong? We just need 1 round. But the more
I think that is the one
thing
thing that's going wrong.
Exactly. The more they say
if
that,
they keep on saying
the harder it's going to get. Yep.
It's close to
If they keep it
impossible
up.
to get that one round.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left before
Moment of silence for them because, honestly, Jack,
the bomb.
I don't know how they're gonna do it. It feels as though for the side of the Shaheens, their mental is absolutely shot.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. They, to a certain extent, they do feel like that. They'll have to bring it back up though, if they want to win this round. No more shooting friendly drones, thank you very much. As one drone has been sent in the bottom, one towards the living room library side, and pre-placement of the Hibana's X Kairos towards the kitchen pantry singular wall. Of course, that's going to allow them to get a line of sight into the site itself, but only if they're able to break that wall open. They finally seem to be able to. And I don't think anyone so far has tried even to go to second floor. That's interesting, to say the least, from the side of the Shaheens, because when it comes to dining, vertical pressure is such a big part of everything. But Doctor's gonna, oh, that's a big kill. Doctor found Din right there, and Heko in the meanwhile does get the refrag. Here comes the E1D, and the Jaeger is now locked in place, but no one's gonna be able to get that kill off of him, as that trade was also pretty big. Doctor's going 9-7 now in 10 rounds, so they've clearly been doing work. The Jaeger is still in place. No one has managed to take that Jaeger out, as Mighty Ellie takes a big chunk of damage.
Drone spotted
C4
him.
out towards Pantry. The drone's seen the Jaeger, and the shots
Yep,
are
that's a
fired.
kill.
Skywalker and Caesar come in, take him down.
Yeah, Heko, he was guaranteed to die there. That's a one-off angle. You just cannot take a fight in, or you just have to give it up and run around from the back end. Head on your way towards kitchen. Ooh. And Caesar, he gets away with it. Okay. That's a beautiful kill for them to find it. Cheesy! How are you gonna survive this one, buddy? He gets a diffuser for his team and one from the top side. Is he gonna get this kill? Has a shotgun in hand. Playing around from the back, playing around from the front. No one's picked up the diffuser. Just get it. He's gonna be able to shut down another one. Militants, how are you fighting all of this? In the cusp of chaos and everything. They know exactly where the diffuser is. They know how the rotation is gonna go. And Caesar, opting to go for a plan straight up behind the table. They know his last known position. They know exactly what to do to try and fight this one against him. No more lion charges, no more nothing. He only has his gun to his name to try and clutch out this round. Close to impossible, as they're trying to pincer him out and trying to clear out any sort of possible angles that he can hold. But still, there is a chance, there is a possibility that Caesar is going to be able to get this clutch. But it all starts with that first initial kill. Beautiful angle for him to hold this wall on this post plan. He can just lean left, he can just lean right. He has lines of sight available for this fight and this play. Someone seems to touch it though. The position's already know. The shots are going to be coming in, and that's the kill. And possibly he's not going to be able to get the knife though. Kill steal comes in for his namesake to find the final frag. And Militants, they keep their hopes and dreams alive. 5-5 on the scorecard, ladies and gentlemen, as they equalize.
Bomb defusing attempt failed. Defenders win.
Militants definitely standing up proud and tall right about now, as that could have been such a disastrous round for them. But all it took was two events specifically. The Mute jumping down the pantry stairs after getting the down on the Hibana, making sure that the diffuser was still there, because the Lion tried to go and get it back for just a second there, but wasn't able to take care of the Mute. And then Caesar, unfortunately, team killing his other teammate, leaving the Shaheens in a 2v2, and it was at that moment that Killsteel came up the back and took out the only other remaining Shaheens player. Folks, you cannot make this up even if you tried, as those three events single-handedly locked the round away from the Shaheens. There was a brief moment where the Lion probably could have brought it back, but unfortunately, having the high ground doesn't always mean that you'll be able to cut your enemy's limbs off. So it is what it is,
5 seconds
as the Shaheens will now, be forced to contend with the fact that they have not only lost all their momentum, they have lost their lead. This is their map, and Militants are very much showing that there's a reason this map is so widely played, because so many teams on the defensive half can bring it back. Interestingly enough, Spytime's taking a bit of damage. Not really sure as to where the Echo took that from. Oh, no. That
Goodbye.
has to be the worst time for Killsteel to have a disconnect. And once again, Millitant are back to where they were right at the beginning of the match.
That is gonna be a problem. Din, though, on the other end, he needs to step up the most in comparison to anyone. One of the line scans already went on down through to try and maybe force a couple of these defenders into very uncomfortable situations, but for Militants, they're already in the most uncomfortable spot that you can think of. Killsteel, he was such a beautiful anchor for them to hold on to any of these sides, and now that he's gone, that's even bigger of a problem. Shaheens on the other side of the spectrum, they picked up two operators that are the most oppressive of the bunch. A Lion and a Jackal. You have nowhere to run, and you're getting spotted out by tracks. You're as good as dead pretty much if you're not careful.
That is a given. Skywalker finds Echo in the meanwhile. And Din cleans up on Mighty Ellie. The down happened before. I think actually Din got that down. Pre-firing through the smoke. Maybe anyway. As the impact EMP will come out. Where are you going, Spytime? You are the Echo, but Din and Cheesy find too. Oh, this could be big right now. Those two kills were absolutely massive. Doctor trying to push the alibi. That is not how you do that. Up to 20. Up to 20, baby. As it's all now down to Elements the Hibana coming in to the balcony.
They know
spotted by the default cam. And that means the position is given away. All it takes for Din is one shot. As the flashbang will be thrown. But the cross is being watched and Cheesy will shut him down. Millitant!
How are they doing it?
Millitant Esports, from what was a 2-5, they have made their way to the 6-5 situation. And a rehost has been called because it seems like Spytime isn't, Killsteel, excuse me, can't join back. What a time for it all to happen. Admins will be talking to the teams in the back end. But my goodness, what a time for the rehost. What a match that we've got going here, folks. 20-6 to Din. Folks, you cannot make this up. Din is actually 4 or 5 kills away from the highest number of kills in a single map of the Pro Series ever. Ever. This is not just for Fall Edition. This is the entirety of the Pro Series.
Yeah, he's trying to second record out here. Today is his day, and there is nothing in the world you can do to try and stop him. They were on a 4v5. 4v5, mind you, and there is no situation in the entire world where I would have expected Militants to come on back from a massive deficit of a 1-4 scoreline to a 4-2. 4-2, mind you. They went to a 2-5, and then the comeback started. They equalized to a 5-5. As soon as Killsteel came back, Killsteel left on the last round. And then there was another quad kill coming in from Din.
Yep.
It's poetry in motion. This feels like a storyline that you just can't bring up. We didn't make this up. We didn't write the script for this. It's just happening in front of us.
No, I'm sure I have the actual script like somewhere back there, but you know, I haven't seen it in a while, so I don't actually know if this was scripted, folks.
We're just pleasantly surprised. We're speechless. Like, as casters, what do we say?
No.
Like, there's nothing that we can say about this.
There's not a whole lot to say otherwise. It's just really down to the fact that Shaheens just, like you said in the first half, right? After the first half, we had that big pause for like 5 minutes where you said that they were kind of just playing 1v1s, right? Kind of just going all solo plays,
true.
Not really coordinating a whole lot. And defense on Villa allows you to do that, right? Because it's Villa defense, folks. At this point, it doesn't even need explaining. But on attack, you can't do that. And Din very, very clearly has a bone to pick with these people from the Shaheens' side because, my goodness, we've got a performance and a half coming in from Din right now. They are, well, let's just say they're causing quite the din with their kills, with their presence on the map. Just a lot of commotion. And that one alibi has probably been the biggest problem for Shaheens in this entire map so far, I should say. We haven't even gone to map 2 yet, and there's so much to say about the match. Lobby has been hosted, so we're just now, going to get the match details, match history, all that stuff. It is 11 rounds of match history, folks. It's going to take a second to verify and put everything in. But after this point, mind you, any kills that didn't get, so we'll have to manually count. So until the summary at the end, we'll have to do some quick maths, myself and aggressive, as it were. But we hope to stay accurate for just in case if Din actually pulls off a record like that. Again, I hope one of the admins can pull out the stat from the back end if they're able to, because Din's very close, getting mighty close to 24, 25 kills. And if they're able to, then oh boy. I mean, let's be real here. At the very worst case scenario for Millitant, they lose on overtime match point. Right. And I say very worst in overtime because they're already map point up. So the only way Shaheens wins this is by forcing overtime. And that gives, of course, I feel so weird saying this, but that gives Din the number of rounds he would need to be able to pull off the record. So, in a weird way, going OT might actually have a silver lining, but knowing Millitant, they're not going to want that. They're going to want to finish this off, go into Clubhouse with a 1-hour advantage, and knock Shaheens out of the running entirely, which would be huge for Millitant, right? That would make sure that at a bare minimum, they're getting 2 points. And if they manage that, then they will very much be in the running for the South Asian Nationals, right? They're pretty much going to be tied for Team Uwu. Right, or they would have been tied with Team Uwu. Unfortunately, Uwu got knocked out earlier today, as Aggressive was saying just a minute ago. And to be fair, though, I was very surprised by that as well, right?
Everyone was surprised. No one expected that.
I know, right? You have this team that took Hunters to map 3 maximum OT, and then they completely get folded against Phalanx, which was like, excuse me?
Yes. Yeah. Someone get that face and post a meme on it, because Jack's face was priceless at that point. But again, it happens. It's Siege. It's Siege. You're gonna get upsets like this quite often. Phalanx possibly had a strategy, and they prepped well for the side of Uwu. And that's one of the main reasons why they were able to get it. I need to rewatch that match later and see exactly what happened, because I was flabbergasted. As soon as I saw the scoreline, I entered into the voice chat. I saw the scoreline here at the bottom because, of course, we have amazing people back at the creatives who make everything for us. I saw 2-0 and I was like, wait, am I seeing this right? Did the creators get this wrong? Go back to the stream and I watched this all over again, and I'm like, oh god, it just happened. And now we're getting another oh god situation where Shaheens 4-2 up, lost almost what? 4 rounds consecutively on a 4 versus 5 fashion.
4 rounds. You're actually correct on that.
Yeah. 4 versus 5 on... Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And then all the rounds that they did win were what? 1v1 situations, 2v1 situations favoring the side of MLT, where Shaheens had to run down the clock to try and win. It's a roller coaster of a ride, that's for certain. And this is why you have to subscribe to the Esports Club, ladies and gentlemen. Because every single storyline that you see, not just for Siege, for any game in particular, it all starts here. The entirety of South Asia, for some reason, have to make this storyline at the Esports Club. There's no other place that you're going to find this. And it's happening. I'm not surprised anymore, because I've been working here for the last 2 years and I've seen a lot of things happen. The biggest upsets and possibly the grandest of wins from top to bottom. And this could be another one. Militants, one of the teams that we've been hyping up for the longest time, but they had such a, let's say, underwhelming run for their upper brackets. Now they're back here in the lower brackets, proving themselves once again and showcasing what exactly they're capable of up against the Shaheens. Yes, of course, the Shaheens are not playing together as a team, but are they a team that you should be scoffing at and saying that they are not good? No. Shaheens, they're incredible as a roster. They have taken down Mercenaries in a couple of different occasions, maybe a map or two, but they were not able to win, but they still put up a good fight. But what's happening here today? Is the team just having a really bad day? Are they just massively disconnected? Nothing makes sense. The team's being punished drastically for it, of course, but you have to give credit where credit is due because not many teams can go in for punishes even when mistakes are put up in front of them on a silver platter. And the fact that militants are able to do so is one of their biggest strong suits.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, credit where credit is due for the militants, right? They've just performed very admirably today. And I really want to see more of this, from them. I really, really want to see more of this from them. And I want to see them go forward into map 2 with a big advantage. I mean, I know some might say that, oh, you're now rooting against the Shaheens. How could you? But, mate, when a team is playing as well as the militants are today, you can't
Yeah.
not tell me to at least in some way want to favor them at the end of the day. Don't get me wrong, when Shaheens have played well, I've given them plenty of favor as well. I mean, I give plenty of favor to Hunters and Mercenaries all the time. We go to Chalet or Skyscraper, the first names that come out of our mouths are those two because they're the teams that play those maps. Hunters were the ones to bring out Border, and now South Asian Seas thinks, oh yeah, hey, Border's a map that exists. We could try playing that, I guess. Like, you can't tell me that I shouldn't be giving favors to teams that are literally setting the trend. And right now, the trend of this match is being set in this map. If Militant gets away with a comeback like this, then Shaheens on Clubhouse will be under insane pressure. And that, of course, will make it so much more difficult for them to actually mount any kind of a comeback. And if they're not able to, well, unfortunately, they'll be out of the running for the Pro Series Fall Edition. But we'll get back to the storyline. We'll have to take a quick break, some technical difficulties and all that. We'll be right back in just a bit. Stay tuned. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is Aggressive, as we are here once again back for the game between Millitant Esports and Shaheens. Had to do the intro nice and quickly because we are back and the rehost is almost done. So we had to catch you all back on what the situation is right now between the two teams. It is currently 6-5 in the favor of Militant Esports. Yes, that is correct. Let's go into the game as we talk more about what has happened so far. Shaheens were defense in the first half. They went up 5-2 going into round number 8, and then Militants have won 4 rounds straight. Unfortunately, it looks like Militant will be playing a 4v5 in map point. They are 6-5 up, and mind you, they've played multiple 4v5 rounds and they've won them as well. So Shaheens definitely have a task and a half on their hands right now as we go to second floor trophy.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Honestly, now is where the real fun begins. So 6-on-5 and one player still having that issue. We went in for a rehost, but poor old Killsteel still not able to get in. 4v5 mind you, and if they win this, they're gonna make history. It's gonna be a little bit more interesting at the end of the day of how this one pans out for them, but still, I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. Playing it slow and playing it smart is very much crucial for them in this entire roundup. And at the end of the day, the members of Militants, they can easily turn things around from here. But for Shaheens, they need to dig deep to try and find this win. I'm serious about this here, Jack. If they lose here, their mental is just gone for the next particular map. How do you come on back from something like this? You just can't. No team in the entire world can do that. Not after such a loss.
As we have the action phase now coming in. Flashbangs are in, but Din, of course, undeterred. More flashbangs. The Caesar, the Flores might be sending in Rotero drones in just a moment here. Look at this. They've got the Warden as well to counter the flashbang spam that the side of the attack has. And mind you, we've seen two, right? Those two have been from Mighty Ali. After Ali's third flashbang, there's still Caesar and Elemist with 6 together all combined, right? So yeah, you could say that the Warden is probably a pretty good idea. Hecko in the meanwhile has got to be so very careful about the gunfights that they choose to take right now. In the bathroom area, Spidey time there covering an Astro as well. Elemist came very close to getting shot out by Din. They don't know just yet. Upside down rappel could actually work. E1D scan goes out. And no kills, nothing yet. Shaheens are still stuck where they don't want to be. Omai's looking for that head. All it takes is one pixel. A Skywalker will take the first bout of damage here, going into the bathroom.
Oh my god, Caesar and these pre-fires, man. He's just on... He's on another level when it comes down to stuff like this. He's able to hold it down, get another kill for his team, and keep them in the running. And now is where the real fun begins, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pretty tough fight for them to get it. Did once again, that's one more kill added up to the tally. 21, baby. And the Womai is just gonna hold. He's gonna survive and he's gonna play it down through proper. The Flores is not gonna be able to break the shield, right? Because I do believe that there's a mute jammer right in front of the shield.
Should be. Ooh, beautiful from Hecko. Skywalker shut down on the peak, makes it a 3v3. Din still holding off bedroom window. Elemist is afraid to walk in because the shots that have been fired here constantly. Caesar now coming around to Astro. Should see the Jaeger. Gets the kill. Beautifully done. There's the Wai trying to peek now. Cheesy holding off the Astro rotate. Din goes down. That's massive right there. It is the 1v3 now, all down to the lone mute. The last one standing, peeks out the hallway, sees one, but these players are in important covered position. C4 is out. So much damage done to Mighty Ellie, the down and the kill. That's one. Gotta find 2 more off of this. Has to go somewhere, as the attackers now know where this mute is. They're trying to get this kill, trying to get the shots fired. but just not finding him
Out of
yet.
time.
22 seconds, needs 7 for the full defuse cycle. Goes out into Astra, doesn't find anyone. 16, 15
He's out.
now.
He's out.
Almost. He needs a little bit more. 1 kill and then a second, but no, unaware of these positions. Shaheens will bring it back onto round 12. And folks, I think you know exactly what it means. Ladies and gentlemen, say it with me now. It's round 13. Overtime!
I had to lower your volume a slight bit for that, but sure. Oh god. But honestly,
you know I
overtime
gotta
is
give
where
it-
it's at. Yeah, you have to
I
get.
gotta give it my all, right? Yep.
You gotta set up the pace. You gotta set up the mood, and overtime is where it was at. This match was destined to go into overtime. You knew it was gonna happen. They didn't need to take that pause. As soon as that momentum break came in, Shaheens found that opportunity that they wanted. And if because of that one small momentum break that the team now slows down Militant, they're probably kicking themselves for that one. Things are not going to be looking that good for them here. In Militants, they know this is their do or die. You either go big or you go home. Because the members of the Shaheens, they've found their opportunity. They've tasted victory. And now,
10
they're
seconds
going to
to
try
go.
to push themselves over the finish line.
All it takes for them is this one round. Shaheens are on the defense as well, so Militants are definitely going to be feeling the pressure. Because on attack, there were so many rounds that they should have won. 2 that they did. But the Shaheens, of course, will not be making some of the mistakes that they did the last time around. They do have the Azami again. Doctor's back on the Japanese defender. But of course, there's more to it than just one. Caesar with the DMR, we remember exactly how much of a nuisance they were in the first half. As there's 2 Kiba barriers on main stairs right now, protecting from both the window inside a study and of course the door peak if anyone's playing around the table. Oh, that's a scuffed Kiba if I've ever seen one. Oh dear me. No
What
one's
is
gonna
that
be happy
Kiva?
about
I have never seen that.
that is a weird one. Yeah, I think it like the game couldn't decide what angle it was on, and it just like said, nope, not even gonna bother processing this one, Chief. So, Doctor, I don't know how close you want to play this. The Kebi is right there. The shots are fired, but no one will be falling to the wayside just yet.
It's not looking that good for them just yet, but again, you gotta take it slow and steady. But for the members of the Shaheens, there's 4 players who are inside of the site. There are no roams. Interesting. Maybe they're playing for the man advantage, I guess, because they know it's a 4v5 situation.
Maybe.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I mean, that would probably be the smartest way to play it, right? Oh, that C4 you do not want to explode. Oh no, that would have been a massive blunder had that actually happened. But anyway, we've got shots fired. Cheesy taking so much damage from through the drone hole. Oh god, who is that? That's the Decabi coming in very close. Spidey time, so much damage done. As Caesar finds that one. Doctor gets Hecko. That double peek on that main door. Oh no! No, 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 not like this. Not like this. Militants. Oh, the double peek on the door was so unnecessary. And oh no, caught in 4K, 60 FPS.
No. Caught on an iPhone.
Shaheens get away with overtime match point. It's round 14. Militants, you guys came so close. You flew so close to the stars, and yet to falter here would probably be the biggest crime to your fans and to yourselves. There's 2 more rounds potentially, but to do that, to get to round 15, they have to win this round. As round 14, OT map point is on the Shaheens' favor.
Good God, man. It's happening slowly but surely. And at this point, I don't know what else to say. I really don't.
10 seconds left.
What do you want me to say here? The members of Millitant, they had everything under the wraps. They lost their momentum and they have no idea how to pick themselves back up.
Sector's objective is to defuse a bomb.
They're expecting this to be an easy win, but no, it just won't. Your attacking side is not going to be that strong as it was before because you don't have that same level of confidence and momentum that you had previously. The members of Shaheens, they also had a little bit of time to slow things down, understand the strategy to try and fight for this overtime, considering the rehost that you took. What?
Okay.
How the hell was that a trade?
All right then. It was, I guess. I don't really know how to answer that one. But
I've
that
never
trade, of
seen
course-
a non-headshot trade. That was not a headshot and it still was a trade?
I guess mathematically it is possible if you get the healths down quick enough. But mind you, it's a 4v3, that means. Millitant Esports are still on the back foot here in terms of the man count. Din looking for people on the first floor. Potential to get one, maybe two.
The attacker's bomb diffuser
But
has been
let's
dropped.
see here. The Zofia, of course, with the 7.62. Nobody really plays LMG anymore these days. Oh boy. Alright, here we go. Hecko about to take a gunfight. Doctor is the one coming up close. Gone 6 might just take care of the shield, mind you. So you gotta be careful. Get that utility burned first. A breach from the Hibana on the other side of the map. Mighty Ellie dropping down, knowing full well that there's somebody towards piano. That is Din, mind you. And he's gonna give chase, I think. Or either that or come up the red stairs. Seems like red stairs is the more likely situation. All three players
here comes
of the attack have also
Oh my
fallen
god,
back
there
in.
are so many!
It's the Warden, though. The Warden can counter flashbangs. He's just got to be very careful. Wait, someone's already right at the corner of the door. Hecko also now hugging the vault
I
corner.
don't like this position.
Where is Din in all of this? In study, trying to counter. One more. Doctor taking a bit of damage right there. More shots fired. Din's position in study is actually really, really good right now. And there we go, starts things off. Elemist, the player in study that could have been such a problem, is now gone. Din has full control of this side as Caesar gets down and Hecko takes the kill. 3v2, shotgun aim down sight as well. The prone peak is in, shots fired. But not much damage done.
This is a nail-biting
Where
moment.
are the remaining defenders? They've got the cross as well. The prone peak isn't going to work out. Shotgun so close right now. Din's going for it. The shots need to be fired. And yes, they will. Doctor covers the planter. Oh, dear me. Impact gets that. And Din with the kill on Mighty Ali. He's up to 23. And we are up to round 15. Maximum overtime.
Defenders win.
Do I say anything here at this point, or do I just stay quiet? This round was the most nail-biting round that you could have ever had in your entire life. The shotgun came in, it missed. Hecko missed the shotgun kill.
Yep.
The slit survived, and then the clutch happened right at the very end because Gigi just threw a Pokeball straight in the face of the lion. Doctor, it was the catch of his career.
Unfortunately.
Locate and
And a 7-7 scoreline and 23 kills, mind you, for Din.
That entire situation can just boil down to one key mistake that the Shaheens made. Right, I'm going to point this out right now. Shaheens should have had two people pushing study main stairs. They had the Hibana elements going there, yes, but you don't need more than two people on the main door. One has to make sure that 90 and Classical is clear. The other stays at the door until you clear out Vault for the plant.
seconds left
They
before
didn't do
insertion.
that. They had three players there, and Elemist the only one on study window. The problem for Elemist was Din was the one taking the fight on study. And because of that, and purely because of that, Shaheens put themselves in a situation where they could have lost. And then the Pokeball, then the impact came in. And when it was flying, it was almost like slow motion. I was almost watching it in slow motion with like the whole, anvil falling sound effect, just destroying everything. That singular impact was like a nuke. And that nuke decimated Shaheens' chances of winning the round right here. And now, once again, we're back in this equal footing position. But, folks, this is the last round. The last possible round of this map. There are no more rounds to go. Caesar's position given away in towards the study side. So there might be some roam clear coming his way very soon. If it's Din, then my goodness, Caesar has to be afraid of this. And mind you, Din, 3 kills post-rehost, now up to 23. This round could very well give Din the record. But we'll have to wait and see for now. Minute 50 on the clock, and it's a very, very quiet moment. Almost like a calm before the storm that we're seeing.
Slow and steady wins the race here, but for the side of Militants, they know they just need one kill, one goddamn kill to open things up here for their side. And the real question is, are they going to be able to get it? The Dokubi calls are going to give away massive chunks of information of where the players are possibly playing towards. And now with the clearance coming in from the bottom, they need to work their way up. That's going to be a trade coming in from either end. And again, it's going to be the trades that really does put the problems in line. The Nook is going to be able to shut down one more 3 versus 3 situation on the map. And we know for a fact that the side of Militants, if they get this attacking side round win, they have the best possible opportunity to close things out. Hecko, where are you looking at there, buddy? Out in the middle of nowhere. Getting caught with his pants down. What was he doing?
Unfortunately, they didn't act on the intel from before in the round that the alibi was towards study. They didn't act on it where they should have. Skywalker getting very antsy, still gets that. It's a 1v3. Din, the last one standing inside of the site, being flanked. It doesn't matter. Doctor's in there, gets the kill. No record break, and no, unfortunately, the heartbreak is real here, folks, for the side of Militants. They should have won it, but unfortunately, the disconnect and just, again, that momentum being broken by the rehost. They had hope that Spytime would be able to, not Spytime, excuse me, Killsteal would be able to rejoin, but they weren't able to get him back. Just whatever's going wrong with Killsteal needs to be solved ASAP because they need their 5th. It is very clear they're missing their 5th right about now. And that flank from Caesar, again, somebody should have cleared that out. Same mistake as the Shaheens made, right? They didn't bother clearing a very vital part of the map. Same here. Militants did not bother clearing the side of Study and AVG. And because of that, they got caught with their pants down. Unfortunate as it is, a heartbreak for the Militants. They will have to go into map number 2 with an 0-1 down score situation. Shaheens will be just very happy. As we go into the highlights to talk more about the situation at hand, Shaheens will be very happy with the fact that they got away with the map win. Mind you, they would have gotten away with it much, much sooner. It was their match to lose, given that they were 5-2 up. And it went all the way down to max OT. That is pure credit to the Militants and nothing else.
Yep. It was all up to the Militants to try and get things down from there. And again, that attacking side is just so difficult when you're one man down, unless you have a superstar performance coming in from Din. There was no situation where you would have gotten that one away. It just doesn't happen. And again, Militants, you have to give them credit that, honestly, they tried to pull off some incredible compositions to try and go in for a clutch again and again. And then there was Din, man. The man dropped 23 kills, 23 to try and break a record and to bring it back for his team. It just was not enough. They needed that one more player to be present to try and shut down the Shaheens, but it just didn't happen. It's a heartbreak and a tragedy for them, but at the same time, I think they're going to pat themselves on the back and just head on down over onto map number 3 with high spirits, because honestly, they would have won this. Shaheens made a lot of mistakes, and they won it out right at the very end because they were on the defensive side of Villa, where they had a massive man advantage right off the bat. And yes, of course, you cannot really justify the mistakes being made by the members of Militants because they didn't clear out study at all. And Heko just got caught out in the middle of nowhere. He was sitting on a raft, and the sharks were all around him. And he sat there without even really looking around him. And those are the type of mistakes that just cannot be looked over. And on that sense, members of Militants, hopefully they're not kicking themselves for that one because they did a lot. And now look at Din, man. 23 and 10. He just played his heart out. He played his heart out, man. Like, you have to give this man a pat on the back for that.
I gotta agree with you. Din just amazing play. Excuse me right there for the sudden break. But yeah, just man, a performance like that really deserved to win, as it were. 23-10 and 73%. Going on the 1-2 in First Blood's EPS score above 1.3, which is far higher, 1.42. The second closest EPS in the entire table is Caesar, who's going 13-11, 3-0 on First Bloods, and 1.05. So you can tell that Din really performed out of their mind in the map, but unfortunately, it simply was not to be. Shaheens walk away with the 8-7. As now we will shift our focus to Clubhouse map number 2, the map picked by Militant Esports, as they were the ones to bring a Clubhouse into the table. And they, if I quickly just go over my details here, they should be, I think, attack first on the side of Clubhouse. Again, we'll refresh that once we come back. But before map 2 starts, we're going to need a quick break to recharge. We'll be right back. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack, alongside Aggressive, as we are back for match number 2 of Lower Brackets Round 1. The match between Militant Esports and Shaheens. We've just been through a very, very exciting map on Villa, which went 8-7 to the Shaheens after what could have been a very good comeback, and still was a very good comeback by Militant Esports, as they went from 2-5 down all the way to 7-7. Shaheens winning out the last round. Now we're moving to Clubhouse, which is Militant's pick, and they are attack first here once again, thanks to the Shaheens picking defense first on Clubhouse. So, Shaheens are one map up, they're 1-0 up, and they have the advantage. Militants, in the meanwhile, they've got a bone to pick with the Shaheens right about now.
Yeah, that's for certain. But then again, you do have to consider another thing. They're playing on Clubhouse, they're on the attacking side, so let's just say they have an opportunity to just be a lot more decisive in the way that they're playing this particular map. Again, Clubhouse, one of the tried and tested maps when it comes down to Siege. So at the end of the day, are they really going to feel that uncomfortable? Not exactly, because the side of Militants, they've showcased their proficiency on this particular map. They know how to play around with it, but their attacking side does not favor them quite often. While on the other side of the spectrum, Shaheens, they've showcased a lot of weaknesses on their own defensive end of Clubhouse, even though Clubhouse is historically one of the most defense-favored maps. But the fact that if they have just not been able to play around with it as much, they have banned out the ace early on, and this is one of the few teams that really does like to ban that hard breacher in a lot of these scenarios, especially that they know that they're starting on the defensive end.
All things considered, on Clubhouse, a hard breacher ban to complement the Thatcher ban makes sense, right? Make hard breaching difficult for your opponents, but the question is, why not then do the Maverick Thatcher? Then the attackers are forced to use secondary EMPs or grenades from below or something like that. Basically, spend time doing things that the Maverick can easily account for. Valkyrie will, of course, be banned, no real surprises right there, but that leaves the Shaheens up to ban anyone else but the Kaid, and they're gonna get rid of Capcan. They just simply do not like Capcan, I'll be honest with you.
Your friends
But
playing on that team.
oh yeah, absolutely. But the point notwithstanding, they have Kaid available, right? And that's gonna make things especially difficult for the attackers when it comes to attacking the basement site. Militant will have seen these bans and will be thinking, okay, basement, we can actually open up without too much issue because, well, actually, yeah, no, excuse me, I got the team name wrong.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Shaheens will
bombs.
be looking at these bans and thinking, yeah, okay, opening up basement is going to be much more difficult for them because Kaid is available and we can impact trick to, complement the Kaid. Secondary impact EMPs will be in play, but even with them, Kaid could possibly trick out one hatch, and if that is the case, then oh boy, that could certainly be very interesting. Now, looking at the team compositions, we've got a triple breach setup here. Cheesy, Killsteel, and Heko bringing in the Thermite, Hibana, and Maverick respectively. Spytime and Din with soft breachers. As on the other side,
5
Shaheens,
seconds left.
no electrical interference, only a mute, and of course, an Oryx,
Attackers are
interestingly
moving
enough.
out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I don't know how much I like this pickup of the Maverick. What are they trying to achieve with this, especially with Maverick not having grenades anymore? What's the reason behind it?
I mean, it's just down
Is
to
the
the
breaching
main...
torch really worth it anymore?
All things considered, I mean, some would argue, right, that, yeah, it probably still is. Just for, big wall sites. And, oh, wait a minute. Doctor already getting taken down. That's because somebody's inside of stocks. And that, of course, is Spidey time, clearing out first floor. Wow. All right. Early first kill there.
Going live.
More shots are about to be fired here. As we have what could be, I think, the Maverick Torch going as it normally does, right at the very top. There you go. Since it's mute jam, they don't have to worry about too much. And
Oh
oh
no!
dear me, Elmist has disconnected. So, quick catch up for our viewers at home. We were informed by the back end, by the admins of the back end, that there is a bit of a disturbance on one of the players' ends, and they might lose connection for this map entirely. At least they assume for the map entirely. So, it's not exactly the best thing that Elmist is the one to get disconnected here, and now which leaves the side of Shaheens in a 5v3. Oh dear me, this could be possibly very bad for them.
Oh, they already know. Oh, the gun barrel has been spotted. Militants. They have the positions under control and kill steal. Free casual kill for him as soon as the head comes out. But nope. The Womai spots the position, but still he's not going to be able to find that frag. 3 players right in his vicinity. And 1 shot to the head is all that it takes. Skywalker holding from the other end. They already know the positions and the shield's gonna get destroyed. Everything's no longer in their control. That's a free plan for them to find, and this is a free round. Possibly a flawless as well, unless Skywalker maybe retaliates with 1 kill. That's the 1. That's the 2nd, but yeah, that's not gonna happen. Not anytime soon. 2 kills that they get, and that's pretty much it. And at the end of the day, the pause will be taken by the side of the Shaheens because that 1 round just did not pan out in their favor at all. I understand Elemis, of course, went in for when they had a disconnect on their side. Sorry, my train of thought just got broken for a second. They had a disconnect, but that's completely fine because at the end of the day, even if you have a disconnect, you can hold down your sidelines properly. What happened in this particular round was that 3 players entered into garage, 1 from the first floor, literally just ran in, went into garage and got a kill onto the garage player, and the garage player had no idea of how to try and defend himself. Garage control was established early. The front side of the CCTV wall was broken. Cash room staircase control was completely lost. And there was nothing that you could do. You were just done for because what do you defend? Do you defend the garage window? Or do you defend the players that are running in from cash CCTV because of a smoke being placed right in front of the hallway? There was nowhere for the side of Shaheens to even run from. And again, the map control lost tendencies that they had in map number 1 is showcasing again on map number 2.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see as to when we can get this player back into the lobby here. Basement Charge Arsenal, potentially the site of choice, as there's some banter in the all chat going around. Whether or not Elemist will be able to rejoin. If not, they might have to go forward with the 4v5. Pretty much the exact opposite of how Millitant were playing in the first map. Militant were the ones forced to play a 4v5 due to Killsteal's disconnection difficulties. Right now, of course, we're just awaiting some sort of news and cheesy joking around in the old chat right there. Oh my goodness. Hey, but I will say though, yes, I gotta get the plug in. Links in the description, folks. I'm gonna join in the fun. Why not? But jokes aside, though, our heart does go out to the side of the Shaheens. They definitely will be missing their players right now. Again, as it were, some more banters in the all chat. Again, not much to really say because we discussed every single possible thing that we could have in the first map, and that really didn't see how that really didn't really give us much to talk about. And that first round really was just one normal round really for Clubhouse. Nothing too particularly special there until, of course, a couple of rounds happen, and then we have things to talk about. But for now, we'll have to wait and see for when the pause is unpaused, and yeah, kind of just continue on the banter of the match. Mind you, today's matches have been something else. The first match that we had, of course, excuse me, there between Team Uwu and Phalanx, that ended up being a massive upset for Team Uwu and their fans and us here at the casting desk as well, because we simply were not expecting it. Team Uwu, such a strong team. They played Hunter so well, and yet it simply was not to be. And on the other side, and of course, on the other side, now we have this game between MLT and Shaheens. As MLT, again, are wanting 4 points here. They are here for the first time when it comes to the
Yep.
Pro Series, and they want points for themselves. And hello, we're back to ourselves as we await the pause to be unpaused. And as soon as we came back, we're hearing that the fifth player, Elemist, is apparently back. As soon as we have the ready confirmation, we'll go back into the game, folks. Don't worry. Thankfully, this pause will not be all that long. And that means, of course, we are going to be able to continue with the match in very short order. So, round one, pretty good take by the side of Militants. As we go into the match once again, let's go back to round number 2.
Let's roll back one more time and hopefully roll it back for the last time, because Shaheens, they took a pretty hefty loss on round number 1, so hopefully they can bounce on back from it. But that bounce back will be that simple? Not really, not just yet, because again, they're losing so much map control, man. Come on, you can't make mistakes like these. These are rookie level mistakes that you just cannot make. You need to understand that, okay, the members of Militants, they're playing quite aggressive down on the first floor. Of course, they're going to try to establish that first floor control right off the bat. So why are you playing aggressively there? You can prepare defensive lines of sight. You can take it slow. You can take it steady. You don't need to be that over-aggressive Oryx that dies out early in the round. Not speaking from personal experience at all from my ranked teams. But for Doctor, I understand he has a raw mechanical skill to back it all up. But that backing cannot be present every single round. You're going to get drawn down. You're going to get out-aimed at one stage or the other, because it's always a 50-50 whenever you take an aim to. Unless you're Shaiko, of course, but that man's a different beast entirely. But for Shaheens, they need to try and slow things down and to try and understand, how the members of Militants are really playing this particular map, because, again, Militants have a very unique strategy in the way that they try to take away the map control, where they try to overwhelm their opposition instead of trying to take 1v1 engagement based upon utility. And this is where it all starts. A very cheeky angle coming in from Elemis to get that first initial kill, and with that, things are looking up for the Shaheens.
That's a pretty good first kill right there. Spidey time going down. And Heko taking a ton of damage as well. Skywalker gets all that lost health back. And suddenly this round looking a little bit more dicey for the side of Militant, as they have to now try to reconvene and consider what just happened and why they might just be faced with an unwinnable position if they continue losing bodies in the early game. But of course, all of that has to wait. They have to make a move first, and they've got to get close to the site before things can progress. And they're setting things up on the second floor. I'm pretty sure first floor and second floor, getting clear of the roam and all the like. Trying to wait. Actually, they're just about to enter when it comes to the breaching kitchen hatch. Is any of it done? I'm not entirely sure if it is. No, they're just getting started at minute 17 on the clock. Okay. This is going to be difficult. The cluster charges need to come in sooner. Coordination needs to happen a little bit quicker, guys. As we have the hatch, which will finally be breached. There are no more impacts remaining from the side of the defense right about now. And that should mean the kitchen hatch will be breached in just a short moment. Dirt needs to be cleared out as well, and it has been. Verticality is being set up, so it's about to be a gunfight and a half, but it's going to be very messy as well.
It starts here for them. With this, they're going to be able to break their way in. Slowly but surely breaking one hatch at a time, but with only 35 seconds left on the clock. How slow can you go? Because you already have a massive man disadvantage. And unless you get a kill out of this one as well, with all of the members from the defense at full HP, that one drone is giving so much information away, and that level of information could be the thing that they need to break their way forward. But again, these Scria gates are just a nuisance. They cannot rush in as well. 15 seconds left on the clock. That's the jump down. They heard the sounds, and one by one, they're just gonna start dropping like flies. Maybe a kill over from the side coming in from Kill steal and
Okay.
okay. Kill him with style, why don't you? Neo kill. That was beautiful. Each and every play coming in from Shaheens was just immaculate. And for MLT, this round was just a complete and utter disconnect. What just happened to them? They spent more than 2 minutes trying to establish what control? Kitchen control?
I have no idea.
2 minutes
Attackers
for
need to
kitchen
locate and
control,
defuse
Jack.
bombs.
They certainly took their time, I guess you could say, but like that was a bit too much time, I think, at the end of the day. So they're gonna have to try and work on that, as you know, we all saw exactly what happens when you take too long to do a certain thing. The thing's not exactly gonna work out the way you want it to. Militant, right now, looking to get a better attack going, this time on second floor gym. Looks like the side of Shaheens are a bit hesitant to go back to CCTV because, of course, all things considered, CCTV didn't exactly go all that well for them. Whether Elemis was there or not, of course, is a different issue altogether. We have the castle set up, along with the extension all the way out to cache and CCTV. You know, the usual stuff, horizontal extensions and the like. So we should be seeing some good horizontal plays and potentially some vertical clearances as well from the side of Millitant Esports, as we have the first potential breach clearances being given with the drones and the shots being fired through the drone hole. There we go. The breach is heard. That's actually the construction single wall that the thermite takes care of, trying to take out the thoroughfare through construction.
Having that early level of construction control will be a pretty hefty find for them to get. But again, looking at the positioning, I don't like how close Skywalker is playing towards that shield. That shield can easily break, and that could just be their downfall. But again, Elemis coming down back strong, getting that one kill on the Frost, and that is amazing for them to find. Again, that's a kill on the Hibana. The Hibana is the most important breacher for you to have against the Mira. There's no way they can stop this mirror window. He's just gonna sit there and give so much information for the defenders to play around with that they're just in the clear, and a couple of good shots coming in from the alibi as well. Skywalker gets another one, 3 versus 5 situation on the map, and the members of Militant, they're just starting to drop like flies one after the other. A couple of concussive blasts to try and maybe slow things down, but for this, they need a kill. Not just information. 1 minute, 20 seconds left on the clock. They can still play it down slowly but surely and make their way into the side. But this gym hold coming in from the Shaheens will not be an easy one for them to break into.
That much is for certain. Skywalker's position now given away. Shots fired towards them as the fuse comes in. Doesn't get shot by the alibi. So close on these shots right now. The fuse goes straight in, and Din will get the kill. Unfortunately, the fuse had to act as a bit of bait right there. It will be picked back up, but there's so much damage done everywhere else. Cheesy has taken a shot. Heko is extremely low on health, and they've only got 40 seconds to confirm this into a potential round win. It's looking less and less likely with each passing second. And the kinds of crosses that are being watched right now are also going to be extremely hard to do much with. Mighty Ellie with such an angle right now. Misses the shot, though, as the castle will push out, but no! Cheesy goes down to Elemis in the meanwhile as Din takes that one kill. Less than 20 remains, and it's all down to Din. Star player from the last map has to get the final 1v3. 10 seconds on the clock. He's got the down on one, trying to get the Mira. Can't, though. Caesar will finish it off.
Free kill coming in from the anchor. Shaheens, the round was a little bit too close for comfort, but at the end of the day, they did close things out in style. Good shots coming in all around from each and every player. And they ran down the clock beautifully. They played it smart, they took their time, they gained the map control, they gained the early advantage, and they did not give up on the map control early on in the round. And that's one of the main reasons why they were able to find that round in particular as well. Again, the members of Militant, they just, I don't know, they took too many 1v1 engagements at this point. They had CCTV control. They tried to push their way into cash room, but did they not drone out construction at all? They expected the player to be in construction, but Was there no drones present to catch out the player or try to force him back into a much more uncomfortable position? Because it felt as though Militants, they were pushing into CCTV blind.
Seconds left before insertion.
But from there,
Yes, we'll have to see
5 seconds left before
how
insertion.
far things can be pushed by the Militants this time. We are back on
Attackers must
CC, mind
locate and
you,
defuse a bomb.
which means that this site, the site that they won, Militants that is back on the table. But the question is, are they actually going to be able to pull something off here? Shaheens clearly want a quick win, and they want to get it done ASAP. They are defense first. They have all the advantage in the world. And they are very clearly trying to push the ladder a little bit here. Elemis is taking a bit of damage. And we've got one little change here from the defender lineup from before. As the gray goes out, that finds the mute Elemist. Now down, that's a big first kill. Shots fired. That is to the hatch above stage. That's because Skywalker's playing in construction for the time being. But that first drop from Spidey Time will be so very important. As in the meanwhile, the breach is cleared and the wall will also be broken wide open.
no problems for them to find it. Oh boy, that would have been detrimental if Doctor still held that corner. He's still holding that corner. If he gets shot there, that is just a gone case for him. Doctor is going to be able to deny one of the breaches coming in from the Ivana from the side. One of the drones have also been denied, and that's perfect for them. So much information utility that they could have had in their arsenal has now not been found. Positions are good, and the Azami is going to be able to find one more. Still a player right below him. And Hecko casually gets another kill, and one by one the members of Militants, they are shutting down the side of Shaheen. One more Define, and it's all up to Mighty Ali to maybe hold down the line for as long as he possibly can. Caesar on the other end, and they need to clear out Mighty Ali as fast as they possibly can. That's the first initial kill. They already know one player's over from the side. Pings are coming in. They know the position, but they need to try and find that skill, and he's going to be able to get it. Mighty Ali takes down Spidey Time. Keep things competitive. And in this, it's a 3 versus 2 situation, and they have no idea where the Jaeger is. They're utilizing all their resources to try and kill this one Wamai, but the reason... But what? The Jaeger actually goes down on the back? Did they hear him? There's no way they expected that play, because their Jaeger should not have been there at all. The least likelihood of a possibility would have been a player coming in from construction, but instead, they checked the staircase onto cash room? Pretty good map awareness coming in from Militants.
A pretty good moment instance, I was gonna say, of map awareness, and also just a pretty common thoroughfare that was checked at the right time for the side of the Militants, keeping it competitive. And in the spirit of things, it is 2-2 going into round number 5, and we are straight back to basement, church, and arsenal room. Shaheens back to the side that they absolutely trounced Militants on, and they're going to want to do it again. If they're able to do this and then go to gym, win that, it's a 4-2 first half again for them, and we all know what can potentially happen from there once Militants go to the defense, folks. There's a lot to be had here for both of these teams, as we will now have to wait and see how they perform. What the likelihood of this performance is, all things considered, Militant Esports are going to be, well, very much hoping that they can continue the momentum of the last round into this one. Their CCTV take is something else, but no, Cheesy is down. Seems like a spawn peek from Caesar. We heard the shots going off, and Caesar is on the pistol, but doesn't look like they can confirm the kill. Cheesy will be pulled back up to their feet, and unfortunately that leaves the Thermite with very little HP to work with.
Vertical control is everything for this side. They picked up the buck to try and make this entry a little bit easier for them to find, but still, at the end of the day, they need to establish that control right off the bat. And I do believe the defenders are giving up the entirety of the first floor. Wait a minute. There's absolutely no one playing on the first floor at all. Are they all hunkering into sight? This could backfire really easily. And I'm guaranteeing you that this will, unless Militants just completely drop the ball here. I don't like this one bit, Jack. Because at this point, if this is how it's gonna go, things are not looking pretty for them. Especially with the Buck just opening up holes all across the flooring. There's nowhere that the defenders can stand in for any form of power position. They're just stuck between a rock and a hard place to try and survive this one. One headshot is all that they need. Positions are good, but no, the shots are not clean. Ouch. At least with the heals, Doctor's gonna be able to pick himself back up a little bit more to half HP. But for the attackers, they're more than happy. They have everything under control. Grenade spans for days. And Militants, they just need to push their way into the site now. Okay,
That
never
they
mind.
do, but Caesar, with beautiful peak, up vertical, finds Hecko. That is going to leave things a little bit more dicey for the side of MLT. They've got the hatch open. They've got a player in dirt right now who could potentially take things away from the defenders as Mighty Ellie takes damage, but there's the Thunderbird just working overtime right now for the Shaheens. If anything, future teams looking at this might actually want to ban Thunderbird against the Shaheens because of the amount of work they get off of her as Caesar in the meanwhile goes down. That's a big important kill right there by Spidey Time, and a much needed one. Now, they've got to be careful. They've got one in the hallway, but Elemist gets Din. Spidey Time finds Mighty Ellie in the meanwhile. Hatch is being watched. Skywalker is right there. Where is the Thermite going? Skywalker with 2! And that is going to be the cleanup. The Thermite just walked into sight, unaware of where the alibi was. Guys, a little bit more intel gathering would do you so good. But none of that, and they're caught in just the most awkward of positions. Shaheens walking away with another round win. And again, it's just these big mistakes that MLT keeps making. And knowing Shaheens, they will not want to make any more of these anytime soon.
I'm gonna ask you a pretty important
Defenders,
question
protect your
here,
bombs from
Jack.
being defused by attackers.
Tell me honestly, is there any use of a thermite when the site is on basement?
I mean, other than if you're going for Church Wall Breach, no, not really. You could just bring a Maverick and get a bit better utility, honestly.
Exactly. In this situation, the Thermite just had no utility presence at all. What was the reason for his pickup? And that's one of the other reasons that we need to talk about. The members of Militants, they're picking up operators that don't really give them an advantage on certain different timelines. Yeah, I understand. You want to go in for the double hard breach, which is really powerful in the map of
5
Clubhouse.
seconds remaining.
But I can understand the usage of a Thermite over on the second floor.
Attackers
but
are moving out to
here-
locate a bomb and defuse it.
I don't know. These are very rookie level mistakes coming in from Militants, especially after what they showcased to us from map number 1. We expected the team to just have that level of confidence and to just carry it forward over onto the second map, but that's not the case here. They're fumbling badly. And if this is how it goes, I don't know. Things could go horribly wrong for them. It all needs to start now. And if they cannot pick up the momentum from here on out, the members of Militant could easily be out for the count.
Attackers have located
As
a
we have
bomb.
the Jacuzzi Breach taken care of, and the Castle Barricades in nice quick order, we've got MLT setting up for what could potentially be a pretty good round here. All they have to do is make sure Kill Seal doesn't get taken down early, as the pings are coming out towards the outside as to where these attackers could be. Shots are fired back and forth between construction as the drone is sent in, but Elements was right there to shut that drone down.
Attackers have dropped
The alibi will rotate away
Also
towards
shield.
CC. That was a shield. Yep, using the C4 to get it out of there, but Doctor taking a ton of damage. Hecko,
Oh,
oh
that's a
dear me,
good
goes
kill.
down. Beautifully coordinated right there, using the C4, getting rid of the Osa shield, and then, thanks to the newly cleared area, for getting the kill, onto the sled.
Oh,
C4
that's a
out,
C4
this could be huge! Oh my goodness, only barely surviving. The Hibana also gets the window open. Oh dear me. As Din finds one, Skywalker goes down, shots fired, and no, you don't take pot shots on an area where you don't have the lineup ready. There goes Doctor, and now the mirror window being compromised means the breach angle just became that much more deadly for the side of the Shaheens.
Close to impossible to try and survive this one now. Shaheens, they still have a little bit of an advantage to play around with. Yes, of course, it's a 4 versus 2 situation, but they still have their best players alive to try and hold down the side. The Mozzie as well could be the biggest nuisance if he just finds one more kill, but nope, that's not going to happen. Militants, they get a closing couple of kills that they wanted, especially when the Ivana was still very much alive. Again, very strong start, but the Doctor just got a bit too greedy for that kill. He was very low on HP, and there's no way he's going to survive that one. Taking a couple of pop shots over onto the elbow of a player is not something that you can do, especially with the weapon that Mira has in her arsenal. That thing fires a lot of bullets. It has a high fire rate, yeah, but it kicks like a mule as well, and it's very hard to control for precision shots. And with a 3-3 scoreline on the defensive side, mind you,
Defenders,
of
protect your bombs
Clubhouse,
from being defused by
Shaheens, they're at a massive disadvantage because now they're going over onto the attack without any idea of how the members of Militants are going to hold down the defense.
That is very true. Shaheens right now pretty much have their backs against the wall, or at least they're getting close to their backs being put to against the wall because of how things have been so far from them. I like the switch that Caesar's going for there. Out of the Iana into the Capitao. We don't see much of Capitao, but he's actually a really good counter to Wamai, especially in situations where Wamai has put those discs near important areas and thoroughfares. Because guess what? Capita's bolts, while they are caught by Wamai magnets, they're not destroyed by them. Instead, the smoke or the fire that Capita deploys is deployed in that region. Instead, basically, it just redirects where it would have been. So think for a Wamai disc that's basically right on the railing, right, of the balcony, the catwalk, garage catwalk. That's right on the railing of garage catwalk. Capita can get the flame into catwalk without doing much other effort because there was a Wamai disc there. And all you need to do is clear out the other Wamai discs and maybe ADSs that might be there, but ADSs do not catch Wamai, Capita's firebolts. I guess it won't really matter if the Wamai goes down first. Kill steal, not sure what happened there, but Doctor will happily take that as the first kill. Spider-Ham fires back, finding Elemist.
It's a 1-for-1 trade from either end, and that's Elemist going down as well. That's one of the most key important pickups that you need to have on your squad. And again, I do believe that the Doctor failed to try and go up against the impact, go up against the bandit tricking coming in from the player. Like, I don't know. Again, it feels as though there's a massive disconnect from the Shaheens when it comes down to this attacking side. None of the EMP grenades were placed down properly to try and stop Heckle from going in for the proper bandit trick, and that's gonna be huge because now the CCTV wall is not open and they need to force their way through construction just through pure gunfights. The drone work is good. They have some information, but they have not yet cleared out bedroom. If a player goes in for a massive flank and that lurk over on that end, that one roam alone can easily turn the tides of this battle. But still, with so much time still in their favor, they can work their way up and try to maybe get a kill here. One more thermite charge is still in hand, I do believe, and they can easily open the cash room wall, but they're still opting not to do so just yet.
Instead, they're opting to just take these gunfights as they come. Capita's fireballs forcing Din away from behind the shield, but not quite as much as they would hope. And Din is just back on that position again. Doctor taking damage now, probably from CCTV window, as they've got to be careful on where they decide to peek and where not. But at the same time, about to see how things progress from here. Din waiting for somebody to take out, as a smoke grenade will be thrown in, but that's gone a little bit too far to protect from the alibi, but Mighty Ellie finds Cheesy, as Cheesy got one. Skywalker wins the gunfight, still gets DBNO on entry, mind you.
15 seconds left.
As the bandit is now the last one standing. The plant is coming in. The C4 is out, and that actually finds two, and he turns around and finds Doctor! The 1v3! C4 and the kill! Doctor, just a smidge too late to find the bandit. There were two moments where he possibly could have, but the decisions made led him to go around the corner, around the bomb chassis, giving the Bandit enough time to make the clutch happen. 4-3, MLT have taken the lead.
That was a shocking revelation that I was not expecting. Again, Hecko, he just came out of absolutely nowhere. The man was chilling on garage, ran all the way back in towards ECTP, then threw in the most beautiful C4 that you could have ever thought of, got a double kill out of it, turned around, heard the footsteps, and just slapped the lion in the face. Doctor was not expecting that at all. That's all that they needed, man. And I do believe that the members of Millitant, they're going to be riding high from that momentum catch. And for the Shaheens,
10 seconds left before
oh
insertion.
boy, they're going to be feeling the hurt
5 seconds
and the
left
weight of
before
the world
insertion.
on their shoulders now. Because that was the most crucial round for them to win, considering that was the tiebreaker round. And now that the lead is back in the favor of Militants, will they be riding the high? Or will they just completely falter and die? Again, overconfidence is one of the big issues that we've seen coming in from Militants as well. They get overconfident, they start taking too many aggressive duels, and they just start falling flat on their faces because of it. Hopefully that's not going to happen in this round in particular, because they need this one more round to try and stabilize themselves, not just in the terms of the lead, but also in the terms of confidence. Because again, I always talk about the mental when it comes down to games like Siege. If you have a strong mental, especially when it comes down to creating momentum and snowballing it out of control, there's no team that can ever stop you. And for Shaheens, their backs are against the wall, and they know that they need to go big or they're gonna get sent back home.
I'm out. Gotta reload.
That they definitely do. Is that a Monty I see? It actually is. And oh dear me, the secondary EMP not working out what it should have. But thankfully Hibana can, of course, regulate the number of charges that she throws out at any given time. So the breach is not going to be hampered in any way, shape, and form. Basement Church, site of choice. The usual, hatch breach vertical coverage is going to be in play. But the big curious thing is no bodies have been dropped. There is very clearly a defender above. And wait, the hatch hasn't been cleared out yet, I think.
Yeah, that's an impact for it.
Oh, right.
They had impacts
The
for it.
impact tricked it off. So that's a bit of a mistake, and not clearing top floor is clearly a bit of a mistake. As Killsteel comes in, now going on 8-5, make that 9-5. They find Caesar, and the Monty on first floor is now caught in the crossfire in a catch-22. What to do? They're actually inside of dirt. Impacts out. Elmist is one more impact away. Oh, okay. Never mind. I retract my statement. We're one more impact away from getting taken down. That Monty is mighty low right about now. As we have another EE1D. Din is down. Elmist will get that kill somehow. And actually pushing up very aggressively towards Dirt Door. It'll be met with some resistance, I think, very, very shortly. 4v3 still. As MLT are looking poised for a win. Killsteel finds Doctor. 4v2 now. And there we go. Monty's in. Shots are fired. It's only a Monty, no more. MLT, they are taking rounds on the defense, folks. Map 3 is looking more and more likely as Shaheens are losing steam very fast.
It's coming down to the wire pretty much at this stage. Militants, they're pulling off the impossible. And again, Shaheens, they're just dropping the ball in more ways than one. Rookie level mistakes just costing them everything here. And I just sound like a broken record now, don't I, Jack? Because we're highlighting the same problems over and over again, but that's what's happening to the side of the Shaheens. They're not droning the entire map out properly. They're not trying to adapt to the tendencies coming in from Militants. They like to spread out. They like to separate themselves as far as they possibly can as they're extending the side so that they can take map control on multiple different fronts. But Shaheens, they don't respect that at all. They believe that the members of Militants, they're going to bunker inside of the side just like them. But no, that's not the case. Punishments coming in from the side of Militants is just aggressive. And Shaheens just can't stand up to it.
go. Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Definitely feels quite dicey for them right about now. And once again, a defensive setup with the Mira in play. This is what happens when you ban Capcan on a map like Clubhouse. Sure, Capcan's a decent ban, all things considered, but you also have to consider one thing, folks, and this particularly goes to the Shaheens. On a map like Clubhouse particularly, I don't think banning the Capcan is entirely worth it. And I say that purely out of the goodness of my own heart. Don't get me wrong, Capcan's powerful. But, and this is a big one, Mira might just be a little bit more powerful than Capcan in any given map of Siege, but Clubhouse, Villa, maps like these, Chalet, Oregon, maybe banning the Mira might actually help you more than it hurts you. As Doctor takes a ton of damage from Construction Window. That's Din right there, doing all that damage once again, causing a ruckus right now. As the Sledge will be low on HP, has to be very careful on which gunfights they decide to take. A breach is potentially being planned here. Yes, it is. Maybe Din wants to play aggressive around this breach. Could potentially be. Things are giving away the Alibi's position. Din finds Mighty Ellie. It does not matter. A walk out to Construction. Now get the down. No, that's cheesy with the jump out. Meanwhile, Jaeger goes down as Caesar finds the reverse kill from down below. More shots are being fired as Din drops down. Wait, that's in first floor. There's somebody in stocks. Din could actually get them. But no, they're walking away towards main stairs instead.
Things are just not looking that clear for them to try and get around with here. And at this stage, we gotta head on back and try to slow things down from the back end of this.
Attackers have recovered their
At this
diffuser.
point, it is a 3 versus 3 situation. They need to try and brute force their way in towards the side. But they just don't have that level of control just yet. The members of the Shaheens, they still have some drones to play around with. The Iana has 2 drones in hand, mind you. And they're not utilizing a single thing. 51 seconds left on the clock and they're information dry. How do they want to entry? That's the first initial drone coming in from the Sophia. They're finally trying to clear out logistics to try and break their way in and possibly find a line of sight. Caesar's going to clear out the entire thing. They have control. They're already in towards the side of logistics. They have everything under wraps. They cleared it out completely, but still with 25 seconds left on the clock, they're nowhere close to the site. And the defenders, they're all around it. 2 players on gym, 1 player on the staircase. How do they want to clear this? Because now they're gonna need to rush in, and they have no utility and no time to slowly clear things out proper.
And therein starts the problem. Din gets one. Caesar fires back immediately, but Din with another. Caesar fires back again. It's a 1v1. The castle, all they need to do is hide. And that is exactly what they're going to do. 2 seconds remain. And find Caesar on the approach. Caesar had no choice but to go for a blind panic in that moment. No plant was possible thanks to Din. Again, causing so much ruckus and forcing the hand of the Shaheens. Folks, it's map point. As we have MLT Esports now on map point. 1 more round, and we're going map 3, folks.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I have no clue what's happening here. I'm just absolutely speechless. I really am. The way that Militants are turning these around, 1 round at a time, the way that they're playing together as a team is one of the main reasons why we always talk about this team being so heavily defense favored. Their attack is one of the weakest that we have seen coming out from a lot of the other teams, but when it comes down to their defense, the way that they play it together as a roster, together as a unit, is something to behold. It's incredible to watch each and every time. And with this, they're holding down the fort proper. Ladies and gentlemen, they're turning things around to be even better than ever. Positions are good and they are strong. And Militants are looking to close out map number 2 in style. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, things could go either way. Shaheens, this is their last opportunity to maybe just turn things around on their defensive end to possibly keep their hopes and dreams alive to close this out on a 2-0 scoreline. Otherwise, map number 3 is seemingly inevitable at this point, but Cheesy, he's not gonna let that happen. The breach isn't even done. The Maverick needs to slowly break the wall. That's even more time wasted, and that's a very dangerous job for the Maverick to do. There's no way he can break the wall without dying out immediately because he went in for the bottom one first. If he was doing the top one, then maybe there was a chance to break it with the Maverick trick, but even that's not possible anymore.
Bomb located by attackers.
The Monty now approaching from the top. The Wamai is more than happy to do everything else, but no, it's not quite gonna work. Elmas gets the kill onto Din, but Killsteal finds Dr. Hecko's here to contest the Montaigne as Caesar's taking so much damage, but no, Spidey Time goes down. Hecko gets that nonetheless. Caesar's going for the revive on the Zofia. But that's the thing, can they afford to do something like this? The shots are fired, the Bandit wants this kill and will not give up. Cheesy from below. It's all up to Skywalker in the 1v0. Never mind. We are going to map 3, folks. This game is far from over as we are going with Millitant Esports winning out the side of... oh boy, the side of Clubhouse with a full comeback. Once again, 2-3 down to the 7-3 win. It is 5 straight rounds in the favor of Millitant Esports, folks. That's how many rounds they've won. 5 rounds straight. And my goodness, Shaheens, they'll be kicking themselves for having let this go to map 3.
That's a guarantee. And honestly speaking, the members of Militants, they could have easily won on map number 1 as well. You saw what happened there. They were winning rounds on a 4 versus 5 scenario. They lost it out right at the very end when it was at maximum overtime. And when a team wins out on maximum overtime, you know that their confidence is not going to be looking that hot. Militants, they were guaranteed to take map number 2, considering that, of course, they started off on the attack. They got it to a 3-3 scoreline. And I kept on reiterating this over and over again, that Shaheens, if they do not get at the bare minimum of 5 to 4 rounds on their own defensive side, then there's no way they're going to be able to win this, because Militants, they have the much more optimum defensive side strategies. And honestly speaking, when you have star fraggers such as Din on your side as well on the defense, who will guarantee at least a bare minimum of 2 kills to you just from his pure 1v1 engagements, mind you, not through the usage of utility, then do you really have anything to worry about? Do you really need to worry about what could go horribly wrong for your squad? No. As we head on down over into the highlights, it's just even more apparent that Militants, they had a strategy in mind for their defensive end. They just let Din do whatever he wanted, and the members of Shaheens just casually walked into their waiting arms. Yes, of course, Shaheens, they had a pretty strong defensive side of their own, where Militants, they were spending way too much time trying to set up a couple of very awkward strategies for their own attacking end. And again, we always talk about this, Militants need to work on their attacking side strategies because it's just not as clean as you would have hoped for. They try to survive, that's it. But for Shaheens, what happened to their defense? No one was playing for setups. No one was really taking engagements as a squad. No trades whatsoever. And they were just trying to take their own duels all over the place. And if they lost out on those duels, then the team has no way of trying to even survive this one. Again, a couple of these rounds really goes to showcase why the members of Shaheens took such a massive loss. Again, why did Doctor take that aggressive engagement as the Mira when you don't really have the weaponry for it, plus you don't have the HP to take that fight? Then there was Hecko coming in with such a massive clutch as well on the Bandit. All of these just culminated into the win for Militants because, of course, they're going to have the momentum. They snowballed it out of control. They had every single fight under wraps. And Shaheens, they didn't have a single shred of control throughout this entire game.
Unfortunately, Yeah, that is pretty much one to one accurate with what happened on the map. We will be headed to map number 3, folks. But before that, let's have a quick look at the map summary. 11-7 to kill steal, definitely coming in clutch for the team after missing out on most of map 1. Spidey time following up with a 9-9, 70% KOST, and 2 on the entry frag area. On the side of the Shaheens, Elemiston Skywalker, 7-6 and 8-8, 80% and 70% KOST respectively, and both going 2-1 on their entry. While Caesar was doing some good work on the other side on the second half of things, it really wasn't enough. And Doctor just having one of the quietest games I've seen from them, 4-8 and 30% only on the KOST. Din on the other side, who is well, Hecko is actually the one with the least score, I guess, 6-6 and 70%, 0-2 on entry and a 1 EPS, but because of EPS scores, I guess Din got sent down all the way to the bottom, even though they had a higher kill higher kill score and higher uh, KOST. Anyhow, folks, 8-7 on Villa to Shaheens is followed up by a 7-3 by Militant on Clubhouse. And if you were wondering that it's nearly 11, are we not done with this game? No, we are not. Border map number 3 will be in play, folks. That is for certain. But before that, we need a quick minute to recharge. So let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series, Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Aggressive, as we are back once again, this time for map number 3 of match 2 of the lower brackets. And of course, that is going to be Millitant Esports versus Shaheens. We've been through map 1, map 2, and now we're in map number 3, Border. After an 8-7 started us off with Shaheens winning on Villa, we moved to Clubhouse with Millitant taking a 7-3, and a rather quick map as well. Now on Border, the decider map. Oh boy, this is going to be one close game.
And that's for certain. Again, first initial 2 maps were very interesting. The first initial game itself was a 4v5 situation where things just did not pan in the way that Shaheens wanted. Then came map number 2. Millitant Esports just completely took the entire map by storm. It was perfect on every single degree. And then comes map number 3, where everything could end or everything could begin for either one of these teams. And at this point, Jack, I think you just gotta sit back and relax, because this is where it all starts for Shaheens with the map bans and also the map picks. And now they're singing a different tune when it comes down to the bans. Thatcher getting taken out early, so Militants for the first time, we're gonna see them ban something other than the Thatcher.
Watch them ban a hard breacher. No,
Okay.
I stand
Wait a
delightfully
minute.
corrected. I stand delightfully corrected on the Lion
Granted, you
ban
know
right
that
there.
Lion's very powerful here, just because of the
Mhm.
rotations.
And we've seen just how influential Lion is, right, in the current meta, where information seems to be the whole name of the game. Valkyrie will be the first and second last defender ban of the night. Shaheens will have the final defender ban, and they are going to wisely ban the Mira. As we know, Border, Clubhouse, Oregon, Chalet, literally name any map, and Mira probably has like 10 different ways to kill you on one site on that map. So Mira is extremely strong, will be banned. Capcan is in play, but Shaheens have decided, you know what? We'll take it. We'll play against the Capcan, but please no more Mira, after getting completely decimated by MLT Esports' Mira in the last map. So, folks, map number 3, it is here. It has started. Regulation rounds are about to begin, and we're starting straight off on first floor bathroom and tellers from the Shaheens defense.
Making things work out proper as well for their end. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, this play could just be interesting. Looking at the pickups for the attackers as well, it's very unconventional. This is not something that we see normally. And Osa, Zero, Nook getting taken out for, of course, Sledge. Pretty granted as soon as they saw that Sledge. I was expecting them to pick that up immediately, because if there's a castle, there has to be a Sledge. Otherwise, the game's just not played properly. A pretty questionable reinforce though, something that we haven't really seen inside the backroom, because that reinforce is normally kept open, because if the plant is going down through, you still have a lot more lines of sight to stop the attackers from getting the diffuser down.
Maybe they've got a particular reason for it. As
they want to
things
anchor
are
into
wont
sight.
to be.
Shaheens just loves to anchor
Yeah,
a lot more. They
definitely
don't roll
seems
as
like
much.
it. Yeah. They love anchoring quite a bit, but no, there's a couple of players above, as can be seen on the cams and some such. You have the alibi, that's Caesar on top floor. You've got 2 inside of the bathroom and teller's area, of course, and 1 lurking around the Kaid, that is lurking around towards ventilation and workshop. But Spytime actually gets the roamer. Caesar's gone, and that is very early. But the C4 will find Heko. That's your Osa gone as quickly as that as well. Alamus playing the C4 spot beautifully. But mind you, it's opened up a vertical line of sight that can be used against the Kaid. And Alamus, knowing that, falls straight back to the bathroom site. But they're not safe there either, because there's other, soft floors that can be used. Alamus taking damage, trying to contest vertical. Not the brightest of ideas there, big guy. and of course will be lit up all the way to Kingdom Come, taken down as well as Spidey Time punishes Elemist for being just a little bit too overly aggressive. Mighty Ellie as well. You guys are exposing yourselves to these vertical angles, and while it may have worked on Clubhouse, Border is an entirely different beast here, folks, and Shaheens are definitely learning that the hard way.
They're playing their way through down properly. And for Militants, they got the first initial couple of frags, and Doctor, he fell asleep on the angle. That is one kill that you just cannot miss. That could have been the equalization for your team, and now it's gonna be a pretty tough fight. Skywalker, though, does find it regardless. Catches out the sledge over on the back end of it, and now that Spidey Time's no longer present, and those nades are no longer in contention. Skywalker could have been a kill, but that reinforce does not go up to the very top. That's another one for them to find, and Killsteel shutting him down with such a powerful weapon in his hand. The AK doing work. Yeah,
Yep.
the AK-12 just does work, and for now, that's a free plant for them. I'm pretty sure they know exactly where the position of the Wamai could be, considering the noise being made early, and because of that reinforce, mind you, now the plan's gonna go through, and there's pretty much no repercussion. If he rushes on down forward, the player inside of the hatch can just get the shutdown play. That's a kill guaranteed. And Mighty Ellie's just working his way over on the other side. They know the positions. They know exactly what to expect in Mighty Ellie. Where do you want to run from? Where do you want to turn things around from your team? Because there's one on the top, one on the bottom. There's cabs all over the place. And you have no way of surviving. One down. That's all that he needed. And ladies and gentlemen, even if he tries to tap that diffuser, you know that the player from the top side, yep, he's going to give away a little bit of noise. That's the gunfire coming into play. He has cabs for days. He has nothing to worry about. Player sitting on the cab. He's just going to run. He's going to make some noise. Free fire's coming in. Beautiful. It's just done. Militants, they take it. They take it in style.
Pretty much, yeah. Nothing to be worried about at all, and Cheesy will finally put Mighty Ellie out.
I told you that reinforce is going to backfire.
That reinforcement definitely shouldn't have been made in hindsight now, thinking about it. Yeah, it definitely was a weird one, all things considered. So Shaheens will definitely like to improve on that going forward. Now, for all of our viewers at home, if you're wondering, Border, Shaheens defense first, are they going to be able to get away with as many rounds as before? The answer is not particularly. Border isn't actually all that defender favored. If anything, Border may or may not actually lean into being attacker favored as a map. Now, Border is the I think Skyscraper and Border are the most recent additions to the competitive map pool, so we'll have to wait and see a couple more, I guess, matches in Pro League until we get a full, really wide data point based statistic on what this map is in general. But I think the consensus is that Border is at the very least leaning on the slightly attacker-sided side of things. Maybe it's like a 49-50 split, 49-51 split for this map. So it's going to be hard for Shaheens to walk away with defensive rounds if they don't tighten their coordination and if they don't start playing as a team. This is something that we've criticized them for the entire match, is that a lot of the time they feel like solo players making solo plays rather than a full knit together team. They don't really feel like a well-oiled machine, rather just a bunch of machine parts working on their own towards an end goal. And MLT Esports, of course, they also have a lot of the same issues as a team in that they don't exactly feel cohesive sometimes. They feel like some rounds their strategy feels like ding, go kill, and other rounds their strategy feels like, okay, we're going to take it back, nice and chill, breach, do all the stuff, and then we'll look to do other things across the map, and then we'll look to get kills. It's, for the lack of a better term, it's varied. It's a massive variety of strat, a very varied way of doing things, but maybe a little bit more consistency would help in the long run. As for the time being, drones are being sent out all towards break and CCTV rooms, but Spidey Time trying to take the early fight is gonna go down, and that is gonna be Mighty Ellie taking that first kill.
It's a kill that they wanted as well. Getting that sledge down early is possibly one of the biggest key points, especially when it comes down to a first world, because again, that one sledge alone can open up so many lines of sight that there's no way you're going to be able to hold down the defense for long. Caesar's going to be coming in for another beautiful kill over from the side, holding down from behind the half wall, but again, they're giving up second floor control. They cannot get this because of the massive mana disadvantage that they already have. Plus the health disadvantage, especially on kill seal. Because now the members of MLT, they need to cut their losses and try to break their way in towards the side by brute forcing it without any form of control on the top floor. That's another kill on towards the face of the Osa, and it's just done for them. MLT, they have zero utility, they have no information, maybe a kill, not even that. The Doctor with surgical precision shuts down one more for their end. And with that, Din, the superstar for the team, maybe he can go kill 2 players, but to get a clutch seems highly unlikely.
Yeah, more than content with just sitting inside of ventilation for now, trying to bait out a couple of players, maybe see if they can, and they do. Actually, they find Doctor. Pretty nice catch, all things considered, opening out a little rotate into Workshop. Walking in there, gotta be careful of the hallway side. That's why there's a Melusi there. More than happy to chop your face off. And Mighty Ellie comes around the back quietly. They were on the hallway just outside the site. This site, so to speak, this room. And they get the final kill of the round. So the Shaheens, early on, will make sure that there is no running away with the game, at least not yet, from the side of Millitant, as they equalize 1-1.
Perfect equalization as well for them to get. Good positions, good setups, and good finds all around. And that is how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. For Shaheens, they finally have a proper hold that they can be proud of. And with this proper hold, they're going to be able to push their way forward in a pristine fashion. And personally, in my eyes, I do believe that Militants, they could have finally met their match when it comes down to setup plays. Again, Shaheens, they still like to go in for bunker strategies. And personally, in my eyes, you know how I feel about bunkers. It's not as proficient, it's not as efficient in the way that you can hold the side down, and you're really utilizing the fact that maybe your attackers just don't really get away with a lot, of proper utility usage to try and flush out the players only from inside of the site.
5 seconds left before insertion.
It's different, but for Shaheens, it seems to be working perfectly. But this time around, especially when it's a workshop site, they need to have that second floor control. Otherwise, the hold onto the side cannot be done with a proper bunker strat.
It gets very difficult, hunkering down inside of this site. That is, of course, ventilation and workshop, so they're not going to try. They're going to go out on the extension, on the roam, as they should have done right from the beginning, to be perfectly honest, but hey, it is what it is. We'll have to see how this strategy pans out for them. Once again, Mighty Ellie on this second floor position. Suppressor on the Wamai, trying to contest whoever's on sandwich window. Not sure if that's the best idea, so to speak, but there's not too many angles that you've got to worry about if you're contesting sandwich other than sandwich window itself. This Doctor pushing out towards the balcony there, right outside of Fountain, excuse me. Caesar's going to start things off, finding Spidey Time again. Spidey Time going down first. Not the best thing in the world for, Militant Esports. They kind of need their soft breach to be able to peak this vertical angle. And we've got the Samcams being brought in, but again, soft breach is going to be so less because Zofia is using up her utility trying to breach into the second floor to begin with, and the sledge is gone. So taking vertical angles is going to be much more difficult as they're trying to set things up for entry, but losing the sledge has clearly put a dent in their overall, entry. As the Y has been pinged
actually
on the other side of the... Not quite. This is the pings that they're tracking. Mighty Ellie trying to shoot through the soft wall right there. Cheesy's here as well. They're trying to corner the Wamai, but there's Doctor here. They're not aware of these positions. And again, the droning leaving a lot to be desired right now. Cheesy chasing one as Din finally finds Elmist, but goes down to Doctor. And that's them. That is Militant put into the 2v4.
2v4 situation that they just cannot get their way out of. Heko, though, keeping things competitive, gets another one on towards the face of Caesar. And with this kill, maybe they're going to be able to break their way through forward. Positions are good. They have some information with the cams given by the Zero, but Again, this is not enough information for them to play around with just yet. Cheesy, hopefully he doesn't run out of bullets this time. Man somehow runs out of bullets on a 0, especially using that weapon. But for them, just 1 kill is all that they need. Mighty Ali has been spotted, and Cheesy!
Alright, 1v1. This
Didn't
can
get the
actually be
diffuser?
possible.
5 seconds to go.
Is the diffuser? No,
didn't
it's
get the
actually still
diffuser.
above. Oh no.
Yeah, he
never
forgot the
mind. No
diffuser.
time for this.
Operators,
There you
you're
go.
out of
Doctor's
time.
just gonna hang out above. They couldn't pick up the diffuser because it was in Doctor's line of sight, and that's why Cheesy was going for the clear upstairs. Unfortunately, it simply was not to be. Militant losing out another round to the Shaheens as the Shaheens that is, take the early lead here. But of course, how many times have we seen this exact situation? That, Militants win round 1 and then Shaheens go on to win a couple of rounds afterwards. We saw the exact same thing back on Villa, right? Going all the way back in Villa. Militant won second for AVG. Shaheens then won 3 rounds before
Attackers need to
Militant won
locate
1
and
again.
defuse bombs.
In Clubhouse, we had round 1 taken by Militant on CCTV, and then 2 rounds were taken by the Shaheens. In Border, we've had 1 round, the first round, taken by Militant, and now 2 rounds have been taken by Shaheens in return. So, there's definitely a bit of a pattern evolving here between these 2 teams, it seems. Although, there is only 3 maps that we have between them to go from. But in this match, yeah, it definitely seems like a pattern in this BO3. Now, the question is, does Militant take a round back in this round, which is in second for Armory, or do they take the round back in round number, excuse me right there, in the next round, round number 5, which would align it more closely to the Villa game, which means overtime becomes a bit of a possibility. We'll have to wait and see. The clash brought out by Elemis this time. Oh dear me, this is definitely going to ruffle some feathers right here from the side of a Militant, as we all know how polarizing the clash is, how divisive her inclusion in any roster is, because of, one, it's a shield on defense, and shield operators are already considered very annoying. More so than that, she can actually electrocute you and continuously zap away your HP while slowing you down so badly. Yeah, Clash is just very, very, very difficult to deal with, especially if they've got someone behind them watching their back. But right now, Osa being brought out from the side of the attack. They've got to be careful of CCTV because there is one there, as we have the...
Oh, they saw the clash and they're like, are you serious?
Yep, very much. Yeah, I told you right. That's going to be one of the reactions that we'll be seeing here.
If the clash gets like a 4K or a 3K, I'll be...
Reloading.
Yeah, that's when something interesting's gonna happen. Because honestly speaking, normally when we talk about Clash, it just doesn't really get a lot of value. But maybe today, things are gonna change. Skywalker gets a double kill. Okay, the Shaheens just casually on top of the Clash get a couple of kills for free. The Clash is getting so much information for the squad, and Shaheens, they're just riding on top of that level of information. And the Clash is just being an absolute annoyance. Mighty Ali gets another one. Hecko, he has nowhere to go. The Clash is all the way on the outside. The guy just doesn't care.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Clash, right? Any minor bit of room you give to this operator and expect a mile to be taken away from you. That's exactly what's happened here. 4v2 once again, and it seems like the round will be going the way of the Shaheens, unless Cheesy and Spytime have something to say about this situation. There is the Banshee on the floor that's stopping Cheesy from really going all that forward with it. Shots fired. That's from across the balcony. That Spytime has to be careful of. These two not really sure as to where they want to reach.
Entry panning for them is just really difficult as well to go into here.
It is, yeah.
Considering the positions, they have no idea how to get this way in. Doctor maybe falling asleep in a very unconventional position, but still has his teammates to give him the backup. 10 seconds left on the clock, absolutely nothing to do. Cheesy maybe good for 1 kill, but this Clash is just going to be oppressive. stopping him down, and there's nowhere for him to run, nowhere for him to hide. 1 second left on the clock, and that one clash just deters Cheesy from taking that push. If it was any other operator, you know that Cheesy would have gone in for a rush. But against a clash, you gotta show the respect, man. You just cannot go in for something like that.
Well, that is what it is. Shaheens move up to 3-1 now. Definitely feeling at themselves when it comes to this map, as they are back on the kind of form that we expected them to be on the Clubhouse. Definitely sorely missed this, the Shaheens, as now we're on round number 5. And we're headed back to first floor, tellers, and
Attackers need to
bathroom
locate and defuse
from the
bombs.
side of the defense. No real surprises that this side is going to be picked, because after all, at the end of the day, it's one of Border's best sites, if not the best sites, right next to, you know, the site of Armory Lockers. I think Vents has definitely been knocked down a peg, all things considered, because of the new bathroom and how it plays. And look at that, the reinforcements are being spared from that single wall, from the wall that connects into tellers. They're going for a different hold altogether. No castle this time either, because that's the strat that worked out for them in the last round. Now the question is, MLT Esports, can they put a round on board for themselves? Can they make it 3-3? We'll have to wait and see.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Setting my blast
This
flag.
play happened for them. For the Shaheens. Setup needs to be done proper. And for Militants, maybe a change and a switch up in general, because they are not looking that clean for this particular map. But again, going back to the old tried and tested point, their defensive side is where their real strength lies, but their attack is just very lackluster all around. No real utility being used to set each other up. They're trying to take a lot of 1v1 engagements. It just does not look proper for the team whatsoever on any of these sidelines. But for the Shaheens and their defensive side, they're also looking quite clean. They're very comfortable on this map, and we've seen this before as well when they played Border against other teams. Border is one of their strongest suits, and that's one of the main reasons why Militants really needed to take this on a 2-0 scoreline. Otherwise, Border could have just been their kryptonite. And they're feeling that pain and feeling that pressure. How do you want to make this push happen? As Killsteal finally retaliates and shuts down Doctor, who has been a massive thorn on their side. And with that Azami down early enough, those Kiba barriers are no longer in contention for this round.
Yep, those keeper barriers definitely have been a big contention point for the side of MLT, as Din is trying to find Mighty Ellie right now, right by this little half metal wall. Mighty Ellie's gonna push out slowly but surely.
Oh,
Ooh,
nice
beautiful shot on the Hecko. Can they get a second though? Really low on HP now. That Zofia Din did not take any damage, or next to any damage, off of that gunfight, and no, they're just gonna drop back. Caesar on metal stairs as well, taking a pot shot, but nothing off of that, so they're gonna drop back. The sledge is alive this time, mind you. So that means soft reach is gonna be all over the place, and there is no C4. The one that Elmust had is already deployed and has been probably blown up by now, as Caesar makes a hasty rotate in and out of detention room, trying to get into waiting, trying to make sure East Stairs has somebody watching over it, because that will become very important right now. They've basically vacated the site, but Spidey Time finds Caesar anyway. That's another big kill right there. The alibi's down, 33 seconds on the clock. They've got to get these players, and oh my goodness, Killsteal, I don't know if you intended for the alibi to be the bait, but it worked out nonetheless. Skywalker's also DBNO, leaving Mighty Ellie, the last one standing, on waiting room door right now, trying to find one. The plant is happening, but it doesn't matter. Cheesy comes in, gets the kill, and that will close out round 5. First floor tellers goes to the side of Militant. They clearly have a good grip on what they need for attacking this site, as Shaheens once again are very close to getting equalized upon, and they have to play very carefully if they want to make it a 4-2 going into the second half.
Even if they do get a 4-2 at the end of the day, I do believe that the Shaheens have massively dropped the ball. They needed that 5-1 scoreline heading over onto the defensive side of Militants, where they will feel a lot more comfortable. In Shaheens, they show a lot more of their cracks on the attack. Their attacking strategy sometimes just leaves so much to be desired for that the team is not able to perform. But then again, they need that 4-2 scoreline to just try and stabilize and allow themselves to have that best possible opportunity as they're moving their way in forward.
Bomb located
The
by
site will be
attackers.
taken into workshop, and of course, with everything being found out already, the drones just need to be saved. I do believe one of the players are AFK. I do believe just standing straight up in front of the straight up in front of the main doorway. Oh, it's gonna be a
10
rehost.
seconds
Yep,
to
that's a
insertion.
crash from one of the players. He just can't move.
5 seconds remaining.
Now that is quite unfortunate. Rio's requests are in,
Attackers'
folks.
objective is to
So
defuse the
we
bomb.
will be going into the. Wait, are we having Rios or not? Um. Um. Yeah, I'm
Yeah, yeah,
just
yeah.
as
It's happening. It's
confused
happening.
as. Okay, so we are going into the rehost. I have no idea why Skywalker said don't, unless that was supposed to be some sort of weird role play. I guess I don't know. Something happened. We're almost short of it, you know. Something happened, folks. But yeah, we are definitely having a rehost, and it is called by the Shaheens. So we're gonna have to wait for just a second here before we go back into the match. Not even a second, a minute, a good few minutes, so to speak, because the disconnection came from Caesar first, and then Doctor. But Doctor, of course, disconnected after the rehost was called. So it is what it is right now. We'll just have to wait and see how long this one takes, as it were. And yeah, all things considered, pretty decent map we're having so far. I wouldn't say it's the best we've seen these two. That still is Villa, right? But
Yep.
Villa was also a 4v5 for a majority of that game, so take that how you will. I think Militants have made a few more mistakes here than they have in Villa. Maybe Border isn't particularly a map that they're too familiar with. But if that is the case, of course, then we will probably see them lose a few more rounds before they start turning things around as they get used to Border, right? So, well, in the meanwhile, of course, Shaheens, no surprise that they at the very least have a good handle on the basics of Border. And again, every team is doing this after Hunters played it for that first time and absolutely destroyed Kira Esports in. So, you know, there's always a precedent to these things when it comes to the map picks. Nobody was playing Skyscraper until Mercenaries and Hunters brought it out. Now Skyscraper is seen every other day. And now Border is seen every other day after Hunter brought it out that one time. I will never get over this fact because before all of this, right, everybody was content to play Villa, Villa, Clubhouse, Oregon. Villa, Clubhouse, Oregon. We started seeing Chalet from, guess who? Hunters, Kira, Mercenaries. Mercenaries pulled ahead initially. Hunters brought out Skyscraper. Now we see that map more often. And then Hunters pulled out Border. Now we see that map more often. It's really no surprise to me that this is a thing, folks, but it is what it is. Now we see so much more of Chalet these days, right? I think the last few days we've had multiple Chalet maps in any given match. So and even days with the match, I should say. So yeah, pretty good stuff all around. Hunters, the next time there's a map in the competitive pool, bring that out day one, please. Thank you very much. I would like to see the other teams bring it out and then have some very interesting games on it. I mean, we're due for a change to the competitive map pool, right? And you know what I want to see out of it? Get Oregon out of there. We have too much Oregon being played across the world.
Yeah,
I know it's
true.
I
Honestly,
know it's a hot take. I know it's a hot take, and I know anyone in chat hearing this is gonna try and rip me a new one. But guys, we play too much Oregon. Just like how Coastline was overplayed to all hell and back, Oregon is overplayed to all hell and back, and we can really do without it. Okay, so
okay, what would you
all
put
things
other than
considered,
Oregon?
in place of Oregon, you know what? I'm gonna go full chaos. Put Favela in.
I'm leaving. You're casting this by yourself. You're casting this by yourself. No, I'd rather play the new house than Favela.
Let's not go. Let's not jump the boat just yet. All right. New house is great, but I feel like that should stay in casual, maybe unranked. But other than that, no, thank you. Maybe the new stadium, right? Stadium Alpha is really
The
good. The
stadium,
opinion on that
honestly,
is, yeah. I mean,
I'm just
it's
in
a great
between
map.
for
It's a
that.
mishmash,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that is also true. Or again, Emerald Plains.
It's a hot take. Like, again, it's just a 50-50 thing for me. Emerald Plains, yeah, it's good, but I need to see more competitive games on it. There's not really a lot of teams that
That's the
even
thing, right?
play that
Yeah.
map. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's why I kind of hate that map. Considering a lot of things, just look at other tactical shooters and the history of Siege in general. When a professional team starts to pick up a particular map, then the community starts to like it a lot more. But that's the thing.
Hmm.
Most competitive teams just don't want to pick up a brand new map because they're scared that, yeah, it's a brand new map. Maybe we're just going to get absolutely demolished on it. We don't know what to expect. But again, when you are the one to pioneer strategies on a particular map, then isn't it better for you? Then it becomes
I
your
mean, not
strongest map
just
and
that,
teams need to
right?
catch up for you.
Not just that, right? When you really think about it, Siege at its core is about learning new mechanics, new maps, and new operators, right? And like,
True.
I get it, Sense ain't exactly all that great. Their gadget is a little wonky, and the fact that it only blocks line of sight like a smoke grenade, but also actively buffs Warden, kind of a big deal there. And at the same time, I mean, the Warden part's a joke, but it doesn't really do much, right? Audio, you still get in full, right? So it's not really a flashbang, it's a smoke grenade, but it's like a very thin smoke grenade. You could shoot through it, you could have a good idea what's happening across the Sense wall. So really, Sense's gadget isn't exactly all that great, and also kind of needs good lineups to work, which is a whole thing,
Yep.
right? At the same time, of course, you have Grim, whom we're not really seeing much of, primarily because, again, we outlined this the other day. Grim, the problem is that they have to use their launcher, right, in a straight line. Grim's canister does not bounce, unlike Zofia or Tachanka. So Grim has to use a straight line, and he'll have his canister out, and anyone in that position can take him out. More than that, if you think a defender is in a position, you can literally just drone them out. Grim's ultimate counter isn't explosives, isn't getting shot in the head. It's the fact that attackers have better utility than Grim in general. And if you really want intel that badly, bring a Lion. Lion's pick
Yeah,
rate is
that's what, yeah,
skyrocketing
just.
this season. Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's primarily because of his secondary. Again, he has
Exactly. Yeah.
EMPs. He has
And a gun
EMPs. He has
six.
a very powerful LMG that is still pretty
The
good,
battle
mind
rifle.
you, for
Yeah.
some reason. Yeah, it's come on, 55 bullets. That thing is still an LMG.
I mean, I'll give you that. Yeah.
55 bullets. Tell me what is self rifle that has 55 bullets and is that power?
No,
That's a
but
million
what
LMG
really
right there.
No, but like, what really baffles me about Reliance gun? That thing is a Vector SMG that has been modified to take battle rifle rounds. Excuse me?
Let's just Lion.
How?
Let's just leave Lion as he is. Like, honestly, the poor boy hasn't been getting picked at all since the massive nerfs that he had in the middle. Now it's skyrocketed, but do you think that Lion is that oppressive? No, not really. Lion gets
Not
value, but
as
he's
much
not
as
as
he used to
oppressive as
be,
he
but
was.
yeah, he's definitely not as oppressive as he used
He's
to
not
be.
a Finka.
But I will still say, yeah, definitely not a Finka. Not yet, anyway. But as the meta evolves, he might turn into one. Who knows? Finka was underground for years, literally, unchanged for so long. Just one minor Q oil change was needed that Finka needed to be able to heal the teammates permanently. That's all they did. And then as we went away from the shield meta to the utility meta to the aggressive attacker meta, people started discovering one, LMGs had no recoil and above 40 points of damage per bullet, right? And 100 bullets at that. And two, Finka has LMG, two types of utility clear with Gone 6 and grenades, and that ability that makes you faster through barbed wire, that can make you immune to flashbangs on activation, that can, increase your health and heal you across the round. So that's the
It's
thing,
just
right? As the
Finka being
meta
Finka.
evolves, yeah, no, but that's the thing. I'm just trying to say, like, as the meta evolves, Lion might find himself back in a very powerful position. So we got to be careful. The devs did say they want to avoid another Lion. I feel like they should also look at avoiding the old Lion. We won't have wall hacks,
Yep.
but Lion, Jackal, Dekebi people are starting to pick again. But anyhow, folks, we'll talk more about that later on. Let's go back into the game. The rehost is done. We are back into the match. Round number 6 in the 3-2. Shaheens 3, MLT 2. Last round of the first half.
For now, the Shaheens, they're the ones who are in the driver's seat, but for Militants, that's going to be a massive momentum break on the other end of the spectrum. Shaheens, they really were hoping to just have a bit more of their momentum carry forward, but now that Militants, they have won out a round, the Shaheens, they're on the back foot, let's say, with such a break in momentum. Again, Militants, they're a team that I've seen just focus upon their momentum plays a lot.
Attackers
If
need
they
to
win a
locate
round,
and
then they
defuse
can
bombs.
snowball it further into way more. But again, Shaheens are not giving them that opportunity at all. Either to
Bomb
repost,
located
maybe
by
with a couple of
attackers.
tactical pauses, or complete another long start to a round. Nothing's working out. But on the other side, I do have to say that Din's been having a very silent performance for the last couple of maps. I don't know, it feels as though he has faded into obscurity, and he's not been getting as many frags as he would. It seems as though Villa was his playground, and he used all of his skill and all of his energy to just keep things alive on that map for his squad.
5 seconds to go.
I got the door.
Attackers' objective
What
is to defuse a bomb.
is even happening in the all chat right now? They're asking for a rehost, then saying they okay, so the concrete solution is they want, that is to say MLT wants a pause after this round. Okay, I'm just so confused right now. What is even going on with this lobby? But anyhow,
Freeze bug.
I don't know. Okay, Heko is pointing out the fact that, yeah, there might be somebody above to shoot him down as soon as he puts the shield in, so they've got to be very careful. The peak is from an upside-down rappel, so that is safe from anybody playing vertically, but Heko's going to take the shield away anyhow and turn his back on the window. Got to be careful with that, mind you, because I think we did see an defender shadow in that particular area. There's
Oh,
gonna be
the
somebody
Azami's
peeking
head!
this window. There were 3 people in this area. 3 people. One of them or 2 of them could have gotten shot. Doctor missing out on a big kill right there. But still, the round will drone on. As the Selma's thrown in, denied, shots are fired. Doctor is still here, still pretty safe, all things considered. Someone's gonna peek him, and oh, kill still comes in and finds the first one.
That's a beautiful frag for the Sledge to hold on to. Caesar just really spotted the player that's been made in his way in. Elements again, the C4s coming in from this man have been so clutch, and the Pulse gets the value that he deserves. And ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be one more kill to equalize things down to a 4 versus 4 situation. But this equalization was not something that is done proper. Again, Spidey, he was such a crucial player for them to have. Now, without that ace, they don't have those Selma breach charges to break their way in towards the side. And this is just a hold on the first floor, but the shotgun misses! No! It's a travesty! That's a hit that they just cannot get themselves back from here.
Oh, the misery. They did not want that kill, those 2 kills to happen right now. As we've got ourselves in a 4v2. Mind you, the only kill that has been taken against MLT right now is actually Spidey Time. And Spidey Time, of course, disconnected soon after, but that leaves them in a 4v2. So they've got a big advantage here. All they've got to do is clear the Wamai, who's currently watching the hatch drop, and they're golden. Either that or find where this other defender, Skywalker, is. Heko setting up, trying to go right in.
What?
And oh my goodness, the kind of damage done. Cheesy goes in, gets the kill, and the plant can happen. Cheesy will be able to do this. All they got to do is keep Elemist away. Do they know where the pulse is? No, they don't, but it's going to be a post plant nonetheless. He just goes in, knifes the planter. Oh, Elemist, never one to miss out on style points. But a vertical has been set up. It does not matter. Kill still comes in with that final frag. And that, of course, puts us, folks, on the 3-2-3. Round 7. And, of course, 3-3 is the scoreline. The pause has been requested just so that we can get Spidey Time back into the lobby as soon as possible. And, of course, that means we'll be... Oh, never mind. It is, in fact, another rehost, folks. by golly, we go one round with a rehost. I really
Rehost
hope
number 2.
one of these days. Second rehost, folks. We're gonna be here till 12:30. Let's go. The game, the way it's
Yeah.
going, we're already looking at overtime, right? Because it's 3-3 in the first half, and Border being a much more even map than the other two. Yeah, overtime looks very likely. Add on top of that the fact that we have this rehost, you know, and then we're probably going to have another pause later down the line, a tactical pause this time from one of the two teams, maybe both, you know. Yeah, we're going to be here till 12:30, folks. It's going to be a long night. We hope you're strapped in. And we're definitely strapped in. That is for certain. Because the
Got my
match
seatbelt
getting
right here.
exciting.
Also,
The
this
little
is
guy.
my what do I say?
Oh, mm-hmm.
Let this little guy stay
Go on.
here. He gives support to it. This is our support animal.
Yep, our emotional support plushie right there, folks, as it were. But jokes aside, again, the last round that we had, round number 6, very similar overall. I would say a very much more knit together from the side of MLT, right? Militant. They definitely felt more like a team in that last round. Much more coordinated, much more better play from them overall. Shaheens, in the meanwhile, well, I'm not really sure about what they were up to. Again, the 1v1s, they don't really work unless you're backing each other up, and that means playing like a team. And Shaheens just don't feel like a team half the time. And this is to say nothing against the individual players. They've all got skill. And the rounds where, they play as a team, boy, howdy, do they have some statements to make. But they're not doing that a lot of the time. A lot of their teamwork goes off of an initial, 1v1 pick gunfight, right? They do the 1v1 first, and then they go in for team play around the disadvantaged opponents now. And while that might work sometimes, you kind of want to start with teamwork right off the offset if you want to guarantee a round for yourself. I think that should be a given in any given round, in any given match. Even in other FPS competitive titles, if it's a team based thing, mate, you gotta play with your team. You gotta play with the other players in your team. It's 5v5, 3v3, doesn't matter. If you have a team with you, coordinate and communicate. Shaheens, they don't, again, we don't know if they are, right? For sure. But the way they're playing gives us that impression. And that usually isn't a good thing. Let's just say that much, folks. But of course, 3-3 in the half means that we'll be seeing defense from the side of MLT. And if there's one thing we can take away from the matches we've had before, MLT's defense is actually kind of nice, kind of goated when, of course, again, they don't get completely shut down by the Shaheens. It has happened before, casting our minds back to Villa, but Villa is a very defender-sided map. So if we want a much closer to home example, Clubhouse, it's not as defender-sided as Villa, but not as even split as Board. It's kind of a nice middle ground, right, between both maps.
True.
So when it comes down to it, Clubhouse defense, we had, of course, MLT pulling ahead by leaps and bounds. So there's a good chance they do that here, but we'll see as we go right back into the game very quickly, thankfully, as it is 3-3 and round 7, the second half, is about to get going.
Finally, we're about to begin, ladies and gentlemen. Things are heating up, and we are now jumping straight on back to the secondary. And with this, things are looking to be better than ever. Jumping on down the line over to this next edition for this rehost, I would say. The game's been going on for a while. Thank you all for strapping by and being with us for the long journey and of this long night. Hopefully you guys are all having a big dinner, because it seems our producer is also losing his mind, but hey, it's bound to happen, considering how long this match has been going. Both of these teams, they're at each other's throats. There's a possibility of an overtime. It's going to be a long one, that is for certain, because Border is not an easy map for either one of these teams to get out of. And at this point, Militants, they're looking to be as decisive as possible here. But then again, their defensive side is one of those things that really
Attackers are
leaves a
moving out
lot
to
to be
locate a
desired
bomb and
for,
defuse
I
it.
would say, at the end of the day. Because sometimes they can get the perfect hit where they can just completely put their momentum forward and play together as a roster. And then you look back to a couple of particular rounds where they just have such a massive disconnect in between that they just cannot break out of it. But for Shaheens, their attacking side is just very lackluster. You cannot defend a lot of the things that they do. And again, they're going in for a Montaigne strategy, trying to use the Montaigne to gather information and have someone behind him get the frags. But we've seen this before from the Shaheens, and it has backfired heavily there.
Well, right now we're gonna have to wait and see how this pans out. Doctor taking a bit of damage as the Montaigne pushing in very aggressively, but LMS takes so much damage, has dropped down to the first floor now, off of the hatch in break room and CCTV, and is gonna walk out the front door as well, go for the rappel up. If anybody were to jump out the main door, now would be the time to do it, as the breach on site is going to be taken care of nice and quickly, and CCTV is also given away to the attackers right now, which means Shaheens have a very good advantage. Half wall, of course, there is one, enemy there, as there always is. Killsteal taking damage in the meanwhile. Grenade from below, but Hecko is just undeterred. There's so much coming his way, but no. Caesar's taking damage as well. Shots are about to be fired left, right, and center. Hecko's position is given away. He can't stand up, not even
There's not a
once.
second grenade
Because
for
if they
this.
do, never mind the spray transfer onto Mighty Ellie. And that's your thermite gone. Big drop right there. Elemis is the one with the diffuser, mind you. So that's going to be priority target number one. Doctor's coming up as Caesar takes even more damage. The time being wasted here is insane, as the Jaeger has not been cleared out. The grenades have been used up. The plant is happening, but here we had a potential C4 throw. Cheesy will be DBNO, and that means the plant can still go down. Somebody needs to revive Cheesy if they want to do this, but no, nobody watching the Montaigne, not enough. Hecko gets one, gets down finally, but Cheesy will be picked up, and the Jaeger, mind you, is still up. Cheesy's now moved into small office as well. This cross that's being watched is insanely hard to beat. Somebody needs to come from the back, and Caesar needs to do something about this, but they're not able to. The foot is seen, and Cheesy's movement makes them back away. Caesar trying something right about now. The shots from below as Spytime finds Caesar in the back. There comes Spytime again, finding one more. Doctor now in the 1v2. 1v1, mind you, Hecko is down.
Seconds remaining.
But the vertical, the diffuser is dropped on the vertical spot, and he's gonna go there. He wants to go for the plant. He's actually available to shoot, but no, he's gonna move Cheesy. I don't think this was the right idea here. His position has been given away, and he's got a shield to work with. The shot's about to be fired, and Doctor's gonna easily take it. Playing vertical probably would have been the proper play there. And he had no intel, yeah. Agreed. No intel on the fact.
I'm pretty sure that he expected the player to just completely push into Armory, but he didn't.
To somewhere else in Armory, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, it could have been, but honestly, even going into small office might have helped. But I guess thinking about the what ifs won't really do much here. Shaheens once again pulling back the lead in their favor. It is 4-3 for them.
It's a heartbreaking loss coming in for Militants. For
Defenders, protect your
Shaheens, that's a
bombs from
round
being
that
defused by
they can
attackers.
pat themselves on the back for. I like the fact that Militant, they didn't go for another hold over onto the second floor. They were like, nope, we're not doing this. We're going back into Tellers. We're going to head there. We're going to get that proper defensive setup with our roams all across the map, play for the map control, and then find it proper. In that last round in particular, I do have to say, I like the defensive setup coming in from Militants, but Shaheens, they were just adamant of entering that one specific breach over onto Armory, and they did not give that up. Militants, though, maybe they took a lot more aggressive engagements than they should have, considering the position that the Mute had down on the bottom floor. And if they had a smoke, things could have been a lot more different. And again, sometimes I don't understand. The defenders, they can play that smoke instead of maybe playing a Jaeger or Melusi, but in certain situations, I don't know, man. In so many of these rounds, if there was a smoke present, you know that the entirety of the defense would have been drastically different. smoke
That
on the
is a
half
very
wall could have
interesting
been the
observation, right?
game-changing play.
Yeah, and that's something I want to ask actually to both these teams, but we'll ask in a little bit later. Spy Time getting a big first kill. Caesar already out of the running. Spy Time looking for more right now, trying to peek out the detention door. Sees one, but missing the shots. Again, needlessly aggressive from the side of Spidey Time. Come on, man. You got the first kill. You got the Nomad out. Your roam is
Bomb
free
located by
now.
attackers.
You don't have to do that, but somehow they feel like they do. Look at this position that's being watched right now and abandoned by Hecko as the shots were taken back towards the Jaeger, forcing that player to fall away. Is there anyone on second floor actually? I don't think so. Yeah, the only player on second floor that was meant to be there, of course, is gone. That is the Melusi up above.
This is another thing that I really want to witness. This don't look as proper just yet, but slow push-up coming in from the members of the Shaheens. They have the angles that they want, they have the positions that they want to break into, but they just need to find that first initial frag so they can finally work their way in towards the side. Look at the lines of sight that the members of the defense, members of the attack have already created. They have everything under control. They have the position under wraps. They just need to break into this wall to get that first initial bit of an opening. So many of the shields getting placed. They have proper control of waiting room. And now with the wall getting opened up, they can play the vertical beautifully. Run on down over to the top. Get the angle that you created previously. Get that first initial frag, but Heckle just completely shuts it down. Elemis has been taken out of the equation, and the Montaigne, who was giving them so much information to play around with, is now no longer in contention.
That's definitely a big part of everything, but Heckle comes in, finds the planter. Skywalker shuts him down, but the diffuser that is now on the floor. Shots are fired. Skywalker barely getting away with their life right there. And the plant is going to go down, it seems, which means it'll be a post-plant situation. No, never mind. Cheesy with the C4. Oh, that's
Oh my
beautifully
god,
played on the vertical right
angle
there.
that was created by the attackers worked
By
against
the
them.
attackers, used against them.
No
Well
way.
done. Well done. We are now up to 4-4, folks. And my goodness, this game, you know, we said it, and I guess we're going to have to stick true to our words now. Overtime looks very bloody likely at this point.
It's gonna be a long one, that's for certain. It's already 12:30 for me,
Attackers need
so
to
for
locate
you
and
guys,
defuse
it's
as
gonna
many
be like
bombs as
1.
they can.
For me, it's gonna be 1 a.m., but it's like 12:30 for you. Good God, this is one game. Oh wait, sorry, it's 12 a.m. for you guys. For me, it's 12:30, so yeah, all of the players from Millitants, they can understand my pain. It's a really late into the night, and they're still showcasing this much energy, laying this game out to the fullest. And here, right at the ending moments, pretty much, with only 2 more rounds to decide who heads on down over onto match
5
point.
seconds to go.
It could go either way. It could be a 5-on-5. It could be a 6-on-4.
Attackers are
Anything
heading
could
out
happen
to
here. The
defuse the
4-4
bomb.
scoreline is
Attackers
one of
drop
the most,
diffuser.
let's say,
Attackers recover the bomb
unpredictable
diffuser.
scorelines for even any analyst to predict from, because a team that had a very strong defense or had a pretty strong plan early on will not be able to do a lot. Again, this round in particular should be our primary benchmark for how the following roundups are going to go, because here is where the adaptations will come to a halt. Here is where the emotions will start to take over, because at this point, a team will start to break down if they take a pretty massive hit. They will start making mistakes, and whoever is able to capitalize on top of the mistakes being made will be the one to win.
We'll have to see which team starts cracking first, or if your team is able to force the other team to crack, because that feels like it is going to be the situation at hand. Shots are fired, but nothing, of course, to connect. They're just opening up doors, opening up walls, getting line of sight established. Border is one of those maps where not a whole lot of action will happen unless purposefully so within the first minute, as Killsteel takes a bit of damage as one of the attackers was opening up the east door. Excuse me. Spy Time just turns around, finds Elmis. There goes Skywalker. Diffuser has been dropped as well, but Doctor will take the refrag. Spy Time, unaware of Doctor's position, gets shut down walking down the hallway. Here comes Mighty Ellie, the Buck as well, into Fountain through Office. They're looking for potentially where the Mozzie went, but but Killsteel isn't even here. Sending out the Iana Gemini replicator. They need to recover the diffuser, and they have. Doctor's gone and already taken care of that fact. Well, the
Oh, the Buck spotted one there. I'm pretty sure he spotted him.
Killsteel in the meanwhile. C4 out, but will not actually, get anything off of that. Careful there. Cheesy C4 has now been sent up as well. Heko is low on HP and gets taken down in the meanwhile as well. Shots fired from down below. As Mighty Ellie takes a ton of damage. Fragmentation grenade sent down below by the Iana. That's the last frag grenade they had. They've only got some breach charges, hard breach charges, I should say. And Doctor with the flashbangs. That's the only bit of secondary utility they've got left here. And they still need to enter the site. 30 seconds remain. 3v3 is the situation. Millitant, all they need to do is make sure to play these smart angles. They get one. Can they get a second? Din. There we go. Falls back into cover just at the right time. The diffuser was dropped again, so that's extra time wasted. Caesar trying to get into the site, and they're just going to vault right in. They've got somebody vertically supporting them, but never mind. It's shots fired. The down is in, and there's only 7 seconds remaining. Doctor's rushing, but it will not matter. Militant, beautifully held. Beautifully played. We're going to round 10 with Militant Esports finally taking a lead.
They're working things in all the way from the top down up to the bottom. And good God, is this not working out in their favor? Pause has finally been taken to try and reconcile of what exactly is going on for the side of the Shaheens, because they are dropping like flies. And they are massively disconnected. They're just not able to bring anything back for any of this. What's the game plan here? How do they want to try and break things through? Because again, Militants, their momentum has been put to a halt, and we know for a fact as soon as Militants lose that momentum, Shaheens are able to capitalize on top of it. But at the same time, with the emotions running high for the side of Shaheens, how do they want to play around with it? Doctor possibly giving his team a little bit of a pep talk, or maybe he's AFK going to the bathroom, and the other members are having a little bit of time together to just figure things out, because I do believe that Shaheens, they're lacking a little bit of information, or they're taking too much time on the execution where they haven't cleared out much more of the PowerPoints across the map. You know that you have full second floor control, so where are the likely possibilities that the defenders are playing from? You need to consider the options. And in this scenario, Shaheens, they're just funneling themselves through together, possibly wanting trades, but without that information, how are you going to optimally gate any form of trades? It just won't happen.
It's really coming down to all of these, minor decisions, seemingly minor decisions that Shaheens have made that come back to bite them so very quickly in the later half of the game. And they can't afford to be making mistakes like that. The more they do so, the harder and harsher it's going to get on them as they start facing, more and more steep odds. It's a fight and a half that they have to deal with right now if they want to be able to, win here. They have to not only fight, Militant, but they also have to fight themselves. That urge to just go and just, try and get everybody, but you can't do that, not in competitive Siege. And just in general, when Siege is played well and when the players are, when the players are really communicating, and if you're trying to go up against that and try to, brute force them out, it's not going to work out all that well. And I think at this point that has been very much established. And we have finally the ready confirmation coming in from Doctor's side, which means we're going back into the game. Apologies for the pause, folks, but hey, the one time my predictions come correct, it's this. Hey, hey. As we move back into the 5-4 situation, going into now the 10th round.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Well, things are going right about now. It's not looking that clean for the members of Militants. Sorry, members of Shaheen, sorry. Because with this pause, they need to try and completely rethink a lot of their strategies and how they want to hold this. And at this point, Kill's still going in for the Maestro and a Vigil getting spotted up. Okay, Militants, they're going to make this defensive side as spicy as they possibly can. Again, not a single smoke being played, and this is one of the sides where smoke is just an absolute nuisance to play against. Not really one of my favorites, but still, maybe with the Vigil and the Maestro, and the Evil Eyes, of course, getting so much information for their entire squad, I think the entire defensive setup, could be drastically different, especially with a couple of these holds coming into play. But the real question is, how will this Vigil really get a lot of value? Maybe playing from security, but he's running into supply room. Okay, he wanted a very aggressive run out play, but he got droned down, and now he just needs to run on away and maybe play from security.
Potentially early confrontation notwithstanding, we've got ourselves once again one of those, one of those matches, folks, that can go the distance, and it very well seems like it might just. Skywalker setting up the Osa shield on top of E, sees one, and manages to catch Spider-Time's head. Again, lack of intel, and Spider-Time really should have checked on East. As shots are fired, but that is a Gemini. C4's out. That does not go the distance that it needed to, and thus the unfortunate result of that is that the C4 got wasted. Din taking damage in the meanwhile, trying to really go ham on these pigs. Jump out, gets one, can't get the second. The recoil has changed, and Din wasn't ready for it. Clearly seemed like it. I'm not sure what happened, but the way the gun jumped, Din was having a hard time controlling that one, finding only one and getting traded out very, very quickly. Not good from the side of MLT. They've lost a couple of very important defenders here as this east side based push creeps slowly but surely closer to the site.
Ooh, they have an idea. What happened to the nade?
I don't know. Must have just bounced, but in the meanwhile, Caesar trying to go for the plan, but that's a bait. Doctor from the back covering, and there goes Killsteal, and Skywalker will find Cheesy as well.
Did they actually just do the age-old play of smoking two sidelines, running into...
Yeah, I mean, but without the Monty and just right in the last minute of the round. So, yeah. I mean, at this point of the match, at that point of the round, that was actually one of the only ways they were going to get the plant off. A head-on push into Armory wasn't going to work, and going down the hallway would just probably get them all killed. So the best shot they had was to try and go from East, and to their credit, they did a really good job of pulling that off. 5-5. Any team needs 2 rounds to finish it off in a 7-5. And on the other side, of course, either team needs just 1. And then we go to overtime. Folks, this is one of those matches that will definitely be remembered even after its finish. Whichever team goes forward from there will remember this map and this match as one of the ones that they had to fight the very hardest in. They will definitely remember it, probably mostly fondly, outside of some minor issues here and there. But yeah, here we go, round 11. 2 rounds potentially from overtime, as we have the final bits and pieces being put into place by Militant. And now, what do the Shaheens have in store for this defense?
Pretty much anything. Gotta play it systematically as possible as they're working their way up here. Now with the plays coming in, positions being ready. How are they gonna rush their way in? And okay, Shaheens! They just give like no two dams. They're just pushing it as hard as they possibly can. The pedal to the metal to go in for these rushes. And with that, they're all the way in. They have East control and they're still trying to take these fights. The Yanada's gonna go down, but still not without a fight. They're down but not out, and still the timing is in the favor of the defenders. They get the kills, and the members of Millitants, they're trying to salvage up the parts one piece at a time. It's still a glorified 3 versus 2 situation because one player is down and they cannot pick her up. Diana's just done for. Positions are not good. And Caesar's gonna get possibly picked up, but the timing is just so rash for them to get. No one's holding in. It is gonna be a 3 versus 3, but heavily in the favor of the defenders because Militants, they got all the information that they needed, and now they just need to play it slow and hopefully not die to these cluster charges.
Cluster charges raining death from above, but not quite. The Fuse, of course, clearing out utility, trying to get the Kaid Electroclaw out of the hatch, but they're just not able to. The Spy Time will go down. That's a big drop right there. Massive drop. Something they absolutely could not afford at this stage of the game. Caesar, if they had somehow confirmed that kill, that would have been great. But there comes Doctor with another, and it's all down to Cheesy. Spotted, and Doctor gets that kill. The callouts needed to be there that, hey, he's right by the bathroom rotate, because the Wamai just walked into Doctor's line of sight. And again, Spy Time just unaware. Again, the defenders, MLT, unaware of these positions being taken up by the attackers. And that is why they lost tellers. Not because of anything else, but because they simply did not have intel, and they didn't give themselves the time to gather the intel. Shaheens, of course, brute forcing their way up to the second floor definitely did not help, as that handicapped the side of the defense very, very quickly. And now that leaves us now in round number 12, folks.
Defenders, protect
The
your bombs
last
from being
round in
defused by
regulation,
attackers.
6-5 to Shaheens, and MLT 1 round away from losing out the entire running that they had for the South Asia Nationals. Will they be able to make something of this? The cap can comes out. We have not seen a single cap can up until now. Will this be the deciding factor? Will it be, ironically enough, the Capcan traps that bring Shaheens to their knees for this map? Let's find out.
5 seconds left.
Where the
before
much more
insertion.
interesting fight is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Both squads, they already know what they need to do to try and bring this one back. But this one Capcan could just put a wrench in the plans of Shaheens, shut this down, and overtime could just be coming in. Anything could happen here. Both of these teams, they are at the brink of exhaustion. They're gonna make a lot of mistakes. Their comms are not gonna be clear. They are tired. They are famished pretty much. They need to get this done and over with because a game lasting this long is not normal. And your mental's not gonna be in that same phase as it was right at the very beginning. It's been a marathon for both of these teams. And this marathon is only won by one particular player and one particular team. Who's gonna be the one to rise up to the challenge and showcase their superstar talent? Because each of these teams, they need a hero. And who's gonna be the one to step up to the plate? We're gonna be finding out in just a short couple
The
of
attacker's
minutes.
bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Minute 50 on the clock. Kill Seal gets the first kill, and that's a big one. Caesar gone, as you have a bit of ADS burn from the smoke grenade that was thrown in. Mighty Ellie comes around the back, finds Spidey time. Another big drop. The defender on second floor trying to gain whatever they can. Will not be able to. Mighty Ellie finds a second, but Hecko comes back, finds Skywalker in return. Big drops happening all over as Din takes damage. But the remaining defenders are in the site, which leaves, of course, Shaheens plenty of time to try and get themselves some advantage going here. Verticality will be theirs. Esports, this last 70 seconds, that's all they have to try and confirm overtime.
Attackers
They've
have
gotten the
recovered their
first couple hits, but they need 3 more for the full combo. Once they do, they might just be able to turn things around here. Impacts out. Utilities have been burnt. 50 seconds remain, and the plant attempt is coming in. Is it going to be denied? No, it's not. Elmas finds Cheesy on the hallway. Here comes the Jaeger from around, but Mighty Ellie's there to shut him down. It's a 1v3. Din, the last one, the star of Villa. Now, in a very almost uncompromisable situation, shoots down Elemis significantly, but gets taken down, going to the top floor. Doctor will shut it down. And with that, folks, we finally have an end to this game. It is victory for Shaheens after a massive, massive match that has spanned so many hours. It has ended, folks. 7-5 to the Shaheens. They are the ones to win and move forward to the second round of lower bracket. And in the meanwhile, of course, we've had a very great showing by the side of MLT. And I really would have loved to see more of them, but unfortunately, we will not. They will have to bow out of the competition, finishing 7th and getting only 8 points.
It's rough, but as we head on down over into the highlights, we're going to be able to witness just the last closing moments of the side of Militants. They had a long journey throughout this entire series. The Pro Series for them was not easy, and here in this instance, I honestly think that if they took Villa, the first particular map where Din was having such an explosive performance, they had a very strong hold on Clubhouse, but they showed their weaknesses on Border. The team was just not mentally prepared for such a long and grueling series. The more the match went on, the more mistakes the team started to make. And Shaheens, being the much more competitively seasoned team, were the ones to be able to take it. And you know this was going to happen as well here, Jack, because, again, when you're running a marathon for this particular game, you know the matches are going to be long. It's not going to span the 3 hours for one particular map, 1 hour each. It's going to be sometimes 4, sometimes 5, considering the technical difficulties and, of course, a lot of the other pauses, timeouts that are being taken all across. You're not going to be able to maintain that momentum throughout. You need to know how to bounce back from certain setbacks being put up to you. And the members of Militants, they didn't have that level of experience working together as a unit just as much as Shaheens did. They were cool, calm, and composed through a lot of the different scenarios. And yes, they made a lot of mistakes, but they were not consistently making those mistakes over and over again. They tried to adapt, they tried to learn, and they kept their cool, and they kept the same level of energy throughout the entire game. And that's one of the main reasons why they were able to take this win against Militants. Militants, they were getting extremely, how do I put it? They were getting extremely over-aggressive for no apparent reason. They were starting to take engagements that never favored them at all because they wanted to close out the map as quickly as they possibly can. And that backfired for them. If they played at the same pace that they did on the first initial couple of rounds, they would have been able to come on down and close out this game, favoring them possibly with an overtime. But that just did not happen. The team broke down, and Shaheens just pulled the carpet from under them, and they fell flat on their face.
Unfortunately, yeah, that much is true. And of course, now, as we watch the highlights and think about what could have been, unfortunately for Militant Esports, their run will end here, and most likely they probably won't be able to get a spot for the SA Nationals again. That is up for contention. We will get back to all of our viewers on that later on once we have more information about the point system and the whole like. But yeah, no, again, Border, even in the highlights, you can see so many areas where just some of the mistakes that were made were just too huge, and they simply could not be made. They could not afford to make those mistakes from both Militant and Shaheens. But for Militant, it rings extra true primarily because of the fact that they lost. Had Shaheens lost, we'd be seeing the same thing about the Shaheens as well. Had we gone to overtime, we'd still be casting, and again, depending on who won, we'd be saying the same thing, but just for a different team. Both teams have made massive amounts of mistakes. Both teams have made just weird judgment calls every now and again that just shouldn't have been made. And yeah, it's just kind of weird how they played. The match was very entertaining, though. That is very true. Very entertaining match. Unfortunately, one team has to win, one team has to lose, and the loser will be MLT as we go into the map summary. 14-7 to Doctor, 10, excuse me, to Skywalker. 80% cost on each. Skywalker 3-0 on entry as well. Really good map for Skywalker overall. Mighty Ellie bring up 9-9 and a 73%. Caesar and Elmist playing largely support. And on the other side, Killsteel with 10, the only one to cross double digits on the side of Militant Esports. But that was, of course, because Spytime and Hecko had 9-12 each as well. Cheesy coming in with 8-8 and Din 7-9. Din had the
Very
quietest
quiet
map.
game.
Yes, in the entire night, this was Din's quietest map overall, I think. And unfortunately, that really seems to have been one of the contributing factors to Militant losing out the map. I mean, when you expend that much energy that early, it's bound to become pretty difficult in the latter stages of the match itself. So, understandably so, we have our winners and losers. Shaheens will move forward. We'll see that in the brackets in just a moment. And of course, Militant Esports, they will bow out of the competition.
It's very rough, but at the same time, I have to say, Militants, they had a pretty good run. Honestly, the team is pretty good. I have to say that the team shows a lot of promise, and they can, of course, evolve, adapt, and just overcome a lot of the issues that they're facing, primarily on the attack. I will have to say that their attacking side is just, there's no way to sugarcoat it. It's absolutely horrendous. They don't know how to play the attack as proficiently as they know how to play their defense, and that's understandable. Siege being a game that favors the defense a little bit more if they have the proper setups and lines of sight that you want to create, but maybe switching their operator pickups to shifting towards something like a mute so they have a stronger anchor could be that big difference maker for this entire squad down the line. They need to play that smoke. There's a reason why smoke is picked up on every single map in the entire game by one of the top, by every single top level team, because of how important he is to try and hold down an anchor and to slow down attackers from pushing. If you want to play a bunker strategy, if you want to spread yourself out, if you want to have a single anchor in a site, the smoke just allows you to play so differently. But Militants is now out, but as we head on down over towards the brackets to see exactly what the matches we're going to be having tomorrow, things are going to get interesting with Hunter's LFO going up against Won't Stop Peaking, Kira Esports going up against Mercenaries, and of course today we got our two winners for the lower brackets, Team Phalanx and Team Shaheens. Things look to be getting a bit more spicier here on the upper brackets because Kira Esports versus Mercenaries. Now, that is a match that you just do not want to miss, especially with Kira Esports showing that level of proficiency going up against Militants early on. It's their time to shine.
Well, we'll have to see. Mercenaries also 2-0'd Shaheens, let's not forget, and it was a 7-0-7-2 as well. So one of those two will be coming back to face the Shaheens, and, I think 9 times out of 10 people are going to bet against Kira Esports there. Of course, we also have Won't Stop Peaking taking on the Hunters, and Won't Stop Peaking, they're definitely in for the hardest game of their run in the entire tournament so far. So we'll see how that one pans out, folks. But with all that being said, Militant Esports and Team Uwu, take a bow. You came in, you impressed. Unfortunately, you did not manage to move forward. It is all right. We will see you the next time we have a big tournament like this, because after this, of course, it is the SA Nationals in a couple months from now, folks. So again, reminder, SA Nationals are coming very, very close indeed. But that is going to do it for us here at the Esports Club, folks. If you want, of course, to play Siege, links in the description below. Get the game, man. And of course, if you want some fantastic graphics cards, Zotac Gaming is your go-to. Again, links in the description below. And another link to Loco for some fantastic streams and fantastic content creation, not just from the Esports Club, but from many brilliant individuals as well. But with all that being said, that's going to do it for us here at the Esports Club. Myself, Blackjack, my co-host, Aggressive, our host, Assassin47, and all the admins in the back end. And we're signing off for tonight. We'll be back tomorrow with Upper Bracket Round 2. Until then, stay tuned and good night.